All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, I am happy to announce that this is Series E, brought to you by Esports Arena, coming to you from the beautiful Irvine, California.
Irvine,
CEO
California.
And founder Tyler Endress here.
That's got a nice ring to it.
Yes.
Got a nice ring to it. Irvine, California. We've been up all night. You guys
literally
attempted to do a little bit of a stream last week. Had some issues with some servers. We don't need to go into the whole Apex thing, but look at this desk. We didn't have a desk last week.
Right.
We didn't have we had this up.
Yeah.
We got different lights up now.
Yep.
This has been a crazy process. We are still doing some work. This is still like somewhat of a construction zone. What you don't see is all the stuff
nothing,
that's
of
right
course.
there. Just nothing.
Yeah,
But
it's
what
beautiful
you
on
see
the
is
other
beautiful.
side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you see a little misprint of the paint over there. Don't necessarily need to point it all out.
Yeah,
I guess.
right.
But we're live.
Yeah,
This is good.
It's exciting. Obviously, it was emotional for us. We did draft day, our final show in the old studio in Santa Ana. That was extremely awesome. Super fun show to do to kick off season 3 of Series Z, and we capped off, the end of an era there. But we're excited to be in this new space. New openings coming. A lot of exciting stuff going on for Esports Arena, and it all is going to start here in Irvine at the newly minted HQ.
Yeah. So this studio, we're revealing it all kind of bit by bit. So we haven't really revealed the studio, but we want to introduce everything, our new stuff to you guys. It will do a video on YouTube, vlog the whole thing, show you what that room looks like over there. We got another studio that's going over there. We got all our offices, our whole marketing team and whatnot. It's going to be awesome. This space is so cool. We're finally been in it. It's been about 2 weeks into our new space. Excited for what's the future got to hold. But speaking of the future, we've got a few openings happening this weekend inside our Walmart stores. We've got Atlanta, Georgia, which is our space in Woodstock, Georgia. So it's just about 45 minutes outside of Atlanta. And then our space in Salt Lake City, which is in American Fork. So those facilities will be opening this weekend. We have a Super Smash Brothers tournament that we're hosting, as well as a Warzone tournament that we will be hosting at both facilities. I believe we've already capped out on our Super Smash Brothers tournament in Georgia.
Yeah.
They had to up the cap.
Yeah.
So show up, guys. We're putting up a prize pool for all that stuff. Go to esportsradio.com for all the latest and greatest of that, and obviously follow us on our social media to find out what the latest and greatest is with that. So, JC, tonight we're doing something a little bit different with Apex Legends. What do we got that's going on? What's a little different?
Yeah, thankfully, obviously, there's been some issues, but I think Respawn has done a phenomenal job being very responsive. They've been working with us and communicating with us very well. And obviously, they had the launch of their new Arenas mode at the start of Season 9. And now the awesome thing is, as Season 9 comes to a close, we are now bringing what I believe is the first professional Arenas tournament, which is awesome, super exciting. I've been playing the mode a lot lately. It's really fun, and it was one thing that we talked about in the office last week is we've seen a lot of these teams compete against each other on World's Edge, but today for the first time we're going to get, a Team Pringles versus a Team Razor. There's going to be no third parties, just 3v3 going at it, and I think I'm really excited about it. It's going to be really fun.
This is an opportunity to have is that in the matchup? Is that actually a matchup that's set? Is Pringles versus Razor a matchup that is actually set?
Not as of right now. We do have a full 32-team bracket, and due to them being the signed pros, those partnered squads are going to be those higher seeds. But I would imagine as this tournament goes on, we're going to start seeing those Intel versus Applejacks, Pringles versus Razor, etc. So
the
when
real
we get to those
rivalries,
late stages,
the real rivalries are going to be coming out right now, which I love to see. So we're going to have all these players. We were just doing a little test over there. Mm-hmm. It is awesome. It's CS:GO-esque, right? Listening watching these pros go at it, which is going to be a ton of fun, and the casting should be fun. But guys, this is our first ever stream. Well, our second ever attempted stream. We did stream a little bit last week. Unfortunately, didn't go through all the way. But this is our first full stream tonight. We will make sure the content is pumping. We're going to make sure that casters are pumping and rocking. We're going to make sure all the teams are going to be competing against all these other teams. We've even got some open teams competing tonight against our pro teams as well. How many? 32 teams?
32 teams.
32 teams.
Full bracket, yeah.
So typically we have multiple servers, but we have multiple servers going though. So typically what is that actually?
In terms of, what do you mean?
In terms of like when we actually just do our normal open night tournaments,
Normal open night, it's still 20 teams total on the single server running through the whole day. Now it's up to that 32 and built out to that full bracket. And it's going to be single elimination. The casters will break the format down a little more, go into the minutia, but it's going to be that single elim bracket with all 32 teams, and you've got one tournament left. So that is the one interesting thing. I have a lot of faith in our partnered squads to perform today, but it's a new mode, and you drop one game and your day is done. So they really have to be on the ball, start to finish, if they don't want to get knocked out by one of these open squads.
That's absolutely true. Do we have the video that can play so you can do your open with, here's what Series E is?
Oh, I mean, I could just do it. Yeah,
I know you could just do it. I guess we should just introduce what Series E is, but that'd be really neat if it played right there. Not sure.
We'll see if production can set it up for us. But for those of you that are new to the show, maybe you've seen other Esports Arena streams, you're wondering exactly what Series E is all about, I can break it down for you, okay? Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join, as you will see today. We'll have a bunch of open squads, brand new players coming in to compete. We have 9 squads that made it through our open qualifiers or qualified through competition last season. They have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands. They now make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly every Tuesday night against open squads like today, and every Wednesday against the best pros from across North America. That's TSM, CLG, Renegades, more. All these big squads. Now, if you guys want to get in on the action, maybe you missed out on today, but you have opportunities in the future, head over. It's matchareno.com/ESA to sign up and try and be a future Series E Pro. I also believe !sign up in Twitch chat should give you that link as well. So you still have a shot to be
esportsarena.com though sends you the links, right? You can just go to the links right there. Everything's all housed at esportsarena.com, but there we go. The video is playing. That's good.
Yeah.
It's playing. And to us, it looks like it's starting. I'm getting confused right there on that. But no, it's Series E has been a ton of fun, and Season 3 is just about to start. We did, like you said, 2 weeks ago, Commissioner Tyler, myself, signed all those players into their pro contracts. This is actually going to be the official first week, because last week it was unplayable. And so this is the official first week of Apex Legends Season 3 that will be starting to have our teams competing against each other and open teams. And they're making $750 a month playing for Esports Arena and wearing the jerseys to represent the brands that we have all signed up. This is a custom Mobile One jersey, and to be honest, we all think it does kind of look the best. Well, it's a great time to cut the camera when I'm pointing over there to this jersey.
This guy right here. Very comfy, very cozy, good fit, and it looks clean.
I don't think you can buy that one. I don't think you can buy that one online. So yeah, you got it. But if you do want to buy any of the other Esports Arena jerseys, just go to esportsarena.com or shop.esportsarena. I think that's it, shop.esportsarena.com. Yep, and then you can buy all the jerseys as well as some sick apparel that we have there online as well. So what do you guys think about the studio? Let us know in chat. Let us know what you want to see in the studio. There's more things we're going to be doing in this studio. We're building a whole other studio as well, like we had last time. Those were in the same room. Now we actually have 2 different rooms. So technically we could kind of run like 2 separate streams at once. But regardless, are we almost ready to kick in the action?
We're getting ready. One announcement I do want to make that League Ops let me know of, Luke,
League
right
Ops.
Before,
League Ops.
Kind of umbrella title, is we are looking good to run our normal Series E Pro Day tomorrow.
Okay.
That is looking good. Obviously, backup plan is Arenas, and I promise we're going to have a fun event here regardless. I think today is going to be a blast, tomorrow no matter what we do, but the plan is, as long as things are continuing to run smoothly as they have in other events today, the plan right now is to run a normal Series E Pro Night tomorrow. That's Battle Royale, World's Edge, all the action you guys know and love from Series E. So that is the plan for tomorrow.
Thank you, League Ops, for that information. So before, I don't know, we still have to stretch or what?
One thing I do want to ask you about, and we have the 2 new studios. We are in Studio Red here. If you guys don't know, this is the brand new Studio Red in Irvine. What is the most exciting thing for you, Tyler, about this move? I know this was a huge step from the company, obviously leaving the space that the company was born in, grew in downtown Santa Ana, but what's so exciting for you about coming to Irvine now?
That's a great question. I think the most exciting part for us as a company is Santa Ana's always been home. That building has a bunch of historical moments for us there, and that's kind of where we started. I never really thought it was going to be where we finished as well. So this is just a new chapter. And, I think Santa Ana served its purpose for us, but right now the most exciting thing is that we're just now building it kind of all over again. The company identity has changed so much. We used to just be one big facility, then we were 2 big facilities, then we were 3 big facilities. Now we're only down to 18 small facilities. So eventually we will go back to the larger facility route again, but we've now shown that these smaller 18 facilities inside Walmart stores can produce a lot of great content, and we can actually provide that competitive experience to you guys at home, and a better way than having you just fly all the way out to Orange County or LA or something like that to have that competitive experience. So for us, we're building a robust team here to provide the production value that Esports Arena always can build and make better, but also the tournaments. We want to bring as much tournaments and as many competitive tournaments as we can to you guys at home by opening up more and more Walmarts. And in order to do that, we need a great office space. We need a great studio. We need a great team. And to have a great team, you have to cater to that great team. And this space right here absolutely does all of that. I cannot wait to show you guys what the full space looks like, but it is absolutely beautiful. It's the oldest building in Irvine. It's got some incredible great bones. It's gotten completely redone inside the space, so it looks phenomenal. Can't wait to show it to you guys. But I'd say that's probably just my most exciting part about us moving out of Santa Ana, is that the company identity is being represented in this shift, right? We're no longer dependent and reliant upon the main esports arena that we had. We are now a company that is providing competitive gaming and content to you guys at home through this awesome new space, and ideally opening more and more Walmart stores, esports arenas inside of Walmart in the coming months. And so look out for all that news, but that to me is just the most exciting part. It's a brand new company. It really is a brand new company and a fresh start. I mean, especially out of COVID too.
Yeah.
Out of the pandemic, that you hurt all of us so much.
Sure.
Esports Arena, we were built off of physical gameplay with you and your buddies to come out and play. And we had no idea if we were ever going to be able to open up again.
Sure.
And so now here we are opening up in a beautiful facility. You could argue it's better looking than Santa Ana. Santa Ana was a beautiful space, don't get me wrong. It was an incredible building. But this is more suitable to what we need right now within the company. And that is, hands down, really exciting, really exciting.
It's going to be really exciting. I believe we're getting close to getting the casters in, getting ready to go. Obviously, ton of matches here today. As we mentioned at the start, 32 teams, a big single elimination bracket. So production will let me know momentarily if we're ready to go to, I believe, Jamerson and T-Squared as soon as they're ready to go. But I hope you guys are excited to the show. Tyler mentioned it a few times. If you guys want to keep up to date on everything that's going on, follow us on all of our socials. We're on Instagram and Twitter. We're on Facebook. Also, esportsarena.com has got all you need, whether you need to get to the shop, see what events we have coming up. If you want to check out the Series E Pros, look at stats, all those kind of highlights and things, those are all housed at esportsarena.com, a beautifully built site. Even some articles. We're starting to release some written content. We did some power rankings. There's going to be, we won't say, but some really well-written content. Some real high IQ stuff.
I actually love it. So look, JC and I were big hockey fans, and specifically the Anaheim Ducks. But what we do is we love reading content about our favorite players. And whatnot. And so we have our favorite players, we have our favorite teams with Series E, but we want to write some necessary, not necessarily opinionated, but provide some opinions of why we think Presley is the best player on Pringles, even though Phonyhead's probably the best player on Pringles right now, as he is the guy's the GOAT, right? But why is he?
Takes.
And so we've got some opinions for that and why we think Phonyhead could basically be the best player for Season 3. Things of that nature, but also ranking the players from best to worst, depending on their weeks and how they reacted during these weeks. I think that's a lot of great content, and I love what you're doing with that sort of stuff. And we're going to just keep providing more and more of this type of content as well. And let us know. We want your comments. We'll probably put a comment section on there too, right?
And that's the big. That is the plan. The plan is to add comments in there. And that's the thing is there's already that discussion, whether it's in Twitch chat or on Twitter, wherever that lives. We know that discussion is there, and I think there is an awesome opportunity to promote more discussion, put our own voices in there outside of broadcast, and just continue to create talks around these players, because I think they very much deserve, and you look back at, we talked about ALGS at the end of draft day and how fantastic these players were. They deserve to be talked about, discussed, and be a part of that top Apex competitive scene. We definitely have that opportunity.
It is absolutely something that needs to be discussed, and I think you give these players, dang it, I had a thought and I lost it.
That's okay, Tyler.
You
can hold on to it.
That was gonna come
That's okay. But I believe we are ready to
There we
go.
go.
Production's in my ear. We've got this huge arena tournament, so I think we're ready to head over to the caster.
New
Let's
studio.
get it going. Woo!
Series E.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
All right, shout out to Yeso and of course Tyler there filling as we were getting some stuff set up. We were having some technical issues, so thank you guys so much. We understand as broadcasters what it's like to fill on air, but that's some exciting news to hear about the new Esports Arena headquarters in Irvine, California. I mean, that's where I'm from, so that's going to be super dope. But today, Tom, we have to talk about, we're changing up the format just for today because there has been some issues with the custom servers in the Battle Royale mode, but the Arena mode seemed to be largely untouched. We have 32 teams battling it out today in a single elimination bracket. It is going to be Arena mode, 3v3, no third parties, and we have $500 on the line, $350 going to first place, and $150 going to second place. Now let's go ahead and talk about it. Arena modes, they have a lot of maps, and so we do have a map ban system. In the highest seed in the match will get the first map ban, and then you alternate until you're left with one map. It's going to be best of ones until you see we hit best of threes in semifinals and in the grand finals. We also have implemented bans on Bloodhound and on the L-Star. I'm a little bit surprised about that. What do you think about those, Tom?
Can you hear me now? Hello.
There we go. We got Tom. All right. Yeah. So what do you think about the legend and the weapon bans?
Love when VMix says that I'm muted, but I'm not. So I love it, Jamerson. I love it. I think Bloodhound, just get him out of the entire game, okay? You know, not just arenas. Just remove him from all of Apex Legends, or just put his scan back to what it was like in Season 1, so it wasn't 3 times the length that it is. But I love the L-Star ban because for some reason the L-Star just feels more powerful inside of Arena mode. I don't know what it is, but you pop a 2x on that thing, you upgrade it or whatever you want to do, and next thing you know, it's just ripping you apart. So if you're a true Arena player, you are coming through and you're buying Wingman Mozambique almost every single time, continuing to upgrade that Wingman, and it's going to be a great, showcase of individual skill. I think that we get a great chance to see the partner teams and the pro teams, but it's a lot of teamwork, and it's a lot of teamwork in arenas as well, but you have an opportunity to kind of shine individually and kind of open up for the open up fraggers, for the main slayers on your team. Those players are really going to stand out today.
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of mobility, I think, of Pathfinders. When I was casting with Euris this weekend, some arena modes, that we were seeing a lot of Pathfinders, almost like a 95% pick rate with Path. Bloodhound was, of course, highly represented along with Gibraltar, but we'll maybe see some lifelines, some rates coming in. It's going to be very interesting to see. Now, every map, I believe, is in rotation. I don't believe we have Skulltown but Overflow, the newest map, will be playable. So if that does not get banned out, our teams can play on it. I haven't been able to, I actually haven't played on it quite yet. I've only watched some videos, Candy Roo's video about Overflow. Looks interesting enough, and definitely one of those maps where Bloodhound would have been extremely strong, but Bloodhound banned. So that's going to be super important going across this. In terms of map picks, what have you been seeing out of the pro community? How are their feelings? Like, what do they think is like the most fair map and the best map to play on?
To be honest, I don't know the map names. I just know how they play, and I guess that's just a tribute to who I am, because I'm bad. I'm great with faces, horrible with names. So I really think that in terms of the way that these play out, I think that Arenas is extremely even in a lot of the different maps. But if you are gonna, take advantage of anything, it's gonna be taking advantage of high ground and head glitches, and that's what you're gonna see constantly in these arena matches. And it's so fun to watch how these players are constantly jiggle peeking. And it's all about getting over sports kills, getting the economy. You can see Pathfinder is really high value here, getting high ground, lifelines, value. Look at the shots coming in from Team Pop-Tarts. It's already initial pipeline. There's a nice flank coming in from Orville as well, but this is not looking good for Velocity Gaming. I mean, Team Pop-Tarts, once you get that initial knock, that's just so impressive. And it's about getting that high ground. You can see Jamerson, so they were already up there, but the counter from Lion and Exile was huge.
Yeah, so Team Pop-Tarts already got that first round, and we didn't get to see really how much they controlled the bins and, the replicator mats at that point, which can be extremely crucial here. I mean, you have to buy your abilities, you have to buy your guns. Your abilities do carry over from round to round if you do purchase more, but the guns do not. And so being able to snowball into these, being able to get yourself maybe a golden backpack, as we're seeing the lifelines being used. Yeah, and the zipline control has been a very strong meta in terms of arenas. Whenever we're playing these Pathfinders, this gives you the instant high ground control, and here is Pop-Tarts once again maintaining control, getting the early damage off, hitting the 45 and then the 76, and they want to try and take out this first player, but it looks like all three have dropped. We do have a flank coming out for one member, quite possibly coming in from the left-hand side, but no, they're going to allow them to heal up, and that's surprisingly enough.
That's just so nice not having a Bloodhound scan right there, because we know both teams with a Bloodhound scan, and it would have been awkward for a while, but now teams have an opportunity to make some plays, work together, have it be a little bit more mysterious on what's going to happen, a little bit more unpredictable, and that's always fun to watch them play. And here's the collapse coming through. You can see they have all players cornered, and that's going to be an initial knock coming through. Exile flies through in the air, 2 knocks already, and that's the clean wipe. The zip line, Jamerson, to get to the high ground and just backing everybody down was so crucial. I think it's around 150 for the zip line, so that's huge value coming out for all 3 of your teammates to get to that high ground.
Yeah, and it's not just the value of being able to gain that position earlier on, right? It's also then you have control over the bins, you have control over the crafting credits as well. And so it pays itself back in terms of just not having to buy those meds for yourself at that point. So we'll see if they go for it once again, but we have hit the 3rd round here. We'll see if Team Pop-Tarts here in this first match get the 3-0 and move on to the next round. We do, of course, have the purple armors coming up as well. And here it is. They're going to go ahead and use that jump pad. It's going to be basically the same thing. They don't have instant roof access. It looks like the other squad might have. No, they're already here, but it's going to be the first zip. The ground on top, and the challenge coming out from Z Davis. He will drop after he gets the crack. Almost gets cracked himself. Gets chased down now, but Pop-Tarts get the first frag. It's traded back 1-1, but Pop-Tarts looking to close things out really early on with this 3-0, and they'll be able to secure it, knocking out Valsy Gaming.
What an impressive performance from Team Pop-Tarts. You could tell that they've played this, they understand the strategy. Just that one little split second to get to the high ground, whether that's the bounce pad, whether it's the zip line, it means the world. I mean, the shots were connecting, everything was great in terms of the teamwork, but it's the strategy from Team Pop-Tarts which really just pays off. So other teams going to be taking note, and once they understand how to get to that high ground and they start investing in their resources in terms of not spending on weapons, but their actual their upgrades in terms of their power-ups, then I'm really excited to see these teams that are experienced go head-to-head, because Pop-Tarts is looking really experienced right now.
Yeah, they just really demonstrated how good their team fighting was. I mean, we saw there in the 2nd round, right? When they used that zip line to get the height, they were able to force the team down onto the low after doing a lot of damage to them. But it looks like we do have our 2nd match set up. It's going to be Rice Krispie Treats versus another squad. I don't know quite yet who it is, but here we go. Into Gardens. Everyone is liking Gardens right now, but it's going to be Team Pouts on the other side. And so we got Lightstar Joe, Clinical, and Nemusona. It's that high ground control once again. But Mobility Legend, that's the name of the game. We've got the Valkyrie here. The important thing about Valkyrie is that, her mobility is on her passive, not on her tactical, so she doesn't have to buy that. And so it's going to be incredibly strong for them, but now they've already focused them down into the building. They're even using the smoke to try and get them out. This could be a little bit iffy, as Lightstar Joe did take a lot of damage, but it looks like Pout, they're going to go down first here in the round, and it's going to be Rice Krispie Treats taking the early 1-0 lead.
I don't know why I love arenas so much. Maybe it's the Halo player in me. Maybe it's because I love Pathfinder so much. But, the nonstop action, the no third parties, the constant fighting, I love arenas, and I think arena tournaments are sick. I can't wait for the ranked mode to come out next season and see how players kind of respond to it, because everyone loved playing pubs for a while, right? It got kind of stale after a couple of seasons, and then ranked came out, and it kind of changed the game. It just adds an extra layer of competitiveness. So I'm looking forward to seeing maybe like a Rice Krispie Treats versus Pop-Tarts matchup eventually, get some of these partnered teams going against each other, because right now they're looking really, really strong. This is a crazy play to Valk out onto the high ground.
This is a little bit scary just because the animation's so long. So I was worried that, you know, first they get shot mid-air, but also second that like maybe they lose priority on something that's a little bit faster, like a zip line, like a jump pad. But they do have that high ground control, but it looks like the map split. Team Pout taking the other side of the map, and it looks like they might be slightly favored on this ring when it does come to the ring closing in on them.
And the value of Bangalore goes a little bit higher now that you don't have Bloodhound to scan through those smokes, as it looks like they're going to send this one. Bubble is going to come down. They're going to be able to use that bubble to their advantage. Still a crazy play, kicking in the door. Only 11 right there. And I swear, sometimes the Mozambique can be a little bit stronger than the Mastiff in these type of situations. Even the PK, but there it is. The extra knock coming through. Now a 2-on-2 situation. You can see one player is fairly weak too, so healing coming in on both sides. The battery is going to be popped by Pathfinder on Rice Krispie Treats. This is the first time we've actually seen a fair 2-on-2, and Rice Krispie Treats looking like they have the advantage now in this 2 versus 1, and they're going to take that one down. But finally a close fight. I think that's the 5th round we've casted so far, and finally got a little bit of a fight here, a little bit of a competition for Rice Krispie Treats.
Yeah, it was definitely closer there, and I think it was just because, you know, they had to close the distance at that point. The other squad deciding to try and split the map a little bit more. This time around, the ring is going to be favoring the eastern side of this map, and we're going to see, it looks like the zipline should be set up by Nemusona. He's already leading in front for the squad. Should have that out and ready to go for them. Once again, what do Team Pout do in response?
I don't know. This is because it's so, you know, straightforward in terms of fighting each other. I really would wish that this is the only time that enemy teams could talk to each other, because I would be like loving a little lobby trash talk right now. A little typing in.
Bring us
saying,
back the old land. Let's go from across the monitors. You're trash.
Yeah, you should be able to like throw, you know, like everyone has these giant like barriers, these blue barriers that you have to break through. Nice Valkyrie passive right there. Gonna connect for 21 purple, but what if you could just like write a little trash talking note on your giant blue screen, and just kind of pops up for everyone to see? You know, maybe put a little broom if you feel like you're gonna sweep somebody.
All right, we're seeing right now Rice Krispies doing the same thing that they've been doing for the last 2 rounds. Control roof and then just funnel them, and you can see them. They're slowly picking them apart, peeking from every single angle here. Lightstar Joe doing a great job of utilizing that passive mobility out from that Valkyrie now. RKT do have to be careful, but it looks like it's back to roof control for now as Lightstar Joe will go for another flying pass, and oh my god, he's done so much damage to Team Pout, forcing out a lot of the heals early on, and that's what a lot of this early game is, just forcing out the heals from the other side. But there's the first knock onto Rizuki.
And you can see, not to overextend right there. That's the key thing. Wait for your teammates to come back through. You already have the high ground. You're distracting enough. Wait for them to make a mistake. It's exactly what they do. Valkyrie tries to take to the high ground. And unfortunately for the enemy team, the strategy just wasn't there. I mean, maybe buying a defensive bombardment and a couple of grenades, and then you could throw the defensive bombardment, bubble inside the door of where they're going to be trapped inside a building, because most likely all 3 will be stuck inside the building. And then you could just grenade them out. Thermites, frags, arc stars, whatever you want to do. But take that bubble fight, take it up close. And that was really the only chance I felt like Team Pot would have had, because Rice Krispie Treats was just putting in work. Every single time that they wanted to collapse, they would do so. You saw them kind of filtering them like fish in a barrel, and made it pretty easy in terms of their baiting and switching. So curious to see what compositions are going to be played. I'm not sure if Bangalore is going to be more valuable than Lifeline in the future, but we'll see. I mean, I really think that Lifeline is a staple for arenas.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break, send it over to Yeso while he has a few words. So go ahead and take it away, Yeso.
All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back here into the brand new Red Studio here. It's Studio Red in Esports Arena's new headquarters in Irvine. Yeso here, and a couple of matches done in round one, getting to see Team Pop-Tarts starting off really strong. They get a win, as well as Team Rice Krispies Treats. So the partnered squad's looking good to start the day. I mentioned at the top of the show that we wanted to see if these teams would show up front to back, because one bad match ends their day and they are all done and have to wait for action tomorrow. So they have to show up to every single match, and 3-0 wins for both of those squads. Definitely a great way to start the show. We have some stats here. I want to talk about the player of the game from that first Pop-Tarts matchup, so we'll pull that up for you here momentarily, but definitely was fun to watch. And one thing I want to keep an eye on, we've seen very popular pick is Gardens so far. It's been showing up very frequently, even some matches off stream on Gardens a lot, so we're going to be kind of keeping tabs on how the pick and ban looks for maps. But we do have Lion right here, your player of the game. And the interesting thing, you can see that blurb at the bottom, all Pop-Tarts team members all came out with 3 kills and 4 assists in that first map. So great performance across the board. Lion just gets it because he led the team in damage there with 768 in a very quick 3-round game. We also saw, again, Rice Krispies Treats coming in strong, looking really good. This is a team that I was highlighting during draft day, and even if you did read my power rankings article that went up on esportsarena.com a week ago, a team that, you know, I had high hopes for in qualifiers. They do, I believe, have some work to do, but I think Clinical and the boys have a very high ceiling. So I'm looking for RKT to keep going strong. So good performances to start. Pop-Tarts grab a win in round one. Rice Krispies Treats as well. They'll move on. We'll have to see, again, if we continue to see Gardens as a very popular pick in the map pool, or if things change up a little bit. We can keep an eye on things as they go. I want to hear from you guys as well. Are you playing Arenas? What is your kind of go-to map? Comfortability in weapons. What is your kind of go-to loadout when you get into those later rounds? I'm certainly leaning on the R301 EVA 8 combo. Definitely my go-to, especially when I'm playing Octane. I can get a little bit of that speed, close the gap, use that shotgun to full effectiveness. But it's been a fun start. I was really excited through the weekend knowing that this Arenas event was coming. It's really fun to see these new modes in Apex, and I think Arenas has done a really good job at highlighting a lot of the great things about the combat in this game, and we'll get to see it continue throughout the day. We got plenty more matches to come. As I mentioned, we got other matches going already, plenty of rounds to go, but we're gonna keep it rolling. So I'm done here for a little bit. I'll see you guys here very soon though.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so close for the code. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Tom and I here bringing you some of the best arena action so far, and it's already been fun. We've done 2 matches, but we have plenty to go, as it looks like we still have our first round matches taking place right now. And so we're about 3 steps away from the semifinals, where we'll start seeing the best of 3s, but for right now, it's just best of 1s. We've had 2 maps played out on Gardens. Maybe we'll get a little flavor of other maps. I saw Party Crasher was a favorite during this weekend's matches, but it looks like we do have our next match set up. It's going to be Team Rockstar taking on TSS, I believe, is the lobby that we have set up right now. And they'll go on to face off against the winners of PSS versus Haunted and Chimera's GG. So that should be fun to look at. But right now, I think the players are getting through the map bans with however many, what are there, like 8 or 9 arena maps now? We do have a map ban system where the highest seed bans first, and then you alternate until one map is left. And so we'll see what we're left with at the end.
It's going to be exciting to see what they pick and how they end up playing it. And to be honest, it's great to watch because you could take so much from the opening strategy and you kind of lose that opening strategy in the Battle Royale mode. I mean, it's really important to get your landing correct, et cetera, et cetera. But these initial strategies really bring me back to, my arena days playing Halo and, got a little bit of experience in Gears of War. I'm sure we've all watched a lot of Valorant, Call of Duty, et cetera, et cetera. But opening strategies in any type of arena FPS is so important. And you're seeing that here, especially when you have crazy abilities like we have in Apex Legends, when you're able to, bounce pad, get to the high ground, you're able to grapple, zip line, et cetera. And then there's this kind of standstill where you have to wait for your opportunity. And really what I'm looking forward to is I know that we have, players that like the automatic weapons, etc. I'm personally a big fan of low econ with my weapons and a lot of utility in terms of grenades. I really feel like having 3 or 4 grenades, once you get past round 1 and going into round 2 and round 3, there's so much head glitching that happens at the high level that if you're able to invest in 2 or 3 grenades, it really changes the difference. So that's what I'm looking forward to, is seeing everybody's shots, but someone's going to land some big grenades that are going to make us go absolutely crazy. And that's what I'm looking forward to as we get these games going.
Yeah, we've only played 2 matches so far, and the third one is going to be back here on Gardens once again. The high ground already being taken by Rockstar's Kimchi Lee with that wingman out. Has early roof control, keeping that team on the second level. We'll go for the double peek here, and the bubble's been used by the other side as they try to climb up. They get Strictly first. It's going to be Casellas to take him out, and now Blur taking out Kimchi Lee. It's going to be the 1v3 for TSS to finish him off, and they corner him, and they'll take the first round here.
This is not the team that I would want to fight. I mean, Rockstar got a pretty bad bracket right here in terms of this team is a very talented squad here. And his Watson usually would main Watson back when Watson was viable. And again, one of the most aggressive players that I've played against, that I've played with, continue to cast his games, and he's not given up at all. He's continued to grind things out, try to find teams that work, and they've had this squad for a little bit of time now, and they're starting to come together. I mean, this is a team that we could eventually see be a partner team in Series E one day. I really think that, Blur, Casellas, and his Watson have what it takes, and we've already seen Casellas in Series E before.
And here we go, already going for that jump pad for the early roof control out from TSS. Last time around, of course, they did not make it with priority onto the roof, but it was a good climb up with the Gibraltar bubble. This time, though, TSS and Rockstar will split the map. But it does seem like the ring is favoring TSS a little bit more here, Tom.
And let's just continue to watch TSS and their point of view, especially the way that his Watson plays. His Watson will take so much damage and then continue to challenge that it'll throw you off, and you'll not expect it. It's kind of blind aggression, and when you do that aggressive, confident play, it creates a little bit of instability in your shots, and you kind of get surprised. So I think that's kind of his style of play, and if you continue to press that style, then you continue to improve, and I still think that this team has a really high ceiling. So we'll see how they do, and obviously we talked about this before in terms of the strategy. The opening strategy, extremely important. Things do tend to slow down sometimes. We saw an explosive round number 1, but now a little bit more methodical play. When that happens, that's when the grenades start to come in to effect. But like in the position right now, everybody taking their little head glitches, and if anyone's going to peek Jamerson, we know it's going to be Casellas, and it's going to be that Gibraltar with the shield.
Yeah, that's why he's playing one side by himself. We had Watson and Blurs both double checking the right, because they are the ones that need to trade if damage does go across. Trading with the arm shield is easy enough, but it looks like one person might be caught out. Watson missing those shots, unfortunately, and this ring starts pulling away from that building. They're still in, though, so this could, again, slow down some more, and we'll maybe see the final circle here in just a moment, but it looks like Rockstar have one on the lurk, and this is what Bloodhound usually is able to suss out with those scans. So this lurk can be incredibly strong for them. They do bubble down and they do spot him, but he's going to go ahead and queue back to the rest of his squad here. But the bubble has been used. There's no more bubbles for TSS as they try to make their advance now. Good shots coming out with that Re-45, but the Volt is the thing that's doing the damage on the other side, as now they're looking to try and take advantage of that damage. The back gets off just in time, but it looks like they get the first knock. It's traded back. It's down to a 2v1. Never mind, they'll finish this off.
That was an exciting fight. Again, I love that Bloodhound is out in these situations. It creates that wow factor, that exciting factor when you throw that bubble down and you make that play, and then everybody has to kind of scatter and kind of fend for themselves and then re-meet back on over and start taking angles. And that's exactly what Team Rockstar did. Really, the big thing was Crummy queuing out of there. And you don't really expect to see Wraith in these type of instances again, really valuing Lifeline in my opinion. But I really think that Crummy is one of the strongest Wraiths that we have in Series E. So to watch him kind of skirmish it out, Wraith is the original skirmisher. And then when you combine that with two more really aggressive slaying characters like Pathfinder and Octane, then you're going to get some pretty solid play. But it looks like a little bit of miscommunication right there. I'm surprised that they didn't all hit that jump pad together. Nice grenade from Strictly. He was looking like he was going to throw that over towards the high ground, but the angle wasn't there. Casellas with the initial knock, and there it is, the miscommunication from Team Rockstar. And based on TSS's positioning, I really don't see Rockstar being able to get away with this one. I mean, that was phenomenal teamwork from TSS.
Yeah, capitalizing off of the miscommunication and really just, no, you got to get in this fight, man. I know you want the melee finisher. You know you want the finisher. There we go. Okay, they do clutch it up, but still a little bit scary there. But yeah, really able to capitalize off of basically just how they screwed up the execution there to take the high ground. You saw they were ready. They even had thermites out just in case they would get challenged early for that roof. They all had to drop low, and then Kim Chi Lee ends up on the roof by himself because he missed that jump pad and took the extra 3-4 seconds to get back onto the roof. So really great stuff coming up from TSS. And now it is going to be match point for them. If they win this round, it's going to be over. If Rockstar win the round, we'll have some extra rounds for this match.
Zip. The way that he's kind of set up directly towards the middle makes me think that he's going to set up a quick little zip line, but instead looks like they didn't invest in that. One grenade. Oh, and they invested in the jump pad. Okay, there it is. Let's see if they hit the jump, and they get to the high ground. See, that's absolutely huge. The execution is huge because then when you this roof, they have to filter down below you, and if you have the grenades like we're talking about, then they're absolutely done for. If you can just filter them inside with a couple of good tosses, then they're going to be absolutely screwed. So I love this play from TSS. They're going to full heal. There's the drop coming through. They're going to full send immediately onto one player. Look at the EVA 8 shots hitting. Crummy does get an initial knock, though. His Watson takes a lot of damage. Strictly getting a couple for him. Now it's up to Blur in this 2 versus 1. Looks like he's going to be going up against Crummy, and Crummy's going to take the better of that fight. Huge win there for Team Rockstar. And this is what Arena's all about now. Tied up 2-2 going to these final rounds.
Yeah, so it is going to be win by 2, I believe. So it is not match point for either side. We're going to just have some extra innings here. But this is where I love to see kind of the depth of strategy really start to flesh out a little bit more. As we go on further and further, as some utility starts, as credits start to accrue, we'll see some more nades, we'll see things slow down. Maybe, nope, we don't see Casellas buying an extra dome of protection. That's one thing I think could be utilized a little bit more here in Arenas. I know it's expensive, but the dome is so strong here in Arenas.
It is. I think the thought process is we're going to try to take this fight immediately, and that's what they're going to do. So investing and saving your money a little bit later, if they want to go through and say we're going to full send, and that's exactly what they do. So there's the full send. There's the initial knock right there on the Crummy, and they continue to push. Even though they're all taking damage, it doesn't matter because you can only shoot one player at a time, and they recognize that. But now it's time to heal. Salas is initially knocked, and this 2 versus 1 has turned into Rockstar's favor, and they finish it off. So we talked about how aggressive TSS can be. Sometimes you can be a little bit overly aggressive, and someone forgot to heal right there. Casellas needed to possibly back off. You were talking about the domes as well, Jamerson. Didn't have the dome. It was already, 1, not purchased, 2, on cooldown. So there's nothing you can do in that type of situation. Now Rockstar with the advantage.
Yeah, they just need one more round here. We'll see if TSS can tie things up once again, send us to even more rounds. but Rockstar are already posturing to try and push to the western side of the map right now. Kimchi Lee in the front lines, and so he's probably the one that did buy that zip line for his squad. We're seeing again Pathfinders. This is why he's like a 95% pick rate. It's just so easy to have priority on the spot. Here they go onto the roofs. It's just going to be a full 3v3 for the roofs once again, Tom.
And you can see that TSS actually takes the roof a little bit earlier, whether it was a earlier placed zip line or if that side has an advantage, I'm not quite sure, but they're electing to cut off that other door and also take damage while doing so. That's how much they wanted to get inside. Nice flatline shots there coming in from Kimchi. Now TSS taking a lot of damage. Watson actually took some health damage throughout all of this too, so we'll see if he elects to pop a syringe. Casella's going to heal up as well. There's the shots again coming through with the flatline. Blur's going to be knocked. TSS on the back foot. It looks like a 3 versus 2 situation right here, and a huge advantage over to Team Rockstar. Now Casellos actually with a pretty decent opportunity. I mean, fairly weak players, but does have a battery being popped, so nice job baiting and switching from Team Rockstar. Looks like they're going to be able to take this one.
Yeah, Team Rockstar, they had to work for a little bit there. TSS giving them some trouble, but they take it in with the 4-2 win and move on. They'll be facing off against, it looks like, the PSS squad. That's going to be Stomp's team. Actually took the 3-0 in their matchup, and so that's going to be a round 2 match for them. Team Razor are waiting on in round 2 as well. A few teams did end up getting buys just because of how seeding worked and how the bracket ended up working out. So Team Razor is just waiting for that. But let's go ahead and talk about that a bit. Again, it was a lot of 3v3 fighting for the Roos. I mean, we're seeing why priority for the Roos can be incredibly strong. But what happens when you guys kind of end up there with like maybe a half second to split, Tom?
And TSS just made a couple minor mistakes, mainly when they had the 3 versus 2. Anytime you get a 3 versus 2 situation, you need to kind of reset and take your moment. As we take a look at the high performance moment of the match, actually. And this was a super crucial fight. This is where it ended up being, I believe it was Blur versus Crummy in this type of situation. And I think this was a straight up 1 versus 1. This could have been for the win as well. So a great job from Crummy staying alive, giving his team an opportunity to win, I think 3 rounds in a row right there. So they go down from being 2-1 to winning 4-2. So that's really exciting for Team Rockstar because TSS is a super strong team. And we're talking about that being kind of a tough bracket for them. That's going to end up working in their favor. Now that they won this round, they're going to get a little bit warmed up and they're going to feel good going into this next round too.
Yeah, they're in the same bracket with Team Intel as well. So if they make it to round 3, it'll be either Team Intel or Stick Drift OP. That's Flinzar's squad that they'll be facing off against in round 3. But they first have to get through PSS, not TSS, for the next round. But yeah, I believe we're waiting on the next few matches, and we still have a lot to go through. We had 32 teams, or I guess that would make it 23 teams that are joining our 9 partnered squads for our matches today. We were going to run regular Battle Royale, but there were, of course, issues with the custom servers. I mean, you guys saw last week when we tried to have our first week of Series E, there were issues abound, but those seem to be fixed. It looks like we will have a return to Battle Royale tomorrow for Pro Night, so that's going to be very exciting to watch when we get there.
Not holding my breath, Jamerson. I know how these servers work, okay? You come out with one update, we fix one thing, another thing breaks, okay? We all know how it is. Fortunately, we do have arenas working, and arenas are freaking exciting, and this map is a lot of fun to play. Love to see Team Cheetah immediately get on over towards that utility, getting those batteries, getting that extra gold as well, and this is where things start to slow down. You can see, again, the head glitches. One player is going to watch the right-hand side, one player is going to sit in the middle and kind of help on either side, and then one player is going to watch the left, and this is your standard setup. It looks like the enemy team is posturing, though. Great shots. Ooh. Oh, 60, 50. Golden looking really strong with that wingman.
Yeah, here on Phase Runner, you don't get the same kind of pushes coming out from squads with the Pathfinders, right? Because the big thing you fight over is going to be the med bin. That's on the other side of this corner. It was already taken here, but you don't have the same kind of priority for like a roof access or things like that. This is very even ground for the most part here on this part of Phase Runner. You can see now Cheez-It starting to back away from this one to set up the angle with Finicky here on the left-hand side to try and maybe fight over this drop that will be coming down shortly here. You can see that Phoenix getting handed off, and this is why Octane is so strong on this map. He's the one that usually is able to just stem up and get these bins for his squads.
Moss is like the best delivery person I've ever seen. I'm not sure if he used to be like a manager for UPS or something like that, but he's over there just delivering Phoenix kits, delivering batteries to his teammates, acting like a lifeline over there on Octane. But right now, Team Cheez-It is looking so powerful with the wingman. I mean, there's the bubble, there's the aggression coming through, great execution. You're waiting for someone to get aggressive and wait for someone to make a mistake. It is going to be Team Cheez-It flying through with the finish. I mean, that's textbook play right there. If you're the enemy team, if you're on Team Vortex, you're looking to possibly make a push on whatever side Golden is not. Because if you see a Gibraltar with a wingman, you got to go the other way.
Yeah, the important thing about fighting that part of Phase Runner is you're falling back angles, right? You have to be careful. There's a lot of coverage provided, but when you have Team Cheez-It setting up that split like they did, two coming in from the left-hand side, you need to know where you can run back safely. Otherwise, you're just going to get melted. But it was just Cheez-It. It was Golden who was landing incredible wingman shots all round long. This time around, though, it looks like the ring pulling over towards the Phase Runner, so everyone's going to be running for the portals here. Take a look at Mollis. He'll probably be running towards that drop to try and get those meds early for his squad. We'll see if the other team matches.
Surprised that the other team doesn't take the portal and kind of contest. That's my favorite fight, is when both teams take the portal and then you kind of get this little skirmish on over towards the side. But they're going to be playing zone on over towards the other side. Zone actually doesn't pull over towards them. I don't believe. I think it pulls back on over towards the portal side, which is why I was so surprised. But now they're going to have to make their way towards Team Cheez-It, where Team Cheez-It has all of these head glitches. And Finicky did the smart play in investing in an Arc Star. Arc Stars on this particular round are extremely valuable, and the positioning is extremely valuable right now for Team Cheez-It as well. Right now, if you're Vortex, Jamerson, what are you thinking? Bubble forward or wait for the zone to close? I mean, it's a difficult situation right here.
Well, their plan was to try to use these long-range weapons, right? Try to use the Sentinel, the G7 Scout, but again, we're seeing why people are defaulting back to the wingman. It's basically the same thing as a G7 Scout. As a Sentinel here, you can actually dish out a lot more damage because of the rate of fire as well. So even though they're trying to utilize their range now, they've got the back to this ring and they're scrambling from cover to cover here. Cheez-It are doing a great job of having a great crossfire set up to try and deny Vortex from being able to push in for free. Cheez-It once again setting the crossface. You can see Mollusk is already there. Mollusk is already there. Hits for the flesh. We'll be able to finish one off, and now they have the 3-2 lead, and they'll go ahead and bring this in close range up against this Vortex squad. It's a 3v1 now, Tom, and oh man, I understand the reasoning behind it, but the execution just was not there.
They're overthinking it right now on the Vortex side. Really, the best thing to do, take the portal, fight these guys, just charge right at them, honestly. You're going to have to make a play, because you don't want to go out like that where you're basically giving them just way too much, making it way too easy, giving up way too much real estate, picking the wrong weapons. If they would just go with, you know, a straight up brawl and get into your face combination, whatever those weapons would be of choice now that they have some economy going into this final round, what could be the final round, they have to bang it out. They have to just, you know, take the fight to Team Cheez-It and see what happens, because getting picked apart one by one or forcing yourself to try to out teamwork a team like Team Cheez-It really just isn't going to work.
All right, here comes that zip out from Team Cheez-It. They will have priority over this bin, but they do slow things down just a bit. But there it is. Mollusk going to go ahead and stim forward to try and pick that up early on. Actually goes for the over peak to try and punish the damage that they were able to get across. Almost gets cracked for his efforts, but he'll have an extra bat to work off of. 4 in total here. So Cheez-It now, being able to get the early med lead, can just slowly grind away at this team for the 3-0 finish.
Exactly, and they won this round previously in a similar fashion, just waiting for their opportunity, trying to take any type of positional advantages that they can, or even wait for mistakes that happen, just like Vortex made in the previous games, kind of overextending over towards Golden's side. And again, Golden locking down this right-hand side. If that's the case, you got to be careful. Golden actually realizes they have an advantage over towards this side. 2 players on the left, so they're going to make their way over towards the right. Some good damage coming down over towards the Octane, and now the heal's going to have to come through. Only Cell's going to have the passive healing, though, as well for the health regen. Bubble is going to dissipate, and there's the shots coming in from Finicky. He's cracking with the wingman, and he's going to land those shots. Vortex is all but done for at this point, and again, just not taking the fight to Team Cheez-It. Team Cheez-It, when you're an experienced team, that's what you're going to do. You're going to communicate, wait for the positional errors. Vortex made a couple of them, and they also made some purchasing errors as well. Team Cheez-It going to make that one look easy as they move into round 2.
Yeah, I don't think you can just play passive and play off of picks, right? A lot of times in these arenas, some teams want to try and play off of picks, but that's not how it goes here. You saw how Cheez-It were just able to outposition Finicky, swinging. Once he saw that the Gibraltar Dome was down, he just swings right past and sets up the flank behind them, and they are just completely triangulated and finished off there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance from that 3-0 coming out from Team Cheez-It. This was, I believe, the second round where Vortex tried to play this at range, but Team Cheez-It, again, it was all positioning for them.
I'm gonna say that word because I've never said it before. Triangulated. I'm adding that one to my vocabulary, Jamerson. I like that word. And they really were putting it to him in all different type of angles. I'm super impressed with Team Cheez-It's patience as well. I mean, they knew that they were kind of out skilling and outmatching their opponent after round 2. They were already up 2-0, but they still had respect for that team going into round 3. And I think that's something that's really impressive from Team Cheez-It, because with only 3 rounds, and obviously that win by 2 format, if it goes down to extra innings, you have to be disciplined in arenas. And that's exactly what Team Cheez-It did. So I'm glad to see that they did that. Once they had their advantage, then they started to push it. You saw the bubble go down over towards the right-hand side, and they went forward. But all of our partner teams holding up in round number 1 so far, Jamerson.
Yeah, so everyone has moved on to round number 2, I believe, from all of our partner squads. Actually, we were still waiting on Team Applejacks to see if they'll move on for their match. And so we're going to go ahead and take a short break. And when we get back, we might have round number 2 of our Arenas tournament right after this.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
What's going on, folks? Welcome back into Studio Red here in Esports Arena HQ. Yay, so back here and a couple of matches under our belt here once again, and getting to see Rockstar and then Team Cheez-It take some wins. I want to start back with that Team Rockstar matchup, and we'll pull up our player of the game for that match here in just a moment. There it is, Kim Chi Lee right there, grabbing player of the game, 5 kills and 3 assists and over 1,500 damage. He had a great game, and that was a scary matchup for Team Rockstar. We saw them going down early. They were down 2-1, and we go back to that high performance moment that we saw after that matchup, and it was that 1v1 clutch in that 4th round that saved the map for them. We saw that easy win stolen away from TSS. It looked like they were just going to roll over Team Rockstar, but the 1v1 clutch keeps Rockstar alive, and they push through for the 4-2 win. So they're able to get 3 rounds in a row there, and largely off of some great play from Kim Chi Lee. One of the interesting things I'm starting to notice is we have a pretty set eco meta, right? Those early rounds, and if you are in a quote-unquote kind of save round, eco round, we're seeing very popular Mozambique, Wingman. That is the go-to buy for a lot of these players. It gives you that range, great damage, and then when you get up close, you just whip out that Mozambique and you have a shot to try and get a kill there. So I think that's really interesting. Obviously, then players can lean more towards kind of their preference. A lot of R99s in those mid rounds, more of the R301s in the later rounds. But now we can look towards that Cheez-It matchup as our player of the game for that one. It was Mollis. 4 kills, 1 assist, a strong 3-0 win there and getting over 1,100 damage. So that's a big carry performance there from Mollis. So real well done there. And one of the interesting things is we finally moved away from Gardens in that one. We went over to Phase Runner, and we were talking about it in production. It's really one of the slowest maps. We saw it playing out in those rounds, right? That was a longer 3-0 win because of just the space and how the rotations work early on that map. So it played out a lot slower, but Cheez-It still looking really strong on that one. And so far on stream, Partnered Squads 4-0 today. It started with Team Pop-Tarts and Team Rice Krispies Treats. Now Team Rockstar and Team Cheez-It moving on the day. Remember, we started with 32 teams, and this is a single elimination bracket. There's cash on the line and bragging rights in this big arena tournament, the first one that we're hosting here. And it's been a fun run so far. We're going to keep it rolling. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, Series E Arenas continues.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E, as I think we are almost ready for round number 2. I think there's one more match taking place right now, and then that'll be our final round number 2. That's going to be Team Applejacks versus Asuras. That's going to be Vatro's team up against Blueberry Smalls and them, and they'll be facing off against BNO in round number 2, but we are starting to see a little bit more of the maps in play. Now, we do have Overflow available, but I think a lot of teams, not as familiar with it, are just going to go ahead and ban that one out to see how the meta evolves there. But so far, it's been 2 staples that we've been seeing, right? Octanes and Pathfinders. And why is that, Tom?
It's all about the movement. It's all about the high ground. It's all about that opening strategy and getting to your spot and forcing teams off of that spot, especially with the zone when it really starts to get down to closing time. And when we start getting into these final rounds, I think that we're going to have a little bit of a mix of both. We're going to have some really explosive games, and then we're going to have some games kind of like we saw with Team Cheez-It, where things are a little bit more planned out, a little bit more methodical and thought out as teams try to take their advantages when they can get it. So a lot of teams are going to kind of get a feel for each other's play styles, and that's what I look forward to when we saw that 4-2 against TSS and Team Rockstar. You saw kind of meta strategies happening inside of the game, but there's a lot of different conversations to have. I think probably the most interesting thing is definitely the compositions, though, because it's definitely a must for having Octane, definitely a must for having Pathfinder. The big question is, who is that third? Is it going to be Lifeline? Is it going to be somebody else? We do have a lot of Gibraltars being played, but one thing's for sure, Bloodhound is banned. If you are just joining us, it's part of the rules. Get him out of here.
All right, so we are going to have our first round 2 match. It's going to be Team Razor taking on Clone Force 32. That's going to be Trinal's squad, so that should be very fun to watch. Again, this is still best of 1s. We will not do best of 3s until we hit the semifinals and the grand finals. So it's all about one map and then you're done. If you lose, you are out. This is single elimination. We have $500 on the line, $350 going to first place, $150 going to second place here. And so you don't want to drop the ball here. And then we will return to our normal schedule. By the way, we should be returning to the Battle Royales tomorrow night for Pro Night, where our 9 partnered squads will be facing off against the 11 of the best North American teams here in Apex Legends Battle Royale. But it looks like we do have the game all set up and ready to go. Team Razor taking on Clone Force 32. Here's Baby Thule, Mr. Hakulo, and Zero Tricky.
Whoa, L-Star.
Oh.
Did he purchase it by accident?
I think he might have. Maybe someone didn't tell him.
Hakulo's going to have to die on purpose. Someone should probably tell them to give this round up and then forfeit this round. I'm pretty sure it's in the rules that they actually have to forfeit that round. Wait.
Yeah, I think someone's talking to him right now. We do have the mulligan rule, so maybe they can take the mulligan here on this one. We'll find out.
Yeah, I think they could possibly take a mulligan. Either way, L-Star is banned. So we're gonna get that cleared up for him, and then we'll reset here any second. But apparently we see what type of player you are, huh? Dirty L-Star user.
Starting off the season like that. Yeah, so Team Razor are taking their mulligan on that one, unfortunately. So the mulligan, you're allowed to take the mulligan before the second round if something happens. Maybe you have like a weird disconnect. So as long as you do it within the first round, that's your mulligan. There you go. Usually it would be the DQ if you used a banned legend or the banned L-Star. But, because of the mulligan, they're not going to take the DQ there. So Team Razor, all right, someone's got to make sure that, you guys don't buy that up. But the L-Star is incredibly strong here in arenas. Just for the simple fact that like a lot of these fights, right? If you wait long enough, it'll be close range enough where the L-Star can absolutely melt a team. The fact that you don't have to reload on it because of the overheat mechanic. If you swap off to your shotgun, you pull it out later, the overheat is gone, and you can just go ahead and continue firing without having the downtime on the reload.
Now we're back on board with the champions team pop charts as we look at the replays. But one of the things that I'm a little curious is when Hakulo is going to start using the wingman like a real OG. I mean, L-Star Hakulo, come on, man. Come on. We know you're better than that. You're lucky you get a mulligan. No, I'm just kidding. The L-Star, again, is really, really strong. It's really just depends on what you're going to use. But one thing's for sure is I really think the value is in the wingman. I really do. And I think that's why you're seeing, especially with the band, a lot of these players going with that. Once you get into round 2 and you get into round 3, then things start to change. But something about the Mozambique too, whether it's just the fact that it doesn't cost anything or the fact that it hits harder in arenas, it's fun. And one of the things that's great about arenas is this is a great way for you to just practice your skirmishing, or it's a great way to kind of warm up just in general. If you want to, get better at it, if you want to get better with a certain weapon, you can continue to purchase it. If you want to get better with a certain legend, you can immediately get right into that game and just constantly get into fight after fight. So I think this is a great opportunity for these players to just kind of improve on their already great 3v3 fighting, and it's going to be great to see how all of this arena training kind of goes on over to the BR mode.
Yeah, I think for the Mozambique, particularly here in the arenas, is that, again, it's just like the L-Star. A lot of these fights are going to take place extremely, extremely close. You don't have to invest into it, but like it does a lot of damage up close. And then the choking effect, when you ADS on it, the ranges you're fighting, and you're going to be able to get a full connect as long as you're not completely whiffing, right? They did balance it out. They did give it some buffs. They made the choke much better. And so it does bring with it a lot of value, but we've also seen why the EVA 8 is by and far the best shotgun right now in Apex Legends. It doesn't cost too much to upgrade it to the white or the blue bolts, and once you have the blue bolt, it is incredibly fast. We're going to go ahead and join a different matchup. It's going to be actually Team Pringles taking on Team Cryptic, as we're having some difficulty setting up the lobby for Team Razor versus Clone Force. So Team Pringles versus Team Cryptic. We didn't see Pringles earlier on because they did get a bye into round number 2. And so this is the first time we're going to be seeing them today in Arena.
Getting that bye based on their seed, most likely from the previous season. Team Pringles finishing the spot off in number 1 in season 2 and looking like a very strong team. So whoever's going against them is going to have their work made out for them. But they've obviously won a round, so they know what they're doing as they move into round number 2. So I'm curious to see how they play this one. But I also want to see the compositions. I think that's the key thing here, is to see how these players elect to play. I mean, there's so many different things that could be into your strategy layers here based on the picks and bans options that we have. You could make your way on over to, say, a map like Artillery and go something crazy like Rampart, because that is so annoying in those type of instances where you're trying to, you know, push and get over towards the high ground or push and get over towards the side based on the round that you have. Even Rampart on this map here could be kind of annoying because you don't have many areas to head glitch. It's that fight for the speakers right here is the big thing. So actually Digithreat Mozambique, interesting strategy coming out from Fury, and they are going to be rocking an octaneless composition. So they're going with the double bombardments here. They're going to go with Bangalore, Gibraltar, Pathfinder.
Only got one more smoke left to really try to utilize that, but you can see the purple bolts on that Mozambique. Fire so fast they get within range. Now Ferocity has already used one of his bats, but you can see on the other side, one is dropped down low. Bubble here as they try to get aggressive onto them now. They got the double time popping here as they've already lost out on one. Enough damage come out from Fury here. He has to drop down with that P2020. He does get one back, bringing this down to a 2v2, but they have the HP advantage. Climbing up onto the rooftop. He's going to fall, bringing this one down to a 1v2. Phony. Does he have enough in the bank here? Doesn't look like he has any heals either, so he's just going to go for the mad climb up. Get the crack with the wingman. Tries to avoid the drop down here, but it's still a 1v2.
Great plays from really everybody in that game, but I'm impressed with the discipline from Team Cryptic, staying up over towards the high ground, waiting for the information from the down player. They put pings on where they are, and then they're going to come through with the collapse. But the interesting thing to me was the purchase. I mean, no wingman, going with the upgraded Mozam Bangalore smokeout combo. That thing was hitting for 43 mid-range. I was not expecting that. But either way, Team Pringles doesn't take that one. Team Cryptic off to a great start.
Yeah, I still would have favored the wingman because the headshot, you'll get maybe like 7-8 more damage. You have to hit all three bolts from the Mozambique to get full damage, which I believe is 69 on it. But here they go. They're gonna go ahead and push up. We didn't have any early any utility being used to take the rooftops here of the ship, but it's going to be the same thing where it's just going to be a lot of poking. We do have a longbow out for Ferocity, which if he hits a headshot with this one, it can definitely open things up for Zed and Cheers to just zoom on in to try and finish them off. Cheers doing a good job of controlling the bin and taking those taking that loot early on, but noticing that they were split up. You saw the push coming out from Team Pringles to try and get up, but Cryptic were able to back away safely.
Off angle being taken from Ferocity. If they're all on the roof directly above where Cheers is, they're kind of done for. And again, this is why I love no Bloodhound, because you can make plays like this. You can have the element of surprise, and this is how it should be played in the arena mode. Look at that. The Gibraltar goes and takes a ton of damage. That's going to be the bubble battery coming through. They're going to bait outside the bubble, and the battery does actually get hit. But initial damage on the Pathfinder was just too much. There's the flank coming through from everybody. And now we get reset with a 1-1 tie over here. That's exactly what you want to see from Team Pringles. But a scary moment right there from the Gibraltar. I mean, he got kind of outed outside the high ground, which you're going to need more help if the enemy team is going to push over towards the middle of the map. You should have some sort of eyes on that. That's a little bit weird from Team Cryptic. And then once they got the high ground, he was so separated from his team, he just tried to yeet it over towards the bottom floor and took like 120 damage. That's when Team Pringles started to pounce on the situation. Surprising that he even got that battery off, but Team Pringles now gaining a little bit of confidence after that round.
Yeah, two important things to note in that last round. You know, Team Pringles notices that first, the team separated, and second, the Gibraltar is running the Sentinel, right? Or the longbow. And so he doesn't have the same close range fighting options. He can't just swap off into two nice short range, medium range weapons here. We have the first nade going out. Phony does dodge out on that one, does get tagged though. And it's going to be on the other side, Team Cryptic once again gaining control over the early meds for themselves. So if they can try and play this one a little bit longer, try and bleed out the meds from Team Pringles, it can work out for them. We'll see. Team Pringles did a great job in round number 2 of really being able to isolate out a player. We'll see if they can do it again, but this time around, Cheers will be able to back off on his own.
It's not a defensive environment. That's just Team Pringles throwing in a bunch of grenades. They're going to send it in with the grapple. Had to end that grapple a little bit early because they realized they're going to do a little bit too much damage. Fury not able to connect with all of the shots. It does hit for 145 purple. There's A knock right there onto Zed. They're inside the bubble. The counter bubble comes through. It looks like a huge advantage to Team Pringles in this 3 versus 1. They're going to be able to finish this fight off. Nice aggressive play towards the top. And right now, if you're Cryptic, you got to be aware Team Pringles has won both of the rounds in a very similar fashion. Grenades over towards the top-hand side, taking the enemy top-hand side, and then filtering everybody out down towards the low ground. Right now, Cryptic needs all hands on deck over towards that topside roof.
Yeah, and I've seen in the past the teams that do try to push for those bins getting punished like that once again. We'll see if Team Cryptic try to put that renewed focus once again onto the bins, or if they just remain as a full 3 to fight up against Team Pringles. Team Pringles have been great on these timings, knowing when they can push, when they've got the isolated team members, when they can take a 3v2 or a 3v1. This time around, no movement to try to get here earlier on. They're just going to go ahead and hoof it. They're the first one up top. A little bit of a scramble as they were trying to get onto the roof. But hey, they're still going for the bins. And we'll see if Piers gets isolated out once again or if he just swings back to his squad. It looks like he's still over by the bins.
Defensive bombardment in hand. They could potentially throw this in between where the player on the right-hand side at the bins is and the players that are on side of the ship. And then they take the 2 versus 3 over towards the side. So there's big 83 from Presley. I'm surprised he doesn't grapple in, and he does. He's going to full send this one before the other player can even heal. Unfortunately, not able to get all of the flesh damage, and now he's been soloed out over towards the side. There's a defensive bombardment. I can expect them to kind of bubble forward here if that's going to be the case. Phony most likely going to use that anytime now. They get over towards the roof. There goes Arc Star coming in from Fury. Now they have all of the players trapped inside, and this is very similar to how they won the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's all about setting up the angles here and dropping down in coordinated fashion. The meds have been handed off as the heals do come out. The bubble ends, and so that's going to force Cheers to throw down that Arc Star first as he tries to commit to this medkit, and he will get full healed up. So it's going to be a full fight between these squads. You can see the doors being covered right now. Cryptic holding on to that Arc Star, waiting to try and catch them out with it. But here's Fury from behind. It's the 3v2 push out, but Cryptic are the one that lose out in this fight so far. Phony somehow surviving here. Big crack with that, but it looks like Team Pringles looking to close this out. They're super low on HP, but in this 3v1, they should be able to finish it off. Team Pringles, they had a moment of worry in the first round, but then they go ahead and sweep it right afterwards.
Just a little bit of jitters, had to get a feel for how the team was going to play and then develop a strategy and how they were going to counter that. That's exactly what they did. They wanted to get the high ground. They filtered everybody down towards that low ground, and every single round win had the same formula. So Team Pringles found something that worked, and they continue to utilize that. Great job kind of bouncing back, like you were saying, Jamerson. Scary round 1, but Team Cryptic, a solid team. I expect to see them back in Series E.
Yeah, I think, they had the right idea there, pushing out into that 3v2, into the bubble. It was just the absolute fragging power coming out from Team Pringles. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment from that match. It was a 3-1 in favor of Team Pringles, who were able to take 3 rounds in a row for the win there. And it was just all about sticking together as a team. And like you said, Tom, that game plan, just wait it out, drop down, and win out the team fight.
And also just smart purchases. I mean, unorthodox purchases starting in round number 1. Maybe that's why they ended up losing that one. But I love the play when you're talking about the player that goes over towards the bins. That's who they were deciding that they wanted to punish, and they continue to do so as we take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment. And I love the defensive bombardment purchase there to go and use that one, to utilize that so they know that the roof is going to be cleared, and they go and they drop down over towards the bottom hand side. So a great display of teamwork and individual skill coming in from Team Pringles.
Yeah, this is that moment once again. Cryptic tried to go off for that 3v2 push, but they got punished off the bubble. It was just great timing, and you saw, I believe, was it Fury who was coming in for the flank that whole time? Yeah, and so just did not quite work out for them. So Team Pringles will be the first round 3 entry there, and as they move on, they'll be facing off against the winner of Team Pop-Tarts versus Team Rice Krispies. So that's going to be an interesting matchup to watch, as it looks like this top of the half is this top of the bracket is the bracket of death run for a lot of these squads. I mean, round 3 isn't even semifinals. We have one more round 3, and then we hit the semifinals.
Yeah, the top half of the bracket is extremely stacked. We do have Team Razor getting ready for their matchup as well. They're going up against Clone Force 32, so we'll hop on board with them here very shortly. But Team Razor was our #1 team in Season 1. Didn't really struggle in Season 2, but didn't have the performance that they had as such a dominating performance, really. It would have been hard to kind of live up to that hype just in general because of how well they actually played. But they have been kind of coming back to full form with this new team here, with the new roster. Obviously, we've seen a handful of different players come through. Mercy, we also had Muffins coming through, and now Baby Thule coming in and filling in and doing fairly well. Also playing Lifeline, which I love to see in these type of situations, just in case one of your players get knocked and you do have two very skilled teammates that you want to try to get back into this game. But we all know high ground here is extremely crucial, and Team Razor is going to take that, and Clone Force is going to be forced to play on the bottom.
Yeah, once we get into the ranges where the gold backpack can come into play, really, in terms of economy, that Mercy can be incredibly strong right now. The Clone Force 32 forced down onto the low.
And
That's going to be a free pickup. Did I say Mercy?
You sure did, because I said Mercy only a little bit earlier, and then you said Mercy just now.
This is 4 years of Overwatch, all right, man. It happens, okay?
The first Overwatch tournament ever for Esports Arena 2. I think we only got top 9 on the top 10 list, though. I think that thing was rigged.
It was extremely hype. We had so many awesome sponsors for that one. It was like a 3-day, I forget if it was a 3-day thing. It was so much fun. Hopefully we can get some Apex Legends lands going on as well. But there's a first round closing, and it looks like things are going to continue to stay slow as Clone Force 32 are still in down here, but they need to start making play for the roofs. And here comes the bubble out, and they will be able to try to push one member, but it looks like Razor are doing a good job of trying swapping out. Oh no, Baby Thule is the first one to go down. They almost traded in a 3v1. That was scary.
I think that Team Razor dropped, and as soon as that happened, Clone Force went up top, or something crazy happened. I mean, we have the split screen. Something happened. I wasn't able to watch both at the same time, but Thule was in great position. All 3 players were in the area, and the shots were looking good. If Razor was there, they would have took that one down, but Clone Force with a huge advantage right now. It's all up to Hakulo. Hakulo doesn't need the L-Star. Shots are looking so strong already. Knowles needs to get in there, but Hakulo is possibly winning this 3v1.
They've got the res, though, and there's only one way for him to get up. It's going to be that right there. Maybe he can go around to the top and then swing around, but I don't know. The res will come out, so it's back down to a 3v1 now. And, yeah, he is stuck here on the low. Maybe he can get the res onto Zero Tricky. He's only got 12 seconds left. He's got to go for it now. But it looks like it's just a matter of time. Hakulo is just going to bleed out here. The ring does so much damage as well. He's passively healing, but yeah, it's going to be Clone Force 2 to take another round.
And they were fully prepared for that flank outside of the zone. I would love to see him try to maybe bait the res right there, but man, that was a scary moment for Team Clone Force. Honestly, they were looking like they're going to give that one to Hakulo, and Hakulo was fighting for his team's life right there. But surprisingly, Clone Force with the edge right now over Team Razor, and you do have a zipline purchase coming in from Trinal. This could be their moment.
Will this be a 3-0 for Clone Force 32? Team Razor are now going to have to run this one back. Remember, it's single elimination. This map is the only one that counts, and then you will worry about later rounds. Here's trying to swing on in, and so they'll just go ahead and use that for now. Surprising that he actually buys the zip line, but they don't use it here. But they do have priority once again. It might be just a split coming out as Clone Force 32. Ooh, Trial takes a lot of damage, does have to back away. And here comes Team Razor now slowly getting roof control.
There's a lot of initial damage right there on the Trinal. Razor is trying to posture their way over towards the side. They do get an idea of where Decoys is, and actually looks like we do have a score update. That was round number 1, so it's just 1-0 right now. As Team Razor does have Wingman Mozam right in the hands of Big Thule. Thule did so much damage in that previous round, so did Hakulo. Zeratricky kind of went down for free. Oh no, that's a little bit of miscommunication, but still it works out. Amazing shots coming through from Trinal. Also going to back down in that type of situation. That's a smart play. A grenade right there would be absolutely huge. Bubble comes out from Zeratricky. There's the Lifeline drone and the res. Talked about the value there. No gold backpack quite yet, but that's what's so crucial about Lifeline. You can go and put that down and then take an angle to go and cover as they get right back into this one. Opportunity missed for Clone Force after that great play from Trial. There's the bubble though. This is where the fight starts to.
Ooh, Razor losing out one. Tridal now will go down, but it's going to be better exchange for Clone Force 32. Team Razor up against it. Oh boy, can they fight back into this one? Trinal has been doing an amazing job so far. His positioning on that Pathfinder has been so good for his squad. Right now, Team Razor need to find some way to beat them on priority for these positions. You can see the zip line. The ability usages do carry over. If you buy an ability, it does carry over to the next round. Not the weapons, though. And so he does hold on to that zip line, and it looks like they are pinging for that early access.
Yeah, Clone Force 32, looking like Clone Force 99 out here. I'm not really... Razor is going to have to join the dark side. They're going to have to call in, Anakin, buy a lightsaber. I'm not sure if they have enough, econ to buy the lightsaber, but someone's going to have to drop these clones. These clones are looking deadly right now. And they're taking positioning away from Team Razor. That's what's been so impressive. There's the grenades coming in, though, to back them off of that said positioning, and now they are going to try to take this roof. That's what Team Razor's been needing to do this entire time. They are not rocking the Pathfinder, and right now Trinal is being so annoying, grappling, maneuvering, getting on over towards these roofs.
Yeah, it's just been Order 66 so far. Will Clone Force be able to get the 3-0 sweep up against them? They've got the roof controlled, the off angle being set up by Einol's here on the low ground to try and trade with that arm shield. Forcing out a lot of heals, but Team Razor are slowly creeping up, and you can see they have to be careful as they try to push up. You can see Hakulo trying to take advantage of that moment, and that's great damage coming across from Einol's here, forcing them all back, forcing the bats and the meds earlier on. Decoys, he'll be able to slowly heal up passively, but he does have some syringes to use as well. Forcing out bubbles now, a lot of our utility gone, but we still have some nades on the side of Clone Force 32 here when they look for their entry. Oh, nice zip onto the top there, getting 2 kills, and Team Razor keep this game alive in this 2v1 now. They just have to finish off Einol's here. He is sitting at about 95 HP as he goes to the roof and almost gets the 1 clip, but he has to drop down low, now down to 1 HP. They don't punish him.
Shocked that they're actually letting him heal right here, giving him an opportunity. There's the flank coming through. It actually falls. Hakulo needs to get right back into this one. There's the knock. Actually, Knowles has a ton of health still, but does get dropped. The even 8, making it look easy right there for Team Razor. There it is. Maybe got a Kyber crystal in the back pocket over there. Try to drop these clones. I'm pretty impressed with the way that Razor was able to fight that one through. I mean, we've seen a little bit of mistakes here and there, but overall, this is 2 very skilled teams, and I'd be disappointed to see it end right here. I want to see Razor win this round and push this one into extra rounds.
Yeah, Team Razor now 1-2 up against Clone Force 32. And again, we'll see if maybe Hakulo bought the jump pad for his team this round, as they are starting to make their way on over to the left side of the map here. And there it is. The jump pad is out. And we know this jump is a little bit short. Does not give you complete roof access, but Zeratricky will be able to get up top. Oh boy, Hakulo has been cracked here, but he'll be able to back away. Zeratricky on the roof does have someone peeking from the stairs, so he has to be careful how he holds this angle, but the arm shield allows him to really utilize this head glitch angle for now as he tries to flesh that member out who's isolated by the fences. But it looks like both teams are just going to go ahead and stabilize here. We're going to go back down to a slower play style.
Again, I can't, talk about enough how much I love not having Bloodhound in the game, because it makes these fights just so much better. You can actually move around and outsmart your opponents without giving away your position with a free wall hack. And this Trinal takes a lot of damage. Here's the fight. And Hakulo gets the initial knock right down on Knowles. Trinal's going to drop as well. Team Razor with the clean squad wipe, now tied up 2-2.
Again, they recognize that they have the man advantage, and they try to isolate out of fights into a 3v2 using that aggressive bubble and forcing them out of position. And from there, Team Razor were able to just slowly pick them apart in that fight. We are tied up 2-2, so we will have some extra rounds here. or that win by 2 is going to be super important now. We saw in the last round it was Hakulo who did pick up that jump pad. We'll see if he gets another one for his squad for this one. It's going to be the uphill fight. As you can see, the pings are going down. They want that roof access, and they want it early.
Will they be able to get a good bounce pad here, though? Hakulo doesn't look like he purchased one, but pings are going to be going down, and there's the zip and the grapples up. All 3 players right now are on the roof. Let's see if the Kobe connects. There's a grenade. It doesn't hit. Now the positioning has been shown for where they are trying to approach. Little toesy shot right there from Hakulo. Watch your feet. Watch your ankles.
Yeah, making his shoes look like Crocs at this point.
Yeah, that would not be good. It's like wearing Crocs to a battlefield over here. Not a good idea.
All right, roof control still being held by Clone Force 32. As you can see, a lot of the utility has been used by Razor. A lot of their nades. I believe there might be one more frag grenade. Yeah, one more frag grenade for Hakulo. He hasn't been able to connect with the Kobe quite yet. But if he can get this angle right, it can be incredibly strong, knocking them off or just doing a lot of damage. Here we go. It's going to send up one more burst nade. See if it connects, and he climbs up at the same time, and that's a big one! He's fishing with dynamite, forcing them all back, gets the knock onto decoys, and they are on the verge of taking the 3-2 lead.
That's what we were waiting for. We talked about this a couple of games ago. Someone is going to throw a disgusting nade. It finally happened. That grenade, oh my gosh, how much damage did that do, Jamerson? I saw 195, so it's definitely somewhere around 200, but did it hit a third player? Was that a 300 damage grenade? It could have been.
It was absolutely insane. This final one, you know, just getting right in between all 3 of them, landing right on their feet. That was huge for Hakulo. It looks like Razor just needed some time to wake up, and now here they are sitting on map point to send them into round number 3. And this time around, Hakulo does have the jump pad, and they're going to go for that right side roof control.
This round's over. After you hit a grenade like that, after your teammates get pumped up, the enemy team's wondering what happened. They're a little discombobulated. Hakulo is hitting for everything right now. 45-71. Zeratricky's going to full send. And Team Razor, after dropping the first 2 rounds, possibly winning 4 in a row right here. Again, you could see just the way that they're moving right now. Like you said, shooting fish in a barrel, dynamite, using it. What do you say? They're fishing with dynamite. Well, these guys are just trapped down here like little minnows right now. And Team Razor is the sharks, just waiting to pick them apart. They're basically just waiting again for one player to kind of get a little bit overextended, and once that happens, Zeratricky gonna bubble, everyone gonna full send.
Yeah, it's the Fish Mafia here, but Thule is actually isolated out here on his own, but this is what we were talking about, banning out the Bloodhound. So it makes it very difficult for teams to suss out when there's like a positional disadvantage or when someone's isolated right now, but it's just Team Razor setting up the crossfire, making sure that every angle is set up. Thule's taking a lot of damage. Here comes the first nade, the only nade for Hakulo in this one. And now Thule needs to heal up. Igon has been taken from Clone Force.
I like that play from Clone Force. I mean, that's just kind of what they were waiting for the entire time, and now they're just going to switch positioning with Team Razor. And that's just so annoying because you're trying to get aggressive, you're trying to make the play, and then all of a sudden they just dip out, and now you're stuck down low. So this is a really interesting strategy from Clone Force. It's working to their advantage right now because of the failure of getting the high ground. So a little note for, you know, players trying to take some strategy lessons over here. That's how you do it. If you don't have to fight that going uphill, it's bad. Going uphill is, you know, just such a bad situation to be in. You want to avoid it at all costs, and Clone Force did that.
Yeah, Clone Force now with that reposition. They have over this ring. They have the high ground angles as the ring will start pulling away from that side. And currently Team Razor are just stuck here on the low. Unfortunately, they weren't even able to pick up the drop when that reposition happened. And so now they're just watching from afar as they were eyeing it. We'll see if Zeratricky maybe has a bubble for them, try and make an exit here, but this ring will pull away. And so eventually they're going to be forced out of this spot, and it's just going to be free shots for Clone Force.
And no more Kobe's either, so can't just like go out there, toss one, and then bubble. No defensive bombardment either. Interesting situation. I can't wait to see how Team Razor wants to get out of this one. And maybe next time they won't get so aggressive on pushing down over towards the low. They'll wait for this opportunity, just like Clone Force was. But I'm surprised at the patience from Clone Force. Obviously, this is a very important round. If Team Razor wins this, the game is over and you get eliminated. So they wanted to make a really smart play. And there's the bubble coming from Team Razor. That's what Zeratricky was waiting for as this zone does start to close on both teams.
Now this bubble does last long. It just ends right here. But as they try to make their way on in, it's going to be 2 kills for Einolz. That's Hakulo in the 1v2, but he's not going to have enough in the tank there. Now we are tied 3-3. Huh?
You just get a nice little look at the lobby right there.
There we go.
It's not perfect here as Arena's just getting started, but we're in a really interesting situation now. I mean, Clone Force, if you're just joining us, won the first 2 rounds. Razor ends up winning 3 in a row. Clone Force answers right back, and now we're all tied up. And Clone Force has been, playing a very interesting game. That little maneuver right there to swap high ground with Team Razor was something that Team Razor was not expecting. And now we get into that situation where you're talking about, Jamerson, a lot of gold on the table, gold backpack possibly being purchased for Team Razor. We do have the zipline being purchased for Clone Force, but remember, Clone Force had the zipline used against them in one of the rounds that Team Razor ended up winning.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful entry onto the roof. They were able to use that zip tech and just go for the high jump there. Now, we do have Clone Force here on the high ground, but they don't have eyes on Team Razor. Neither do we. Might have just split the map or just taken the low, and they have actually taken the low here. So things are going to be a little slow, and this is typically what happens when we have this ring on Gardens, where you just have all of these levels on top of each other.
And let's see what Team Razor does. They're going to try to take a page out of the Clone Force book. And if that's the case, what is Clone Force going to do? Really, I think that Trinal is the player that can play down low because he can grapple up back up top at any given point. And you also have 2 grenades right here on decoys if he wants to go and use those. So he could be the one that ends up watching the zip line if need be, because you could just place a early grenade and stop them as you hear them coming up that zip line. Nice little shot right there from Baby Thule, getting a little 45 to try to see if they're going to heal up, and they will as they can make their way over towards the side and get towards the platform. I like this play from Team Razor. We weren't expecting them to make their play right now, but that's when they go and do it. They didn't want to get forced out by the zone. Bubble going to be used by Zeratricky. Decent amount of damage went on to Thule again, had to heal, but they are separated right here. Now they get all back together. Now everybody's stuck inside the building. They're going to have to push up the stairs. Looks like defensive bombardment was used as well, as the bubble is going to be going away very soon.
They got one crack out the decoys here, but the EVA 8 holding the stairwell for now. They get the first knock. Hakulo falling. See if Baby Thule hits him with that res. At least provide an extra shield for them, but they have to turn around. They do get the trade onto Einolz now, but Zeratricky's left by himself. So now it's a 1v2. Baby Thule with a nade out, throws down the dock as well, trading away for some flesh damage. Now gets the knock, bringing it down to a 1v1. Challenges up against the purple armor there. And it's all up to decoys to try and finish him off. Baby Thule sitting on 1 shot now, and he's going to have the audacity. Faking the res actually goes for the peak. Now Baby Thule will fall, and there it is. Round going the way of Clone Force 32.
What a round right there. I mean, coming down to the final 1v1, Baby Thule potentially with a battery, maybe been able to hit the drone healing, could have changed that fight big time, but you got to go back to the purchases. I mean, what are you doing with 8 cells, 6 cells? Buy a battery. And batteries are so much more useful in these little skirmishes that it makes me wonder why even spend money on cells unless that was really the last of the econ, because you had to spend it on the gold bag, which didn't even end up being used right there. So unfortunate situation for Thule to be in, but now Clone Force with a big advantage and possibly taking this round here would mean that they move on to round number 3, just a couple matches before they're in the finals.
Now we do have that roof as decoys try to challenge for it, but Zeratricky gets the first knock, and now he just challenges the roof. Baby Thule will take out Trinal, and we are tied up once again.
I believe it comes down to this final round right here. I don't know if it goes to a win by 2 situation. Maybe it does, but either way, that was such a fast. Yeah, this is the sudden death right here. Such a fast wipe right there. Clone Force 32 wondering what the heck happened in this situation. And there's the big purchase, though, coming in from Trinal. He's going to go fully upgraded wingman with the quick draw with the purple mag as well. See if he can put that to use.
Yeah, that quick draw can be extremely strong in the close range fights that we do have here, having the extra accuracy on the hip fire. So now with the red Evos as well, this is going to be the final round. We have the zip line being used by Clone Force 32, giving them instant roof access here. Team Razor just going to go ahead and hoof this one. We'll see if we get another huge nade out. Hakulo starting to get in on this one, but they do split up. They are not going to go down to one nade once again like they did earlier here. Team Razor have taken a lot of damage. Tricky needs to hit that bat. They try to slow things down on the Razor side for the heals. Clone Force, though, will just maintain control over the roof for now.
Got to calculate it. You need some lessons from Hakulo on how to throw these grenades. I don't see any connecting on the roof quite yet. As you were talking about, Clone Force has spread out and learned their lesson from the previous rounds over here. And we're talking about the little mini game, the meta game inside. These teams have played round after round now, and they have a good feel for how to approach this situation. Batteries being exchanged on the side of Clone Force 32. No defensive bombardment, obviously, for Zeratricky. That'd be huge for them right now, but instead, going to elect to continue to pop these cells. Again, a lot of cells being purchased from Team Razor. Stuck inside the building over here. Zone will start to close on them. They are still in, but once this next zone moves, that's when we know they have to move as well. And that's when all hell is going to break loose. What's the play here? They've ran out of grenades, Jamerson. It's going to be pretty difficult. Maybe it's another bubble play from Zeratrick if he has it, and he does. So looks like he's going to be the one that postures over towards the meds. They get the extra heals, which is going to be fairly useful. And now they're going to have to make their play. You can see them stacked directly above the enemy team. Makes things extremely awkward.
Yeah, Tooley's even dropped down to the super low here, so all three members of Team Razor currently isolated, but there we go. They reconnect here on the low ground. They're going to play off of this drop, actually. They want to try and hit that, maybe get a little bit more. But seeing how as most of their weapons are already level 2 and such, maybe they don't get really anything off of it, so it could be risky. They do at least bait out some nades here, so some utility being used. Bubble down from the other side as the ring closes in, but Zeratricky has a bubble of his own now. They're going to go ahead and fight for that one. They do isolate out the fights. It's going to be a 2-for-1 exchange, and Team Razor give us a moment of pause. Made it a little scary there, but ultimately, in the sudden death round, they will take it and move on to round number 3.
And it comes down to a bubble fight. You don't want to bang inside the bubble with Team Razor. That's exactly what they do, and you could see the experience from Zeratricky as the shot caller right there, as the experienced Gibraltar understands if we don't take this fight once their bubble goes down, if I don't counter bubble and we don't fly in and do what we're strong at, we're going to be filtered outside the zone, and a bunch of grenades are going to come over towards our door. They used 2 grenades right there on the opposite end. Unfortunately, those grenades just weren't good enough. They didn't stop Team Razor from pushing into that bubble, and Team Razor is going to take that round. But what a round. That was the most entertaining round we've had so far.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment as Team Razor here do get the win. They'll be facing off against Team Cheez-It in round number 3. But we're seeing rooftop access can be strong, but eventually,
it did
of
so
course,
much.
Oh, yeah,
so that
nade?
grenade did 300. That grenade almost did 400 damage, Jamerson.
That's insane. Oh, that is a value nade, and
Watch,
that's why
watch
it's so
their health.
important.
Watch their health. Here it comes. Here it comes. Well,
Basically,
watch
wow.
it. They're all full shields. They're all full shields. They all lose their purple shields, and then one player loses half of their health.
Oh my gosh. And as he's falling back, he hits that 45 too. So it was just big damage. That was beautiful, beautiful. It looked like they were split up, and then as the late nade landed, they all kind of just converged on it. They're like, hey, what's this? And they got blown up. But yeah, Team Razor will be moving on, taking off Team Cheez-It. But we're going to go ahead and take a short break. And when we get back, we'll have our round number 3 matches after this.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles! We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. And barbecue wavy and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip.
For flavored splash. It's very refreshing.
Cheez-It snapped.
How's it taste?
It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to Studio Red inside Esports Arena HQ. Yeso, your host, and another exciting round of games. Team Pringles with a strong victory, and then seeing Team Razor pushed to the brink, but they get the win. They move on to round number 3. I want to go back to that Pringles matchup, though. First, talk about our player of the game, and it was Phony. You can see him right down there below me on this beautiful brand new desk. 5 kills, 2 assists, 838 damage. So real clean game there from Team Pringles. Phony looking really strong in his performance, and they move on, and interestingly enough, they wait for the winner of our first double partner teamed matchup. We've got Team Pop-Tarts and Team Rice Krispies Treats coming up, I believe, next. And the winner of that will play against Team Pringles. So things are going to start to get really, really interesting as the day goes on. And as we talk about that, I do want to bring up our bracket here momentarily, just so we can kind of break down the state of the tournament as we sit right now. Obviously, Team Razor with a big win keeps them alive. They're going to have to be performing a lot stronger as the day goes on, but there you see it now full screen. Team Pringles with that big 3-1 win against Cryptic. They're waiting now in quarters. Pop-Tarts and Rice Krispies Treats right there, waiting to see who will move on to face off against Team Pringles. Also Team Intel, we may see them very soon. One thing to look at, Team Rockstar winning 3-1 against PSS. That was Stomp's former Team Pop-Tarts member, bringing a squad in today. They are done there in round number 2. So Team Rockstar, despite some early stumbles in their round 1 matchup, they move on. We'll keep things rolling in that big 5-4 Team Razor win against Clone Force 32. And now they'll match up against Team Cheez-It in the quarterfinals. So things starting to really shape up here as the bracket continues. We will obviously be going back to that as the show continues when we come to me. So definitely keep tabs on that. But I believe we're ready to go. Production's giving me the thumbs up. We've got another huge matchup ready for you guys. So let's head over to Jamerson and Tom.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E as we are awaiting our next match. It's still a round of 2 match, actually. It's going to be Pop-Tarts versus Rice Krispies, and the winner of that will be facing off against Team Pringles in round number 3. And so we still have, it looks like 3 more round number 2 matches to go. Another round number 3 match that I'm looking forward to. It's going to be Team Razor versus Team Cheez-It. That's laying waiting in the wings. So excited about that one right now, but it looks like the majority of our partnered squads have been able to move on, but this is where they start getting knocked out, especially with Pop-Tarts versus Rice Krispies here in round number 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of these teams is going to end up probably searching rank together after this one because that's just how the cookie's going to crumble. Maybe they're going to end up playing arenas, who knows? But it's going to be pretty fun to see because I've been waiting for our partnered teams to start matching up here, and I want to see some more surprising squads come out like we saw from Team Cryptic. I mean, coming against our number 1 seed over here, I think I'm looking at the bracket right now. That means that they were 16th seed on the Cryptic side. So they've had experience in Series E before, but going against the number 1 team and taking them to the brink is definitely not easy to do. So pretty enjoyable games coming out. And Team Razor as well, going up against Clone Force. Really impressed with how Clone Force was able to put together a really solid couple of rounds and catching Team Razor off guard in a handful of different things. A little swap over towards the bottom to the high ground, I think, was one of my favorite things, on top of the amazing grenade that we saw from Team Razor and Hakulo. But a lot of different strategies, not as a valuable lifeline picks as we saw. I mean, we saw a couple of good reses, but the fights are happening so fast, Jamerson, that as soon as that lifeline res happens, no one's even allowing that to go through.
Yeah, when it gets to that point, right, like it's just so close range that you can absolutely punish any kind of res at this point. Now we do have our next match set up, and it looks like we are ready to get in. Team Pop-Tarts versus Team Rice Krispies in round number 2. The winner will be facing off against Team Pringles, and here we are on Phase Runner. As it looks like this is going to move away from the portals here, and it's going to be Exile who actually gains control over the bin, so he'll have the extra meds for his squad in round number 1. This can be so strong.
That's my favorite thing to do. I love playing Pathfinder, but hitting the fat grapple to get towards these bins and then locking down the head bin glitch is great. But what you can do with Pathfinder is you're able to hold really... Ooh, big nade coming through. Well timed. Exile gonna have to back off and hit one of those batteries. Fortunately, did have a lot of batteries coming through since he did pick up that bin. But head glitching right here, getting aggressive is great. The shot's not gonna hit quite yet. There it is. First knock going in the favor of Team Pop-Tarts as Chris is now on the back foot. Looks like, I don't know if they spawned even with shields. What was going on?
Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure. I don't know if that was like observer error, like, you know, with the observer client or not, but that was surprising enough. But Team Pop-Tarts take that first round win, and Rice Krispie Treats, they're still running that Valkyrie, which I think she's falling more and more out of favor here. I can see why she could be strong, but just the horizontal movement of the other legends are just so much stronger. She just provides you more verticality, right? And this isn't one of those maps where verticality is actually that strong.
Right, and she's pretty vulnerable when she's flying in the air too. Really, the best thing would be her missile barrage, because you're going to be able to cut opponents off in these head glitching angles. And you know, early in these rounds, it's kind of expensive to buy grenades, so I'd like to see Valkyrie kind of put that to work as we immediately see the first missile barrage being used. Rice Krispies is low on healing, so the way that I expect this fight to kind of play out would be maybe 1 or 2 rounds of head peeking, which we've already seen, and then they're probably going to send this within the next 30-45 seconds if they start to take any type of substantial damage, especially.
Nemusona did secure the bin for them, so even though their economy was low, that's a huge equalizer in their favor at the very least. And so now Rice Krispie Treats will trade away some damage so far. A lot of nades have already been used by Rice Krispies though, and so maybe Team Pop-Tarts will throw in some nades of their own, and oh boy, they are able to secure this drop. The flatline with the purple. Well, that's a charge forward now. They got the initial damage. Nemusona looking for the flank here. He has already been sussed out though, as someone tried to cover here. They back away. The smoke has been used too. That double time speed coming out from Clinical now. The Pop-Tarts just back away off of this one, and oh my god, this flatline is dishing out so much damage. Nemusona got so much value for his team here. Ultimately, in the end, another crack out for him. The Mozambique coming out here, leaving it to a 2v1. And just like that, they're going to be able to tie this up, I believe. 1-1. Rice Krispie Treats were on the back foot, but we see why the objectives can be so strong.
For this portal side, they need to make sure that they are watching that bin area. That's just too free to go in advance. One, getting the bins for that easily is never really acceptable at this high level. But then to advance past the 50-yard line and then get onto your side for basically no damage being put down is very unorthodox for a team as skilled as Team Pop-Tarts. So I'd love to see them kind of make some adjustments here and make things a little bit more difficult for Team Rice Krispie Treats. I don't even think Rice Krispies was expecting it to be that easy. I mean, even the drop with the flat line was free.
Yeah, Nemusana really used it well. Having that purple mag on it gave him some extra firing time. Here comes the first nade out from Exile, but it doesn't seem to connect. Oh, actually does, but only for 19 there. So it's going to be both sides poking and prodding with these nades. It's another fight over the portal. We'll see if they learned their lesson this time around. Yeah, we do have one member of Pop-Tarts advancing on the right-hand side. He will get in bin control and get all these meds for free.
It's going to be Lion taking advantage of the open space right there, and 4 batteries is going to be huge for the amount of head glitching that's going to be happening. I would love to see him maybe bounce one each shot over towards his teammates. Missile barrage coming through, not going to connect, unfortunately. A lot of those are going to end up hitting the pipes that are hanging above the top of the area where these two teams are fighting platform to platform. You can see the advancing is a little bit more in the favor of Team Pop-Tarts right now. Fairly common for a player to push up where Exile is, and being on Pathfinder, you can always grapple back to your teammates if you needed more cover from Lion, as Z Davis is going to be playing the backside, making sure that he has the support if anyone does get knocked, if anyone needs healing. The drone is going to come through very quickly, but now an aggressive lifeline play flying through. Z Davis giving up a little bit of ground, and now Rice Krispies going to take advantage of that and start pushing up on the right side. Z Davis needed to be back over towards his teammates because now they're a little bit weak on the side, but Lion answers with the wingman, the big wingman shots. As Lyserjaro was a little bit too, I guess, I don't want to say cocky, but a little bit too confident that the teammates were going to be there, and Lion just drops him with the wingman.
Oh, and now they have the crossfire set up on either side. Just, there's no cover for them. They completely back away to the stairwell now. Good high ground angle, but just overshot that a little bit as he gets dropped down on and finally connects with those shots. Exile will finish off Nemusona there. And it looks like Team Pop-Tarts will be able to take the next round now. Bring this to a 2v1. Remember, it's single elimination, best of 1. We have one more round of that as well. Team Pop-Tarts, can they close this out with a 3-1?
I would, try to do it as much as possible. You don't want to try to go to extra rounds here. We saw what happens in that Team Razor match. Things get fairly intense. And you've already won this round by doing some pretty solid play by getting over towards the bins. So I would love to see Lion take advantage of that again. He has the movement on Octane. It has to be him or Exile. C. Davis has been getting a little bit too slap happy over towards the right-hand side of the map. This time the left-hand side on that pill side. So he's going to be rocking the right-hand side, and they're going to full send over towards this box. That's a crazy play from Z Davis.
And this is scary because the nades are still in play. He can easily be forced out of this position. You see the nade spam forcing him back. Only took about 40 damage there, but he is safe somehow throughout all of that. The smoke's coming out from Rice Krispies as Exile is brought down to one shot here, swings back to his team, and somehow survives. Will be forced to hit that bad, but they got... What? Oh no, Joe. Okay, it's still a 2v2 though, somehow. What the hell is going on in this match? Z Davis dropped down low. It doesn't look like they have medkits either. Now it's all up to Exile, the only member alive for Pop-Tarts, as he slow heals with these syringes in the 1v2.
He could possibly hit this res. He is going to hit this res. No counter res coming through, and this is actually a 2 versus 1 in favor of Pop-Tarts now, but they are weak. Battery is going to be popped right here on the side by Lion, and Exile's putting down the cover fire. Right now, you got to give the advantage out over to Pop-Tarts just because they have 2 players, even though Lion is very weak on those health meds. They are going to have eyes on exactly where Clifton was going to go, and there it is. Team Pop-Tarts going to win that one. Unfortunately, Lystar Joe with the flying out of bounds is going to cost heavily. I bet you'll never do that again.
Like I said, the verticality on this map is not the greatest, and you can see exactly why. So Team Pop-Tarts will be moving on. They'll be facing off against Team Pringles in the round 3. Other matches we have to look out for. It looks like Team Intel are still facing off against Stick Drift OP in round of 2. The winner of that will be moving on to take on Team Rockstar. The other matches we have here for round number 3, Team Razor versus Team Cheez-It. We noted that earlier on. And then in the bottom of the bracket, it's going to be Team Splash to take on Team Asurus. So our round of 8 almost completely fleshed out. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment in that last match between Pop-Tarts and Rice Krispies here. And this is where RKT, they just had full objective control, and somehow Pop-Tarts just gave up complete map control here.
Surprised that it's not Joe flying into the outskirts of the map and hitting his head on an invisible wall that nobody knew was there. But thanks, Joe, for teaching us all that valuable lesson right there on what not to do. But Rice Krispie Treats, we haven't seen the end of them quite yet. New team coming through here and a new roster that went through the relegation. We're going to continue to keep track of them as Season 3 progresses. Obviously, a very skilled and talented team. Unfortunately, our first partner team eliminated here in our Arenas tournament.
Yeah, Arenas is a different beast, and these are things that I kind of have to learn, especially if you're going to try to be playing that Valkyrie. Like I said, I don't think she's that strong of a pick, especially here on Phase Runner. I don't particularly like her. I like her better on things like Party Crasher or Gardens, where that verticality is important. So we are going to be going into that Team Intel versus Stick Drift OP match in the round of 16. And so that match, the winner of that one will be facing off against Team Rockstar, who we got to see a little bit earlier on. They made their way through TSS and PSS. In the round of 16, they beat PSS 3-1. So now it's going to be the first time we see Team Intel here in Series E. Like we said, this is just Arenas. This was our backup plan just in case the servers weren't working with us today, and we didn't really want to risk it. But we will be returning to the Battle Royale tomorrow for Pro Nights. So I'm excited to get back to some more BR action.
I'm excited for more Arenas. I don't know. I mean, I like Arenas. I have been playing a lot of Arenas. We all know my love for Arena FPSs, but I love seeing these teams kind of just get used to how each other are going through, the skirmishes. But when we move into this best of 3, once we get into the semifinals, these teams are going to get even more used to each other. So that's when the fun really is going to start with the high-level partner teams that we have too. I think this is the first time that we've seen really high-level arena action in this type of format because of the fact that this is newly introduced into Apex with these new custom servers as well. So now we move into this match that you were talking about, Jamerson. Stick Drift OP taking on Team Intel.
Skittle Cakes, Dupe, and Verhulst. It looks like a fight over the bins for now, but the team focus fire onto Verhulst, bringing him low. I don't know if he was able to grab any of the mids, but he does at least have that bat for himself, along with the additional 200 credits. That's going to be a lot of utility they can throw around in the next round here, as he will go ahead and rejoin his squad. Passive, healing him up very slowly here as Dupe is forced back on that Gibraltar, slow healing with the cells, but it's going to be a fight over the top of Mirage Voyage here, as things do slow down. This is round number 1, so not too many nades to be thrown around, and so teams are just going to try and poke and prod with these wingmans.
Wingmans? Not quite sure.
I was just thinking that.
Not quite sure what is the correct way to say that one, but I'm just looking at the map design and all this stuff. I mean, Respawn has just done such a great job. This is a great area to fight. It really is. Everything's so well balanced. Not one side has a major advantage over the other. And that's just what you love to see. Makes things so interesting as this zone will start to close, but these teams are just waiting for their opportunity again. It's just two really skilled teams kind of going back and forth, waiting to crack shields. Once they get that crack shields, you can expect a full send, most likely a bubble full send coming in from either squad. But right now, Team Intel is going to have to make their move and start pushing forward just a little bit.
We're seeing the value of getting that early bin as well. Dupe was able to full heal with that Phoenix kit that they were able to pick up from that. Decent damage out from Verhulst now with that Volt. This one member is isolated here. And you gotta be careful when you try and play out on your ones like this. And looks like it might be a fight over the next objective, which is this drop. Oh boy, a lot of damage onto Stick Drift OP as Team Intel. They have the huge advantage. Slow meds being popped as well as the push does come out, forcing them beyond some cover. The bubble has been used from either side as Team Intel now are setting up for the crossfire. Aggressive play coming out from Skittlecakes, and he goes right into the enemy bubble, gets that first knock onto Exo, and now it looks like they'll be able to pick them apart. Team Intel take round number 1.
That Pathfinder movement, though, just sitting there juking everybody, hits a little mini grapple inside of the bubble, swaying around, flying around, just swagging on Stick Drift OP, making them look like they had Stick Drift right there. Phenomenal plays from Team Intel, and we'll see what Stick Drift OP is going to have in store. I mean, that was an interesting situation to be in because of the fact that they didn't get the bin like you were talking about, Jamerson. They kind of got depleted over time with their meds and then ended up forcing that fight with basically no shields or no armor. So no chance, basically, as Team Intel gonna drop them and take round number 1.
Looks like it's going to be another fight over the bins. Flinzar will try and help out this time around for the squad. As you can see, it's a full 3 pushing on over to the bins, but if we had any nades, Intel would have thrown those in, but they have not. And so despite having all those extra credits, it doesn't look like they've committed as much into the utility here. And so this time around, it's going to be Stick Drift OP who will try and play off of just utility and having the extra meds. But here comes an aggressive bubble. Maybe some extra damage was done. Arm shield almost cracked there as Skittle swings right on in, gets the first knock. Flins are down. It's a 3v1 and Team Intel just walking all over Stick Drift OP.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Jamerson. Most likely someone took a handful of damage and then they said, we're going to full stun this one. Not only the bubble, but the grapple coming in as well. Skittlecake's going to full stun that one with Dupe. Roll's going to stem into that fight as well, and they're going to make quick work of Stick Drift OP in that round. And right now, I'm telling you, Jamerson, grenades, grenades, grenades. We saw how valuable it could be, even though they still got that round win right there. Just having 2 or 3 frags that you could just bounce off that backboard into that waterfall would be huge, especially when you get on top of Mirage Voyage and the team starts to kind of head glitch behind the speakers. A couple arc stars right there, that gives you so much room and real estate to go and advance on. It adds so much pressure. And there it is, 3 frag grenades purchased just from Vrohos alone.
Yeah, and we have another pull over to the ship as well. And so this roof might not be as safe as you think it is. As you can see, Verhulst is already eyeing things up with this first airburst nade. Here comes a second as well to follow up. Just short, not clearing the boxes there. You do have the crossfire being set up by Stick Drift OP. It's going to be another banger here. As you can see, Skittlecakes is trying to set up, getting the additional credits for himself, and has the movement too to get out with taking very little damage. Has 3 bats in the back pocket to heal up as well, and has an additional. He was able to purchase an additional swing in as well. So he'll have the movement to get on top of them if he so needs to. But it's going to be a 2v1 fight up here, forcing out the bubble early on. Dupe just backs away from that one. Verhulst doesn't get the memo though, and he just takes the 3v1 up here, takes out Flinzar first, finally gets the backup of Dupe, and that's just going to be it. Team Intel with the 3-0.
Yeah, he didn't get the memo. He actually, maybe it was miscommunication. They full sent into that one, but Verhulst somehow in the 2v1 gets a knock, and these bubble fights just went really in the favor of Team Intel. Unfortunately for Stick Drift OP, that's going to be it for them. They get eliminated in the round of 16 as Intel is going to be moving on. What a play from Team Intel. I mean, Verhulst, again, didn't get the memo. Sometimes, you know, if you make a bad play, but you do it really fast, like Octane does, it works out in your favor.
And Verhulst, you know, he's made a huge splash here, I think, in Series E when we got to see him throughout the last season. And throughout the qualifiers, like, he was just incredible, and we're seeing why. Like, his absolute fragging power is so damn strong. That's the 3-0 for them. They'll be moving on to take on Team Rockstar in our round of 8. This is the final round before we hit the best of 3s, which is what I'm really looking forward to. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of that last game. It was a quick one. It was a quick 3-0 for Team Intel. And so I don't know what moment it's exactly going to be, but this is it, where Dupe baits out the bubble and then Verhulst just jumps right on in. And then Dupe does ultimately join them, and Skittlecakes is like, hey guys, I'm here too. But yeah, Team Intel taking a quick 3-0 in this match.
You saw Dupe like slide off of the roof saying, oh man, I'm in a 2 versus 1 situation. I don't have any help. And then all of a sudden, I don't know if like he jump padded or what to get over towards the roof so fast. He got there faster than Skittlecakes, who still had his grapple. So great teamwork right there. And now we get into the real interesting part of the tournament where our partner teams start to face off.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break before all of that action breaks out. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's your snack hit. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeso here as we continue this Series Z Arenas tournaments. We saw a couple of great matches last round, and the first time we got to see a couple of our partnered squads matching up. I want to go back to that one first. It was Team Pop-Tarts versus Team Rice Krispies Treats, and it was the 3-1 win for Team Pop-Tarts. Lion grabbing another player of the game, his second of the day here. 5 kills, 1 assist, and cracking that 1,000 damage mark here with 1,038. It was a great win from Pop-Tarts, and you know, I gotta say, we were watching that 4th round, and Light Star Joe is going to be kicking himself after that one. Goes up on the pipe, on the Valkyrie, uses that jetpack, but didn't seem to realize that the OB timer up there is really short. It's about 4 to 5 seconds. Stayed up too long, gets killed by the out of bounds timer, and that was a huge shift. It got down to kind of that momentary 1v1, but Pop-Tarts was able to get the pickup, get the 2v1 advantage, and they end up pushing it to the win. So they take that 3-1 win, and they move on. And remember, they will be facing up against Team Pringles in round number 3. I believe we have our bracket ready to go, so I want to pull that one up. We can kind of take another look at where things sit here through 2 rounds, right? We started 32. Overall, we've got 2 rounds down, and now we're into our top 8 teams. So there's the bracket for you. You see Team Pop-Tarts, 3-1 win. They move on. They will face off against Team Pringles. Meanwhile, a squad we haven't been able to see today, Team Splash, looking strong. That 3-0 win against ASE means they will face off against Ashras. And one thing you will be maybe asking yourself is, well, there's a partnered squad missing here, and that is Team Applejacks. They got 3-0'd in their first round matchup, a tough way to start the day. So Team Applejacks out at the start. So 7 of our 8 partnered squads make it into the quarterfinals. The only 2 being Applejacks dropping in round 1 and Rice Krispies Treats falling to Team Pop-Tarts there in round 2. So as we see where the bracket stands, great matchups here in quarterfinals. Team Intel versus Team Rockstar I think is going to be a good one. Razor versus Cheez-It. Remember, this is a Team Razor that looked a little shaky. They obviously got the sudden death 5-4 win in the previous round, but it looked like they were right on the brink of getting knocked out by one of the open squads, and that's not what you want to see. So we're going to need to see a bounce back performance from Team Razor against Cheez-It, and that's going to be a really interesting matchup. And I think Pop-Tarts have looked really strong. They were a squad I had up fairly high. I believe I had them in 5th in my power rankings going into this season, and I feel like they have a very high ceiling. They have some things to prove. When you look at the crop of squads that are going to be battling in that top 4, you're thinking Pringles, Razor, Rockstar, Intel, that's a strong group of teams with a lot of very good, very experienced players. And I think Pop-Tarts, though maybe a little newer, obviously they're bringing the previous experience of Lion. I think they have a very high ceiling. And while it's hard to draw too many conclusions from what we see here today in Arenas, it's a totally different mode. No rotations, no third parties, no looting, no drops. It's a little different, but I would say definitely some promising play from them so far in these 2 arena games. Now the question is, they're going to have a huge test. Obviously, Team Pringles are Season 2 champions, led by Phony, who had a strong performance in the first match we saw from them. They're going to have something to prove, but it certainly promises to be a fun matchup. But we're ready to keep it rolling, folks. We've got our next matchup ready to go, so let's head over to Jamerson and Tom.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We are entering into round number 3 right now. This is the final round of best of ones. And then in our semifinals, we will have our best of 3s. A lot of great matches here in Arenas mode. It's going to be Team Pringles versus Team Pop-Tarts. We have Team Intel versus Team Rockstar. Razor taking on Cheez-It. And then at the bottom of the bracket, it's going to be Team Splash versus Team Asaurus. And so, yeah, some great matches here in the round of 8, but it looks like we are ready to head into our first game of round number 3. It's going to be Team Cheez-It taking on Team Razor here in Gardens.
Yes, this is what I've been waiting for. 2 top-notch partner teams duking it out. We saw Team Razor play this earlier, and they got some good lessons on what to do and what not to do in their previous round, so I would love to see them kind of enforce some of the things that they've learned going against Clone Force 32. Maybe it's going to be the... Oh, resetting the lobby, actually. One player did not connect into the game, so we are going to reset this game, and then we'll really start.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're seeing why so far throughout today's matches, Pathfinder is... basically a 100% pick rate, especially on a map like Gardens, where the roof control can be incredibly strong, Tom.
Yeah, exactly. The roof is so huge, and now you got a chance to, really put together your bubble fighting if you're Team Razor, because this is what you specialize in. That's how you won the Gardens round beforehand, and it was with a really impressive just full send coming in from Zeratricky. So I think we got word that there could be some replays coming up too. So we'll see if we can get those rolling. But I love the way that Team Razor has always been aggressive. And when you full send, you have to fully commit, Jamerson. If all 3 players are inside that bubble, it's basically a grief. You need to have all 6 players inside of that, kind of duking it out. You have to make sure you're strafing inside and out and being ready to, take these fights when they come, because the fights happen just in a snap of a finger. If a blink of an eye, if you're not ready for it, it's going to pass you by.
Yeah, I'm wondering when we're going to see some more investment into extra bubbles. It is a big sink, right? I believe the extra bubble for Gibraltar is 200 credits there. But we see how strong it can be sometimes just because of your regular BR kind of muscle memory and style. You might just throw it out pretty randomly, right? This is arena mode where you don't get the recharge on it. It won't come back unless you buy it. So maybe we do see some additional bubbles coming out, creating some more windows for your squad, or at least opportunities for windows. Because these abilities, if you don't use it, you don't lose it. It just carries over. So you can go for that investment. Maybe we see some more kind of prioritization over the crafting materials.
Crafting materials are important. Getting those extra heals from the pills are extremely useful as well. We've seen how you can just kind of pick teams apart, wait for their shields to go down in round number 1 especially, and then you make your move because there's not any credits that are on the map. And we've also seen Valkyrie as a little bit of a misplay right there, not be as strong as some of these players were hoping for. I think that the instant movement and the team movement coming in from the zip line and from the grapple, especially for how much the credits cost, is totally worth it here. And we're seeing Pathfinder, like you said, almost 100% pick rate, around 95% total. And we've also seen some really solid, like you said, Gibraltar plays. The bubbles from Zeratricky have been really useful too. So it's going to come down to who's purchasing what here. gold bags, grenades, which weapons are going to be used, all that going to come into play as we get this lobby set up.
Yeah, and I think Arenas has really put on display the strength of Gibraltar, right? And like how useful that bubble is in 3 main different kinds of ways you utilize it. To try to take high ground control we saw here on Gardens, the bubble being used quite frequently to cover you on the climb up as a full 3, or if you're trying to make your way an entry into a building, or when you have to just fight for that last circle like we see in regular BR mode when it comes down to the final circle, how strong the bubble can be to try and dissect a 3v3 team fight. So I'm expecting, Pathfinder and Gibraltar are going to be the 100% pick, and I think the flex is going to, that third is going to be the flex. We'll see. Octane, though, making, of course, a big name for himself in this, so that might just be the big 3 with Bloodhound. We do have Bloodhound banned, by the way, for today's matches, and so with Bloodhound banned, I think those are the big 3.
Yep, exactly. I mean, like I said, it's basically flex. You can have Octane, you can have Lifeline. We've seen some Bangalore, we've seen some Valkyrie. It really just depends on what you're going for here. As we take a look at some of the replays that had happened, Team Cheez-It, when they had this amazing angle on Vortex, just making things look fairly easy. But it's also fun to see which teams are starting with, round 1 what weapons. And we saw a Mozambique upgrade coming through from Fury on the Bangalore, where he was trying to use that digi threat that you can get from the Mozam to lay down the smokes and shoot through the smokes to give themselves an early advantage. Unfortunately, it didn't work in this round and they ended up getting clapped, but they fought back. They ended up taking that round and taking this, or not this round, they took that game and won their round. But we'll move into the game here very shortly as we get prepared for the match before the semifinals. We're in the round of, what is this? The top 8 moving into the top 4, and then we'll be into the finals. The semifinals will be best of 3, and we still are in the best of 1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have $500 on the line today as well. First place will walk away with $350. Second place wins $150, which is, our usual pricing here, but unfortunately we weren't it didn't feel safe to run BR because we didn't know the stability of the servers, but it seems like all is well. Now, I mean, the issues were running into even like Saturday, Monday and such, or Saturday and Sunday when people were trying to run the lobbies. So we just played it safe here doing the arena mode, and I'm definitely having a lot of fun. I want to see, of course, this mode fleshed out a little bit more. I want to see like the win getting pushed up to like 4, maybe even 5, and then from there we'll get like the OT happening, because I feel like there can be a lot more depth when it comes to economy management and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would say 5 rounds, and also make the zones a little bit more random, and maybe a little bit more diversity in the zones. So each map, I believe, only has like 2 zones. Maybe having 3 or 4 zones for each map would make things fairly interesting. And then when you do that, you make it to 5 rounds. I think that having an odd number instead of an even number just makes a lot more sense. So now we see Team Razor over here in the Gardens area. All the players know it's about getting on over towards that roof first, but it looks like one of the players on Team Cheez-It is directly below them. So interesting flank coming through is, Finicky takes a lot of damage from behind. Team Razor now going to full send this one, kicking in the door. It actually gets knocked. Hakulo is the first one to drop. Gotta be careful around these pro players. Try to kick in that door, you could get punished just like that. And now Razor at a 2 versus 1. Make that a 2 versus 2 as Finicky's going to drop. This door is extremely pesky right now. We'll see exactly who's going to close it, who's going to open it, who decides that they want to flank. It's going to be Baby Thule off the lifeline, switch on over to the Pathfinder, not able to connect with all of the shots. Maybe it's because of that charm that's in the way, so you can't see exactly what you're shooting at, as the finish is going to come through. Zara Tricky is fairly weak. One more wingman shot is all it's going to take, but Baby Thule is the last one alive, and it's just not going to work out. Interesting fight. I wasn't expecting a door fight in round number 1.
Yeah, definitely wasn't expecting Team Razor to just go full bore through that door. You saw, I believe it was Finicky who was just holding the door with the flatline, and it actually was spamming it before they even opened the door. So the audacity to just run through as the door is already being spammed. They got punished for that. So Team Cheez-It will take this one. And now they are getting set up for round number 2. They do have eyes, it looks like, to go straight for the high ground. The ping's going down. Don't know if they were able to pick up the extra mobility. And there it is. The early jump pad. Don't give them complete roof access, but they have priority over the center of the map now, and they do climb up, and Finicky takes a huge heady and has to instantly bat. That's the only bat that he has. They have not secured the bin below quite yet.
He did buy 2 grenades, though, and I love that he decided he wanted to go with arc stars, because we've seen building fights already. We know that these teams are all about getting towards the high ground, and then you could filter a team down towards the low. And we saw Hakula with the grenade heard around the world, basically hitting that with 300 plus damage. But Baby Thule does take 50 damage. Going to have to hit some cells over here. 1 battery has been purchased from Hakula. Is also going to toss some cells on over to Thule. But this is what's so awkward about being on the low ground here, Jamerson. You want to go and peek, but at the same time, you don't know how many people are actually looking at you. So you have to kind of bob and weave, take unorthodox angles. And I am just going to give one more shout out to Bloodhound being banned. I love that.
Now, Team Razor were able to push up, and it looks like we're able to secure this bin, or maybe it was actually Team Cheez-It on the other side. All the loot is gone, so I think Team Razor might have just missed out on that one very narrowly. But we do have the next ring being exposed, and so things will continue to stay slow here for the time being, as it lands right on top of them. We saw, of course, a lot of fighting over that world spawn as well, and we'll see if either team try to prioritize it. But for right now, it's about staying on full alert. At any moment, a drop down can happen, so you need to keep a good eye on either side here. But again, with this round closing right on top of them, no one's really trying to play this too risky. We do have Baby Thule now slowly creeping up these stairs. Might be able to get the flank on them.
Or is it a bait? It looks like they are kind of waiting for someone to make their way up onto over those stairs. There's a nice little shot for 45 over there to get that armor. And still going to just slow play this one. I think one of the grenades could have been used, if not 2 of the grenades from Finicky. Yes, both grenades have been used, so Finicky no longer to use some AoE, and looks like they're gonna still slow play this one. Team Razor not interested in making any major mistakes. They already understand the situation over here of what happened in the previous round. They cannot afford to go down any further, otherwise they are going to be on the match point. And Team Cheez-It loving the situation that they're going to be in. This is going to be super similar to what we saw in their previous round win, where Razor bubble fights, and that's what they specialize in. So we're going to have a double bubble happening as this round starts to close.
You can see the ring pulling away from the building now. They're eyeing it for the time being, as the pings do go down for where they want their bubble. And Team Razor, they want to play on the opposite side of this as well, but here it is, the ring closing in. The drop down will come shortly for Team Cheez-It, trying to buy as much time up here as possible. Now the ring closes, and they can just maintain this position for now. And eventually they'll have to drop down. It's going to be 10 more seconds here, and then all hell will break loose. Any more nades? Does anyone have a single nade to throw down into this? Like they would have already used it at this point to try to get the initial damage, but here we go. It's the final circle, and it's just round number 2.
I was going to say, if they drop down to the very bottom layer, they're going to have gun punch, so they're going to have to do something a little bit different. And instead, they... Oh my gosh, did they just lose that on the Razor side?
Find out in just a moment. No, Razor actually take that, tying it up 1-1. And so now, heading into round number 3, this is where we see a lot more utility, where we get to see more nades. We don't have an extra bubble yet for Golden. We do have the zip line being purchased by Finicky, but this is an odd one. This ring just basically in the middle of the zone right now, and so you might have the team splitting this. Maybe one goes towards the high, one goes towards the low, and then they'll try to poke out. As you can see right now, Finicky and company are setting up for that left side push. They've got the zip line up, and they will have instant roof access. Now, what have Team Razor done on the other side? They're fighting for it now. The nade's out early. Here's the bubble out from Golden. They will no longer have a bubble And so if Team Razor try to slow play this one, they might have the bubble advantage.
Oh my. 71? Did he shot 4 shots in the flat line and connected for 71 damage. That's absolutely ridiculous how fast that shield just went down. But can we talk about the grenade from Team Razor, the finger roll onto the platform? Absolutely ridiculous that one didn't hit. Oh, it's a full send. Hakulo sends it. There's the opposite send coming in from Team Cheez-It. Finicky with the one-on-one situation right now, but he's fairly weak. We'll see what happens. Looks like he needs to bail and hit a battery around the corner. Can he hit this one? He actually gets it off, so this is huge. Is he going to pop syringes? He has time. He needs to reload throughout all of this. They're going to fake the bubble res. Oh, a stick comes through. Just keep pre-firing.
Oh, he gets the re-knock onto Baby Thule, but as he grapples, oh no! He gets shot out mid-air. Team Razor now sitting on match point to try and head into the semifinals. Team Cheez-It, they need to tie things up, send it into extra rounds, into overtime.
Man, I thought Finicky was going to clutch that one out, but unfortunately, it has been Baby Thule with both of the final kills in the round for Team Razor in the 1v1s that they've won. So big job switching on over from that lifeline into a more aggressive Pathfinder play, and it worked out right there. Even if Finicky was able to grapple away, the counter grapple would have came through, and okay, the bounce pad a little crooked, but it's going to work.
All right, here comes the first airburst nade. Here comes the second out, but they're getting nade spam themselves, and it's just Finicky up there by himself. He gets the knock onto Zera Tricky. They might have been able to hit a nade throughout all of that. Here comes the bubble as they try to climb up, but only one person can go up at a time, and they're taking damage for it. But Team Cheez-It brought down to a 1v2, but Hakulo has so much HP. As you can see, Golden sitting basically on one shot here, up against the flatline on the other side, but it's the EVA 8 out here for Hakulo as he tries to hit the bats. Throughout all of that, the knock shield just gets bursted down, and he gets taken out. It's tied up 2-2.
I can't believe those EVA 8 shots went through and past the knockdown shield. Crazy situation there for Team Cheez-It going up against Team Razor. I'm not quite sure. Is that game? I think we had the score potentially wrong. So I think that the round that we were wondering if Team Razor won or not, I think they actually lost that round. Remember when we were a little surprised?
Yeah.
I think that was actually a scoring graphic error, and I believe that Team Cheez-It's actually going to take that dub.
Yeah, apologies for anyone watching. There are still a lot of things that need to be worked out in terms of the observer clients and spectating for these. There's a lot of things that are lost with these features. So we lose out on things like the scoreboard, and basically like the health of or the team compositions that you see on the top. And so right now, of course, behind the scenes, we have all of our replay techs, or we have our graphics people working on that to try and keep it up. But mistakes happen. And so hopefully you guys will, of course, stick with us. We do have Team Cheez-It moving on to the first semifinal match. They'll be facing on up against the winner of Team Splash versus Asuras. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moments of that match. Team Cheez-It winning this one out. And this was a bit scary. Cheez-It just dropping down full, sending it there. But I love how dedicated and committed he was to just taking out the person who was on the stairs, even though he had just ran past another one. But here's Finicky backing off to hit that bat.
Yeah, Finicky, he wanted to try to heal too, but he needs to reload, and also the res was coming through. It actually connects, and then the arc star connects, but unfortunately the flatline shots just weren't there, and then all of a sudden the grapple away just isn't enough. But what a job by Team Cheez-It actually taking the dub there. That makes that last fight even more exciting for the win as well. And you know, Team Razor is one of those teams that, again, coming through #1 team in season #1, now season 3, a different season. We'll see if Team Cheez-It is one of those teams that can rise the ranks. They came in as the #7 seed, so one of those new rosters that had to go through the relegation process.
Yeah, and so they move on to the semifinals to see who will, and we're going to find out who's going to go up against them. It's going to be Team Splash versus Asuras in our next match here. in the round of 8. So let's go ahead and head straight into the game. Right now we're on Phase Runner, Team Splash. It's going to be Mas Mamba, Turns, and Gibby here, as both sides have gone through that port. Gibby missing his shots, and he gets tagged. A headshot coming in, and Malice Mamba is by himself, stuck behind as they're trying to get aggressive onto him for now. Nano's the first one to get the frag. Malice Mamba going down, brought down to a 2v3. Asurus with the lead as Turns has cracked himself. Ooh. And he will fall. Nano living up to his name, definitely frying there as they take the first round.
You never want to go against these people with fries in their name. You know, as T2 is ripping for a while. Anybody that's coming through with these, you know, it's not Nano TV, okay? That's not as scary as Nano Fries, all right? Nano Fries is coming through, frying this lobby. Wingman Mozambique combo.
Maybe he's sponsored by Fries. That'd be awesome.
Maybe.
But here we go. You know, unfortunate Fries closing down. That just makes everyone so sad. But they live on in our dreams, and they live on in Nano. It looks like it will be another port side for all of us here as Splash. We'll go ahead and go through. Again, we're seeing the top 3 once again. It's going to be Octane, Gibby, and Pathfinder being utilized. Just the extra mobility onto Legends and having a strong anchor on that Gibraltar. Turns, getting some great damage off with that Wingman, only taking about 5-10 HP himself. Here comes an airburst nade, knowing that 2 members are going to be stuck, trying to hit a bat. He does connect with the 32 on the first one. The second one narrowly missing there. And Splash are the one that get the major damage off, and we'll see if they can tie things up 1-1 now.
Imagine if you could play Loba and like go into your black market and just buy more grenades right now. That would be extremely OP. But Turns with that initial 90 damage and then the 30 with the grenade wasn't able to connect on even more aggressiveness, and now they are getting aggressed upon. You can see the stairs flank coming through. It's a double flank though. They were not ready for it. Vatro is actually going to answer with another knock and some more damage. So 2-on-2 situation right here as the finish does come through. Oh man, now it's just up to Gibby, who's on the Pathfinder. Good bolt shots, that's what you want in that type of situation. Last player alive, can he find the damage? Is he going to thirst Nano so he can't give out any more information? Not going to hit any heals as well. Lifeline's hitting the drone, and there it is. The finish coming through for Asurus. Nasty, nasty place. Splash down 2-0.
Super close and really important for Asurus. Hitting that res forces him to actually try and cancel it. And so he does send out an extra shot on that Mozambique to cancel the res. And so that buys Asurus even a little bit more time there. Now, when we see a 3-0 for Asurus, things looked so good for Splash. Are trading well. Turns on that Gibraltar was dishing out so much damage. But now, here we go. This might be the final round. We might have Asurus going on into the semifinals in just a moment to take on Team Cheez-It.
And that's the first time we've seen huge lifeline value. I mean, we've seen a little bit of lifeline value here and there, but from my experience in my games that I've played, that's that typical annoying lifeline play, that pickle that you put yourself in. Oh, huge 100 damage comes through, but oh, the one clip. Malice with the one clip. Here's the lifeline though. Did they buy the gold backpack throughout all of this? That would be huge. There's the shots coming through, trying to answer. The counter bubble comes through. They're not even in the vicinity for the res quite yet. There goes the res. Is it going to be a gold backpack res? We'll find out. Vatro's taking a lot of damage. There goes the knock. There goes the finish as well. Nano's going to have to fry 3 players at once, and I just don't think that's going to happen. It's not over quite yet, says Team Splash, as they're moving on to the next round. Round number 4 over here. Very, very nicely done. I believe that was Malice Jamerson with the one clip.
Yeah, that was just... I mean, things looked so great for Asurus, right? They start off with the initial damage. You have that huge 100 burst from the nade. And as you're trying to get behind cover, or at least try to punish that huge damage, Malice just holds the line. I think it was an R301. Or no, it was the flat line. And he just connects with everything, hitting that one clip. And here we go. We're finally going to have the ring pulling down towards the south now. And so no more portal play. This is where... the jump pad is going to prove invaluable. Is go ahead and push up, but it looks like on the other side they were able to actually get the priority over the bin, quite possibly. We do have all 3 members for Asuras here to try and punish the person that was going for that bin, but somehow Malice Mama gets out of there taking minimal damage.
So, elect to pop a battery there. Actually could have used some cells, but was worried that the aggression was going to come through. And especially when you are on the verge of being eliminated, you have to kind of use everything. Otherwise, you're going to lose, go home, and still have some of these resources and be upset that you didn't use them and utilize them. So I do agree with that play, but it's under those certain circumstances. A Splash does have to make something happen over here. I mean, the game's not going to be given to him like the previous round. I think that they got a little bit too excited on the opposite end, and now we're looking at a more methodical, slower paced style here.
Yeah, I like how Splash are playing this one right now. As you can see, if Turns needs to back away from this angle, he's got a crossfire set up so they can't punish him as he turns around to run away. It's Vatra on the other side, holding the other angle here, making sure no flank is coming out, but Splash have their full focus basically on this side, on the bin side, as Turns is just trading away for that arm shield damage, but not really trading because he's not connecting with his shots quite yet. You can see Asuras slowly starting to creep up. You got Nano actually eyeing that world spawn down below. And he might make a play for it, but without a Gibraltar, it becomes extremely risky. He doesn't have the dome to try and protect him. I'm going to go ahead and go for a wide flank here on this Octane now. He's all the way up on the north side of the map with a really wide flank.
I like this aggressive play. I mean, you are Octane. You could end up stemming and creating a little bit of diversion, maybe opening up some things on the map that your teammates can capitalize on. And still electing to stay away from his teammates. Looks like he's going to elect for a 1v1 over here.
Oh, he spots out the other Octane, hits a big headshot there, taking out Malice Mamba. And they don't have the lifeline, so they're not going to have that extra res mechanic there. And you can see Splash trying to pick them apart. But no, Asuras, they have the crossfire set up. They have them on the low. It's now down to a 1v3. Splash, it's all up to Gibby to try and keep this one alive. But he's been spotted out. He's getting pushed now. Pulls out the EVA 8. Gets some decent damage off, but it's not enough. Asuras will take the win, and they'll be facing off against Team Cheez-It in our semifinals.
Good job by Asuras. We were wondering which team is going to be the surprise team. Which team is going to take down one of our partner squads. It's going to be Asuras, and honestly, Nano, he does fry. I'm impressed. Someone signed this man. Let's get some meme stocks going for Fries. Bring Fries back, and then get this guy sponsored.
All right, we have 2 more matches in our round of 8 to see who our other semifinal matches. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of that last match. Those 2 last matches that we have, though, it's going to be Team Pringles versus Team Pop-Tarts and Team Intel versus Team Rockstar. But here it is. This was just such a scrappy match between Splash and Asuras. It was really about playing off of picks more than anything else. But you got to compliment Asuras really getting aggressive, finding some great timings on their pushes. Particularly here, though, Gibby was just so close. You can see getting the re-knock onto Nano, and then he tries to drop down. He hears that lifeline. He could have waited maybe just another second, but man, that was so close.
It was, and we saw again the value right there was just so huge, the bait of the res, but it's just so annoying that you have to deal with not just one res, but 2 reses. The res on the stairs was annoying, and the res under the stairs too. Plus, to mix that in with the knockdown shield, it was like, is he resing? Is he using the knockdown shield? I'm confused. One thing's for sure, they were hitting their shots. Turns was as well. That just goes to show you how good Asuras was playing.
Yeah, we're going to take a break, and when we get back, we'll have Team Pringles versus Pop-Tarts and Team Intel versus Rockstar right after this.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Yay, so here another 2 matches down and 2 teams move on to our semifinals today in our Series E Arenas tournament. Asheras with a big win there against Team Splash. They move on. They will face Team Cheez-It, who took out Razor there in the quarterfinals. So 2 teams on. We still have 2 more to decide for our semifinals. And we look at our player of the game from that Cheez-It matchup. It was Mollis. 5 kills, 1 assist, eclipsing that 1,000 damage mark. Very similar stats to Lion that we looked at the last time I was here. I think he had 1,038 damage. So a little bit of a parallel there, though. Those Kellogg's brands looking really strong today. Cheez going to move into those semifinals. We're going to see Pop-Tarts and Pringles here very soon. Promises to be an exciting match up there. We're going to pull up the bracket here momentarily. Again, just kind of want to take stock at how the action has broken down today, see where these teams stand as we pull up here on the desk, and we'll bring it up full screen for you so you can see it nice and clear. And there we go. We got that beautiful zoom in here. You can see where we stand with our quarterfinals. So again, Team Pringles and Pop-Tarts facing off during this next segment, as well as Team Intel and Rockstar. In my opinion, that is 4 of the top 5 teams going into this season of Series E. The other of those top 5 being Team Razor. Out of my picks, they are done for the day. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, Cheez-It and Asheras will face off. So we're getting some really awesome matches here. And Asheras already taking down Team Splash. Now the question will be, how do they measure up against Cheez-It? Cheez-It with a strong win there against Team Razor. Now promises to be an exciting semi-final there. But as I mentioned, Pringles versus Pop-Tarts, as well as Intel versus Rockstar here coming up momentarily. And it's been a lot of fun games. Garden has continued to be kind of the flavor of the month here. Very popular. We've seen sprinkles of some other things, Portal, all that good stuff. So, but Garden seems to be the pick. So we'll have to see if that continues, but I believe we're ready to go. We got, again, 2 more matches up here in round number 3 before we get on to our best of 3 semifinals. Jamerson and Tom, take it away.
All right, welcome back, guys. We have our first 2 semifinalists in Team Cheez-It and Asuras. They'll be facing off a little bit later, but we have to get through the rest of our round of 8 matches. Team Pringles versus Team Pop-Tarts and Team Intel versus Team Rockstar. Looking forward to these matches here because right after these 2 matches, we're going to start having our best of 3s, Tom.
Best of 3s, different maps, more variety in terms of how these players are going to approach the strategy. I'm excited to see that, and I'm excited to see some more great plays from our surprising team here. Our one team that's trying to duke it out against all of our partner teams, Team Asuras, sitting in that lower bracket right now, waiting to face off against Cheez-It as we sort out what happens between Pringles, Pop-Tarts, Intel, and Team Rockstar.
Yeah, and when we get to see more than just gardens, it's been a lot of gardens today, surprisingly enough. When I was casting the games this weekend, I mean, we were getting a lot of Party Crasher, the Mirage Voyage map, and I think a lot of Phase Runner. But those are the 3 main maps that we have been seeing today. We haven't really seen anything else. We haven't seen already Skulltown or the new, I believe, Overflow, the one that launched today. Even though that one is available, our teams are banning these out. It's the last one that remains across our alternating bans that will be played. And the same thing will be happening in the best of 3. But it looks like we are heading into our next round of 8 match. It's going to be Team Pringles taking on Team Pop-Tarts here on Party Crasher.
Stacking new flavors has me wonder about Pop-Tart flavored Pringles. Don't know why I'm thinking about that. That commercial stays in my head for free. As we do have Fury going, again, with the Mozam, with the Bangalore. Going to be interesting to see how that ends up working out for them. I mean, Bangalore is a skirmishing character. We know the capabilities, but is it going to be as valuable is, say, that Octane, maybe a Lifeline. It remains to be seen, as we do have a little bit of a different composition on the other side, and they have that Octane, they have that Lifeline, so we'll find out just how these players want to approach this situation. It is going to be a little bit of a standoff on top of Mirage Voyage.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're going to be trying to like cheese with the smokes and that digi threat on Mozam, you need it on the mobility hero, right? You need the Pathfinder to Presley that has the Mozam to be able to swing in with that and fight and bang and throughout all the chaos that the smoke creates. But now they're kind of starting to run out. But as this ring closes, it's going to be pulling over towards the waterfall side, and it looks like Pop-Tarts actually have their, I guess, building in, and so they can try and utilize that. As you can see, Z Davis with that wingman trying to pop off some shots here, and you're seeing on the other side, Team Pringles are slowly trying to wrap a little bit earlier on to have priority on this, but eventually they're going to be forced off of their cover, and so this is a very dangerous spot for them to be in. Luckily for them, I believe they are the ones that do have the Gibraltar. They're going to have the dome, while Pop-Tarts will not.
That's a really key point throughout all of this. When they advance into that bubble, the rule is if you don't have a Gibraltar, so you're going to have to heal up with the Lifeline drone right there. If you don't have a bubble and the bubble goes down for Team Pop-Tarts, you have to send it into their bubble. Otherwise, it gives them too much time to formulate a plan, and they just have too much, peeking advantage. So you have to kind of send it into them and get aggressive. But now is that point where everyone starts running out of resources, and there's the bubble, and there's the send. Everyone going to start making their way over towards that, and you can see the little head glitching and the value of what that bubble is going to do. You're able to advance into more places, and there's the knock right there. Fury takes a lot of damage. Presley takes a lot as well. That's going to be Z Davis with the knock, and now it's a 2-on-1 situation as Phony and Fury trying to find this last player alive. The pings are going down. That's going to be a knocked player trying to make their way throughout all of this smoke. Smart play to just heal up, make sure that while that's happening, your teammate isn't fighting anybody quite yet, and there's the final kill. Very methodical play coming in from both teams, but eventually everyone starts running out of those heals, and then the Gibraltar, Jamerson, you were talking about the value of Gibraltar, his dome, everything that comes with that. That was exactly how you utilize that fight.
Yeah, it gives them that extra cover when they make that cross, right? So they can lurk and delay a little bit more when they have to push out from the zone. And they utilize it well. Now as we head into the next round, we do have Wingman Eva 8 here for Phony. We'll see what else. I feel like I might have seen a Sentinel in the hands of someone, but we'll find out in just a moment now. As
like that.
Yeah, there was a sniper, right? There was definitely a sniper or something. Yeah, teams were playing this a little bit slow. It's going to be roof control once again coming out from either side. Very neutral game here. We do have one nade in the hands of the Gibraltar there, as it looks like it's going to be Z Davis trying to make a play for the bin here. Not the optimal player, but with the longbow in hand, he is definitely the one that wants to try to find this off angle. He's getting pushed now. This is a beautiful play coming up from Presley, realizing there's a longbow over here. I can win the close range fight, takes him on, and now Pringles, they have the 3v2. It's a 2v2 now as Exile answers back. Phony throwing down that bubble, but during the animation, he takes so much damage. Exile picking apart this team by himself.
Exile is doing work right now. That's going to be 2 knocks. Lion is the last player on the team with him. He's going to have that passive healing. Some more wingman shots to connect. There's the 2 versus 1 and the collapse. That was all Exile. MVP that round for sure, taking that one for Team Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, even though they lost out on Z Davis early on, Pop-Tarts still took advantage, right? Because the Pathfinder swings out, they have a 2v2 fight that they can take and just go ahead and play off of that. It's kind of jarring. What is going on with Z Davis' screen? Why does he have just a bullet hole on the left-hand side there floating around?
No idea. Just Apex things apparently. A little spectator glitch. You know how it is.
There we go. It's gone. All right.
But Z Davis is probably going to think twice before getting a longbow again in arenas after that one. The full send. But that's just that metagame, that we've mentioned before. And just the thought process and the skill level that these pro players have. They're looking for any advantage, whether that's a mispurchase, whether that's a positional error, whether it's you feel like you're nice wig and you want to buy the longbow. It doesn't matter. Team Pringles is going to take advantage of that. And also a nice grenade purchase coming through. Doesn't connect, but it looks like they are going to be switching sides here and going for a fight on the opposite side of Mirage Voyage because of the way that this zone is moving. Bubble's going to go down. That's going to signal for the rest of the players that the skirmish has begun. And it looks like one player, Z Davis, is going to be big time out of position again. While that's happening, gets a little overextended. And that's what's so unfortunate sometimes. Lion is flying in right there to help Z Davis because Z Davis is basically poor positioning. And Z Davis just baited Lion into killing himself, basically. So feel that one if you're Lion. Unfortunate situation, but now Pringle's going to take this advantage.
Yeah, Pringles are doing a fantastic job across these last 3 rounds of just trying to find the ISO. And you can see how Phony was able to utilize that shield, that dome to do it again. But this time with the 3v2, you're just looking for anything. This is where you would love to have a Bloodhound, but there we go. They get exiled down. Now they'll be able to get their second round on the board.
Honestly, that's 2 rounds in a row for Z Davis where he needs to position himself with his teammates. He's lifeline. He has 2 really solid teammates in front of him. He needs to sit behind them, wait for them to create and force action, just lay down support and not do anything too crazy because he's getting singled out right now. Lion gets dropped first, but it was because Z Davis, he's not playing Wraith. If you're playing Wraith, you can make crazy plays like this, but you're playing Lifeline, you need to sit back and just support your team.
All right, Team Pringles, can they stamp their ticket into the semifinals here? As the ring is pulling over to the eastern side, they have the zip line set up and will get priority. It doesn't look like any mobility was purchased on the other side for that squad, as Fury is going to try and push up early on, punish for this with this angle, gets the 200 extra credits as well. Looks around for the nades and does smartly dodge out on that, and looks like minimal damage was taken on the Pringles side throughout that nade spam.
Glad that he's going to be hitting a cell too, because that little extra 25 shield extra makes a fairly big difference, as defensive bombardment is going to be used, and not just defensive bombardment, but a whole defensive bombardment of grenades comes through, and Z Davis goes down to Depressedly. Just an amazing job by Team Pringles singling out these players from Team Pop-Tarts. I don't think Exile is going to be able to do this one. 3-on-1 situation, not looking too hot for him. And there it is. That was super clean, super impressive wipe from Team Pringles.
Yeah, they take the 3-1 there. And I want to say a lot of this comes down to just the difference in composition itself. Having that Gibraltar just gives you so much more confidence in being able to team fight. And we got to see that multiple times coming out from Team Pringles where they utilize that shield expertly.
I'm really loving Gibraltar. I think that Pathfinder is a must too. And then I would almost combine that with Lifeline right there so you can have the double reses. It makes things just so much more difficult. And then you don't have to spend money on the extra syringes as well. But let's take a look at the Mobile One High Performance moment. And there was a couple of them from that previous game, so not quite sure which one this is. But that final kill, the way that they were just defensive bombardment on top of the grenades after grenade was just so insane.
This is just great shots coming out from Bunny, and this is what you were talking about when Z Davis is backing away and Lion tries to pretty much hold the front line so that they can't chase after her, but now he's just by himself here. Pringles, again, time and again, we're doing a great job of just finding isolated fights.
I mean, you could see just from that moment right there how staggered everybody is. Z Davis comes in as Lifeline, you know, coming in trying to bait like he's Pathfinder or Wraith. Because of that, Octane flies in. Because of that, the next player flies in. One by one into all 3 players. It just doesn't make any sense when you look at it from this point of view. So you could say whatever you want if you're Team Pop-Tarts, but all you have to watch is this clip right here and say, okay, this is what we're doing wrong. Why are we playing like this? Why aren't we just sitting in our spots waiting for them to make a mistake? Why are we just charging in like, you know, we're going to take over one of the best teams here in Series Z and just, you know, walk all over them? You can't do that. You have to, you know, play methodically, and I just don't think that they were ready to go and do that, and Team Pringles was.
Yeah, Arena is definitely a mode where playing under ones is so much more harder to do than BR, because there are so many other factors when we're playing the BR, right? You can always worry about the third party and teams playing more cautiously because of that. But here, it's the full 3v3. Playing under ones, that's not how you go about it. You got to be ready for the team fights. You got to have that Gibraltar. And we got to see even Depressedly doing some great things with the Pathfinder, punishing players that are out of position. So Team Pringles moving on to the semifinals. They're awaiting their opponents. Will it be Team Intel or Team Rockstar? As we will have 3 of our partner squads in the semifinals, facing off against our Black Horse here, right, in Asurus, who will be facing off against Team Cheez-It in the semifinals.
Yeah, and we've seen some really great, impressive plays, some amazing wingman shots, some great teamwork coming out from Asurus. They have very sound strategy as well, so this is going to be interesting. We move into the semifinals, and I believe we go into that best-of-3 format now instead of best-of-1.
Yeah, the best of 3 is definitely what I'm always looking forward to, just because we get more gameplay, right? And then if we you can't. The drama of like a best of 3 is just so much fun. Seeing teams going with like the reverse sweep and stuff, and like coming back from the brink and keeping their hopes alive. And then we'll have another best of 3 once we get to the grand finals. But just seeing more maps as well. It's been a lot of Phase Runner. It's been a lot of Mirage Voyage or Party Crasher, and most importantly, a lot of Gardens. But it's going to be another Party Crasher map here in the Rockstar versus Intel match. Kim-Chi Lee trying to get priority over this, but he's challenged there. And Wingman versus Volt can be very scary here as he's taking so much damage. Verholz takes him out, but it looks like Crummy helped out with this off angle. Excuse me, not Crummy. Someone else helped out from an off angle here. So it's going to be Team Intel with the early advantage in the 3v2 now, as Team Intel do try to push up. Crummy's taking a lot of damage, has gotten cracked. Doesn't look like he has any heals. Never mind. There's a sell out for him at the very least. Strictly now falling back here as Crummy tries to swap out. Does not connect with the shots. There have been a number of no wrecks today, by the way, as well. So server stability, even though we're getting the games, there is some issues with that, but now it's all up to Strictly left in the 1v3, but it's just a matter of time. Team Intel take round number 1.
Yeah, every time I shoot, I blame it on no regs as well, so completely understandable. Verholz coming through with some really nice shots there to initially open things up for Team Intel. They're going to jump out to this early lead, but I really want to know what these people why do they think it's okay to put a charm on your wingman? I gotta know. Chat, let me know if you put a charm on your wingman. You are someone that likes, really weird food, I guarantee it. And I'm not a picky eater by any means, but we're talking about not ketchup on your eggs. That's like kind of normal, but we're talking about putting peanut butter on your eggs type weird.
Think about that one. Peanut butter in your eggs. The textures just don't work. You don't want sticky with eggs, right? But here it is. Rockstar now.
You don't want to shoot your wingman with half your screen being taken up. I just don't understand it.
True. That's why everyone's basically running these Valkyrie skins as well. I believe that's the name of it. For the wingman, I can't remember exactly. The one that you want. It's the smallest model that you can definitely have. The charms, though, do get in the way here. But things have slowed down, as it didn't look like anyone challenged for that bin this time around. So maybe Kim-Chi Lee got that one for free. Here comes an air burst out from Duke as he sends out another nade. Big connect, cracking for the 100 there. This might be their moment to try and swing in, but no, they're not going to take advantage of this one. Kim-Chi Lee is able to just back away on that Pathfinder at the very least. And so we're back to the neutral here, but Team Intel have taken some damage, need to heal up. Now they've got a crack on the other side. Rockstar, Crummy dropped down to about 40 HP. Crummy backed away with that Q. Good shots out here from Strictly as he's just anchoring, buying time for his team to heal up. He needs to heal himself, but he's only got that one cell.
Yeah, great job utilizing the Q there from Crummy. One of the great things about Wraith is if you do take damage and you Q out, sometimes players get a little bit too tunnel vision and they start chasing after you, and that presents the opportunity if you are getting cover fire for Team Rockstar to answer that one back. So nice job getting back to the teammates there was Crummy. Does need to pop a syringe in some cells if he has them, but looks like he's running fairly low on healing, and this happens fairly often in these earlier rounds where teams are just starting to get depleted on all of their resources, and it looks like Crummy is going to have to do some serious work with very to little, if not any, HP. As multiple knocks coming through. Absolutely ridiculous shots from Skittle Cakes, and that's it for Team Intel. What a round.
It was a slow burn there, but ultimately the wingman shot trades are in their favor. Team Intel now on the verge of 3-0ing Team Rockstar to move on to our semifinals to face off against Team Pringles. How much more fight do Rockstar have in them now, as we're going to have another pull once again over towards the waterfall side, it seems. And
grenades.
We're seeing just so much fighting here on the rooftops, and these wingman trays just been favoring Intel over and over again.
Keep an eye as soon as they get out of the spawn. Most likely going to be a jump pad or a zip line. There's the zip line, and see how many grenades they have. 3 grenades. Love it. I love this econ purchase going into this round. It's time to full send. There's no opportunity for Team Rockstar if you end up tossing all of these grenades and take over the roof. It's exactly the strategy for Team Intel. Great job.
Yeah, without getting any connects there, they kind of went for some blind nades without having full info. That's allowed Skittles at the very least to be able to just run up here for free. And so now he's like, where is everyone? Oh, caught out a bit, has cover. Will be able to heal up with these bats as well. Has 2 more left in the tank now as Duke takes some damage and has to back away himself. Bubbles down here, but they trade 1 for 1. No. It's all up to Verhulst here, left in the 1v2, but he's taking some great damage off. Pulls off that beak, and now he chases after him. Does he get the knock?
Wow.
But it's not enough. Rockstar, stay alive.
That was a crazy situation right there where Team Intel takes advantage of the roof. Rockstar somehow fights back from a position that's just not ideal, and they get that round to keep their tournament hopes alive. Intel wondering where things went wrong.
I feel like they might have just lost track because it was weird, right? Usually you have a lot more fighting, a lot more prioritization put on the roofs, but Intel just kind of went up and were able to get that for free, and at that point you just had all sorts of off angles being set up by Team Rockstar. They keep this alive. It's still match point though for Team Intel, so if they get this round win, they get it, and this time it's going to be jump pad coming out from Team Intel as Verhulst will try and find an angle here. Is keeping an eye on the south as well to see if anyone lurks from that side. Here comes Dupe with the nade to force out that player. Only hits for the 14 with that R301, but does keep him at bay. It doesn't seem like they were able to pick up the bins on the waterfall side, and so it's been important for them. But oh, big nade connects onto Kimchi, forcing him down onto the low ground. Strictly has been cracked as well. Crummy goes down. Skittle Case just one clips him, and now it's a 3v2 for Intel to try and close this out.
Oh, little posturing of the door right there. The battery does get hit. I like this play. He needs to try to grapple up on over towards the roof, actually. But instead, he's going to watch over towards the door. 2-on-3, that's just not going to really work out. There's the flank through the opposite door. Team Intel is going to take that one. Not sure what happened to Crummy right there, but the grenades came through. Very similar strategy to what happened right there in the previous round. But Intel, this time they don't make any mistakes. This time they execute, and they're going to be moving on.
Yeah, Crummy was just trying to play anchor for his squad at that point. 2 of them were healing, and he needed to make sure that they didn't advance, but it seemed like it was either just a nasty one clip or the team fire, because he went from 100 to 0 in the blink of an eye there. He didn't even realize what happened to him. But congratulations, Team Intel will be moving on to take off Team Pringles, and there we have it. We have our 4 semifinalists. Team Pringles versus Team Intel, and Team Cheez-It versus our Dark Horse and Team Asaurus. In the semifinals, it will be a best of 3. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moments of our last match.
And let's see if it's the final moment, and it is. You can see exactly what you were talking about, Jamerson. Kimchi has to back off. Strictly has to back off. While that's happening, Crummy needs to anchor things down. Skittle Cakes with the one clip with the flat line. And at this point, it's just a matter of not making any major mistakes. Stick with each other. Make sure that you're shoulder to shoulder. That's exactly what they do over towards this door. While that's happening, you're having a flank over towards the back door as well, as they're going to be dealing with Strictly on the opposite side. So just great execution from Team Intel. Unfortunately, once Crummy goes down, there's really not much that you could do on the opposite side for Team Rockstar. So very well played from Team Intel. And makes you wonder. Let's get some predictions, Jamerson. We got Pringles versus Intel. We got Cheez-It versus Asaurus. I'm going to go out and make mine. I'm going to go Battle of the Chips. I'm going to say it's Pringles versus Cheez-It in the finals. What do you got?
Okay, yeah, I was going to go with Pringles versus Intel, but damn, now you put me on the spot. You know what? Let's go for the Dark Horse, Asaurus. Let's see them take it and go to the grand finals. We always love, especially here in Series E, when we have like our open registration teams performing well. Because, you know, that's what all Series E is about. Not just leveling up our partnered squads, but also leveling up anyone else that's aspiring to become a partnered squad.
And it's exciting because, I mean, the top half of the bracket played out as it should. We have 1 versus 4 happening. And then at the bottom hand side, we have 7 versus 27. So that just goes to show the bottom half of the bracket was a little bit more unpredictable than we were expecting. And that's what you were talking about. That's what Series E is all about. Let's see who's going to take this finals as we get ready for these semifinals and move into a best of 3 format, more maps, more everything.
Yeah, so we're going to take a break. And when we get back, the best of 3 is what we've been waiting for all night. Will be taking place right after this.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true spot trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the balls in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, as our Series E Arenas tournament continues. Yeso here from Studio Red and Esports Arena HQ, live in Irvine, California. And it's been a fun run, and we're now down to our top 4. We saw Team Pringles and Team Intel advance in those last 2 games of our quarterfinal round, and our top 4 is now set. I want to go back to that Intel matchup, a strong win against Team Rockstar. And I want to talk about our player of the game from that matchup, and it was Verhulst right there on your screen. 4 kills, 1 assist, and almost 1,500 damage. That's in just a 4-round game. So that is averaging better than 300 damage per round. That's a really good performance from Verhulst. And Intel looking strong. They're going to have a very tough matchup, a very big test up against Team Pringles in semifinals. The one thing, though, is we do now switch over to best of 3, so they have a little bit of breathing room. If things don't quite start their way, they will at the very least have a second game to try and get a reset. So bit of a shift here as we get into semifinals. On the other side of the bracket, it's Team Cheez-It, Team Asheras. Let's bring that up for you right now. We can kind of see the path that these squads took to this point. You see Team Pringles taking out Pop-Tarts, and we saw Team Splash fall to Asheras. That was in our previous segment, and then Intel and, oh, little too far of a zoom there. Nobody in Grand Finals. We're coming back. Beautiful. There it is. There it is. So we saw Intel and Pringles moving on, and that's going to be a super fun matchup. I believe the first one we're going to go to is Cheez-It and Asheras. We'll see Team Pringles and Intel after that, and we'll get our first look at best of 3s. Now, we've had best of 1s up to this point, and now we'll have to see. This is a big test for Asheras and one for Cheez-It as well. This is a team that I don't quite have as highly ranked coming into this season. Obviously, I mentioned it earlier on in the day. It's a little more difficult to transfer those kind of tests of strength into a different format that just plays very differently, but Cheez-It looking to prove themselves here in a different format to start off the season, and they're going to have to take down Asheros, right? None of these partner squads want to let that open team get all the way into grand finals, so Cheez-It has got to stop their run here in semis for a shot at that sponsored v sponsored grand final. But the action is going to continue. It's been a fun day, folks. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as we are here. I just want to ask you guys as we go into this final in Twitch chat, who are you picking here? If we're going Cheez-It and Asheros, who are you taking? I'm taking Cheez-It here. I think they're going to take it 2-1, though. I think we go the distance, but we will have to see. I believe production says we're ready to go. Casters, I hope they're certainly ready. Jamerson and T-Squared, we're getting into best of threes. Let's head that way.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E, where we have finally hit it, the best of threes here in the semifinals for our arena matches. Team Pringles versus Team Intel, and Team Cheez-It versus Team Asurus. We have to note Asurus did take out Team Applejacks earlier on in the first round of games, and so now this is their opportunity to take out a second partnered squad and then move on to the grand finals and secure themselves into the prize money, Tom.
Look out, everybody. This is how you get relegated, okay? Asurus is coming for your spots. They're coming for your cheddar. They're coming for your Cheez-Its.
The cheddar Cheez-Its, the snapped Cheez-Its are going to get snapped. We'll see in just a moment, though, as we get our next matches set up. But I'm really excited about this because we do have the ban system, of course, and it's going to be alternating bans down to the final 3 maps. And then I believe its higher seed will pick the first map, and then the next map will be picked by the alternating squad, and then the higher seed will have the third map, I guess. Well, it's kind of like, oh yeah, this is the map that's going to be played because that's the only one left by process of elimination here. And so now Team Pringles versus Team Intel, I believe both of them were able to get the bye, and so we've only seen 2 matches out of either of them, but here we are on Phase Runner. And so Cheez-It, they are going to be running the Golden 3. We got Golden on the Gibraltar. We got Mollis on the Octane, and Finicky on that Pathfinder here, while Asurus are going to be running with that Lifeline and Bangalore. So we've seen some Bangalore throughout the day. This one, I like Bangalore on this map.
What do you think Bangalore... why do you like Bangalore on this map? What are some things that you can see, some outplays that kind of present itself? Maybe so you can smoke out a side and then flank around, since it's kind of a 50-50, or... Oh, Nano, ooh.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, you get to... when it comes down to the ring pulling down here, you can... Cheez-It get the first knock, but here comes the res out. We'll see if this goes through. He did get tagged while he was down. Vatro trying to hold it down for his squad. Nano answers back, and they bring it down to a 2v1. The res did go through for AJ, leaving him alive. Does he know that he's still alive? Looks like he's getting back into things right now, but with Golden fully healed up, basically Vatro, no shield behind this. Golden will go ahead and start pushing forward, connects with the body, does have to finish off person getting res right now, and he will maybe get the re-knock. It's so difficult. Take a look at this. They've set up the failings for him with the 2 knockdown shields.
This is next level strategy. Not quite sure if he's going to be able to pull it off, but Golden has been a force on this map, Jamerson. Again, we were talking about this. Don't go to whatever side Golden is going towards. I would focus on Finicky and Mollis, because Golden with that arm shield on Gibraltar with the wingman has been just a force.
Now as we head into round number 2, it's going to be another southern pull. So once again, a fight for the south side here. And I want to see Nano play this a little bit slower here. He got a bit caught out, took a lot of damage early on, and that's how the first frags came through. For Team Cheez-It, they just punished them on the over-peaking aggression. I think you need to try and like time your pushes with the smokes. If you want to try and get aggressive, the smokes can cover a lot of your approach. We do have the zip line coming out from Cheez-It here, so they do get priority. We'll see if Nano gets the bin to try to fight for this, but looks like there it is. Cheez-It are able to secure all that healing and back away. They will have to use a good amount of it, a bat and the Phoenix kick going through actually, but they trade back on the damage as Soros gets cracked himself and has to fall back.
I love making my way towards that bin to start, and you get very close to death every single time against the good teams, but you have more than enough time to back off. And if you get full send coming in, wow, absolutely crazy play. Finicky was feeling himself.
Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure. Going for the blind, just peek through that now. They try to push forward. The bubble has gone down for Team Cheez-It. They're fighting into a 2v3 here. Osiris still has a decent amount of HP, and there it is. It's going to be a full team peek to finish him off. And now Golden does trade for one, but he does go down, tying things up 1-1.
I'll be honest with you, I'm going to blame all those shots that got missed right there on the fact that Finicky even went down, because this game is so mental. When your teammate just goes down for free, you tend to, you have two thought processes. One is, I'm going to clutch this up and hit every shot, or the other one is, man, what the heck was this guy doing? Why did he just do that play? I'm going to miss every single shot. And I'm pretty sure he was thinking, what the heck was Finicky doing? This round is over.
And GG go next. Now we do have the ring pulling away to the north side this time around, and so both teams are going to be forced to use that port and get on through. You can see they try to spam shots as they both get through at about the same time. I think this is where Bangalore can be extremely useful when you're trying to cover for the player that tries to push up for that bin. No smokes out quite yet. Here comes some nade spam out from Osiris' side. Big connects onto Osiris, and they have to fall back. Team Cheez-It will try to get aggressive off of it, but the bats have been finished. As you can see, Vatro is healing himself up, and now the bubble really doesn't get much, but it does at least allow them to get onto this side. Here we go with Golden. Has that arm shield, this time with the Volt. They lose out. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, but they have the HP advantage now, trying to punish Vatro here, who's been cracked himself. Now Osiris left in a 1v2, and it's going to be Team Cheez-It to take the 2-1 lead.
Interesting round there. I mean, the bubble aggression was great. What was really key right there was the fact that the thermite grenade didn't connect on the stairs. If that would have connected, that would have really shown exactly what Team Cheez-It was doing, and that would have put a lot of damage actually onto Golden. So just that small miss of the thermite creates a lot of opportunity, and now, excuse me, we move back on the opposite side of the map, and we'll see if they utilize the Bangalore here. I mean, again, the difference in compositions have been pretty big, but also I really think that Golden has just been the MVP for his team. Look at the 4 kills, look at the damage that has come through. Just after 3 rounds, that's pretty decent.
Does look like both squads utilize their mobility to try to get here to mid a little bit early. Big connect once again, another nade hitting for 94 this time around. But Cheez-It, I don't think they were able to actually secure that loot as they back away. So the meds might be in favor of Team Osiris right now. Here's Golden once again. This time he's got the Volt though, up to tier 3, and he gets absolutely challenged, forcing out the bubble. It's a defensive one as well. No aggression coming out from Osiris' side here. They're going to allow him to back off and get the full heal. Nade spam on top of him as well, as Finicky and Moss are here to try and back him up. He still needs to heal up, sitting on about 2 HP behind that shield as well. Mollis now starting to creep up through that smoke, try to find an off angle on the left-hand side. There is a lifeline down here. Spams through, hits for the 44. Now only the 4 on that one.
1 HP.
Oh, and he goes down. It's a 1-for-1 exchange though, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anyone so 1 HP in my life. Not only that, he had 1 sliver of shield as well, and now it's up to Mollis. There goes some nice EVA 8 shots, but it's a 2 versus 1 situation. Just not going to happen now. All tied up 2-2. We are going to be sending this one into overtime here, and honestly, I think that these teams are very evenly matched. So we're in a best of 3 situation, you know, in terms of going into another map as well. So we're going to get a lot of Apex out of these 2 teams, and it's going to be exciting to see how they make their adjustments. But the damage is being traded so fast. It's kind of unbelievable. It comes out of nowhere. All of a sudden, Golden just took so much over towards the side, and he's been kind of the anchor for this team. He's been the player that's been doing the most, so that was kind of surprising to see.
And we're starting to see the argument for Lifeline as well. In the last 2 rounds, we've gotten some really good value off of that res passive, as both teams taking the port now. Golden He's going to try and hold it here on the right side, on the bin side, and make sure no one's able to secure that. And basically has a sentry here on the south side of this ring. Here comes a nade out, and we'll see if he connects. The ping's already going down for that isolated player, but no connects quite yet with the nades, but they still have a lot more to go now. They have utilized all of them. Aggressive bubble out from Team Cheez-It, a small connect there, and the smoke to try and delay this push.
They full sent underneath the bridge right there. That was absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe that they didn't use the smoke to their advantage. They could have used that smoke, Jamerson, advanced up a little bit, and used the digi-threat on that and got some sort of information. Instead, Asurus with the surprising play. They realized the play that Team Cheez-It did in that situation before where they all moved up towards the stairs. So instead of allowing them to move up the stairs, they dropped behind them and put the pressure on, and nobody was expecting that. Nano flying in with the wingman.
Now, that allows Asurus to be on map points. One more round, and they'll take the lead in this best of 3 series here. It's going to be another port play coming out from both sides. They go through. We'll see if Cheez-It short things up here. They try to gain the information, gain the early damage, and there it is! Cheez-It's! Wow. Connecting. Well, Golden's been connecting with these nades time and again. Another one, that time a smaller damage connect with 9 damage, but does enough to buy space and time for them to actually push up, secure these bins as well. And take a look, Moss is pushing from the right-hand side. He's slowed down by that thermite, but at the very least, they're forcing the economy out from Asurus. Team Cheez-It need this round to keep the map alive. As the long-range shots out from Finicky on that flat line, only hits with the 214s now, but it's going to be the full push out from Golden here. Not ready to push through the bubble quite yet. As you can see, it's a full 3-man push out from the other side. Asurus getting counter-aggressive onto them, realizing it's going to be a 3v2 fight. Golden does answer back, but he drops down on to the low. You can hear the lifeline res going off maybe in just a second here, but now as Golden tries to hold it down, it's going to be Team Asurus to take the first map.
Ridiculous plays from Asurus. I mean, unfortunately, Golden is popping off. The grenades are connecting. Everything's looking good from his point of view, but things are falling apart somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. Maybe it was the lifeline. Maybe it was the difference in composition. But one thing's for sure, Asurus is no joke. I mean, they're coming in as the 27th seed, and they are 1 map win away from going to the finals.
Yeah, I think one thing to note for Asurus, they've been doing a great job of kind of deflecting a lot of these pushes. Once they see the aggressive bubbles coming out, they're ready for it. And we saw in that last round, it was a full 3-man push through, recognizing that it was a 2-man on the right-hand side. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high-performance moment of map number 1. And there were many. And this was, just Golden being able to clutch up this round for his squad.
I've been super impressed with what Golden's been able to do, not just with the shots, really everything, the decision making, the decisions on when to heal, when not to heal, when to ADS, when not to ADS, when to help his teammates and not. Also, when you ever have a Gibby, you want one of 2 things. You want someone that's going to really hold their own and add a lot of pressure with the gun shield, basically locking down one side of the map. And then you want someone that makes you feel safe whenever you need a bubble res, or someone that's going to play really confident around you when things go awry. I think Golden has all of those features as a player, so really looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, don't know exactly what the next map is, but this is a best of 3. Asurus, they are 1 map away from moving on to the grand finals, from securing at least $150 for themselves. Remember, it's only the top 2 that are placing into the money. It looks like, we finally get a new map. And that's why I love best of 3s, because then we get to really see a lot more of the maps. And it's going to be Thermal Station for map number 2. Asurus with the 1-0 lead over Team Cheez-It right now.
Yes, I can't wait to see how the teams are going to play this one, because I am going to steal their strategy. So this is perfect for me in my upcoming arena game. So I can't wait to see exactly how they prioritize moving around here. And also, one thing we haven't seen, Jamerson, is because of it's a best of 3, and we have a map change, we haven't seen changes in composition, and that could be something that we see here based on the map. So that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the maps where, even though they're running Gibraltar-less, this is where I think you have to run the Gibraltar. There are so many spots, especially because how often the ring just pulls to the middle to the, the drill tower, that you're going to need the Gibraltar. You need the dome. It's something that I feel like if you don't have it, it's basically just a loss. But we'll see, as it looks like, yeah, Cheez-It's still running the same composition that they had beforehand. Early priority coming out from Golden here as he's able to secure an extra 200 credits for his squad. And he'll just go ahead and back away, as it looks like this one's going to pull a little bit more towards the west. But it's all about objective control, and he secures both of the crafting materials for his team.
And that's always huge because you need to get as much utility as possible, especially when these teams are as evenly matched as they are. So it's going to work out for them down the road. And there's a little bit of an exchange of resources. And while you're at it, Finicky, why don't you, consider getting full health? My OCD is kind of kicking in.
There is the Cell. He is actually watching the stream right now, but things have slowed down. First round closing up, and then in about another 25 seconds, the next round will start closing. You can see Team Asurus, they have full control over that western circle donut building, and it pulls towards them. So this is where Cheez-It are happy that they have Golden there on the Gibraltar. They'll have the dome to try and push up with, and you can see why the dome is so important. When it comes to these later circles, you have less and less cover to work with. Having that extra dome for that 10 seconds of safety can prove so valuable. It doesn't look like Asurus have changed really anything up in terms of composition on the other side.
Oh, not at all, but this is a situation where they're glad to have Golden on the team, but they're not stoked with the positioning that they have because they've been outmaneuvered by Asurus. There's a grenade going to fly through, and then Finicky says, "Fend for yourself, boys. I am going to make my way towards the bottom here, but I will be a gentleman and close this door for y'all. And even maybe take a couple of peek shots, but not enough to put myself in range. You guys got this yourself, right? I'm Pathfinder. I'm just going to go do Pathfinder things." And that's, life of a Pathfinder right there. You're safe, right? But your teammates aren't.
Oh, man. Asurus doing a great job of, I believe the flank was coming out from the Octane. And so they just had a beautiful crossfire set up for when the challenge came on for that high ground. There was no way you were climbing up there without taking damage. So Asurus now with the early lead, 2 more rounds, and they'll be moving on to the grand finals here to see. Of course, we have one more semifinal match after this one. Team Pringles taking on Team Intel in another best of 3. We'll see, though, if Team Cheez-It can clutch up and send this to a map number 3, though, as this time around they're going to be playing for that donut building. Early jump pad out for them.
I like this play. I was wondering who's going to go with a jump pad or maybe even a zip line over towards the top center play. I'm not familiar with the thermal station zones. I'm not quite sure if it's the same exact zone or not. And if that's the case, Team Cheez-It is trying to do exactly what Asurus did to them in the previous rounds. So just an update, actually, at the top, it should show 1-0 in favor of Asurus. This is going to be round number 2. Cheez-It currently down 0-1 in the game and also 0-1 in the map count. As Asurus, one of our open teams, the only team that is available in our bracket still is a nice shot. Hi, everybody. Hi.
It looks like Team Cheez-It taking a page out of Asurus' book here for this second round, having full control over the donut building, and you can see why it's so strong. You have a lot more angles to work off of, having that height, having the head glitch angle as well. That's why Golden is holding it down from the top.
And again, Golden realizing the situation, instead of buying the Wingman, which doesn't have the Digi-Threat on it, he's going to go with the Volt with the Digi-Threat, which makes things a little bit easier to deal with when all these Bangalore smokes come through, because while we were wondering the value of the Bangalore, this is actually the first time that we're going to see extreme value. The smokes can come out over towards the donut side, and then they can slowly or quickly, depending on how they want to go and play that one, advance towards the bottom of the area. So Right now, the way that the zone is shaping up, I don't know if it's going to continue to pull over towards the donut. It just means that Team Cheez-It has the superior angle right now, but it could mean they have to make their way on over toward where Team Asurus is.
They will have the dome to work with if they have to drop down, and we're going to find out in about 5 more seconds where this ring pulls away towards who's it going to favor. Trading damage there, body shot for body shot from Mollis. And now this basically decides how teams play this one out, and it's going to pull away from them. So they're going to be very happy to at least have that Gibraltar here. You can see a lot of the cover has been taken away from Asurus. Kind of pinned down behind this box and that bin. That's all they've got to work with. Nano taking the headshot there. He's going to look to pop that Phoenix kit for himself, as that is the slower heal.
Yeah, he's going to go with Phoenix kit because he knows when this starts to close, there is going to be no time for that Phoenix kit. Maybe a time for a battery if you do something crazy and you end up in maybe some sort of 1v1 using a knockdown shield and you need to heal. But this is where things start to get really interesting. Jamerson, without that bubble, they're going to have to make a smoke play. And there's the enemy bubble. Here's the play. Fight onto the bridge. It's going to be Golden, like always, coming through with the shots. That's the initial knock. Vatro, though, answers back with 2 of his own.
Oh, no. It's down to a 2v1, and Asurus will take it. Now they are sitting on match point.
I was not expecting that. I mean, Golden continues to put in work, but where is the rest of the team there for Team Cheez-It? Unfortunate situation right there again. You never want to get that first knock and lose that fight, but Vatro answers again. And I love that Vatro is sitting in the back throughout all of this. You notice how he's able to support and not be the first one into the fight. He needs to be second. He needs to be third in the fight because he needs to put down the drone. It's very simple. Life finds a support player. What do support players do? They don't sit on the front lines like an Octane, like a Bangalore. Very well played from Asurus. Now 1 round away from moving on to the finals.
1 round away from securing at least $150. This time around, they'll be able to get the donut building. And again, it's going to come down, it seems like, again, with how slow these rounds have been, to the final circle once more. No more focus being put on to a lot of these credits. Nano will be able to pick one up for free, but have to be careful. Has 3 bats in the back to work off of as well. And so if they want to play off of the heals, they can. But the bin, I believe, was taken by Team Cheez-It on the other side. Now we need a full reversal, full reverse sweep for Team Cheez-It. Just keep this one alive for now. Here comes the world drop once again. Thermite out, does flush one out, but doesn't get a connect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing some really nice shots coming out from Aj, but right now you know that there's not going to be an overcommitment, but never mind. Finicky says, I'm going in, and it really is deja vu from what happened in the round that they lost in the first round, which, if it didn't work the first time, I'm not quite sure why they think it would work the second time, and there it is, Asurus with ease, making that one quick work of Team Cheez-It. They're going to be moving on to the grand finals, where Team Pringles and Team Intel are waiting, and we're going to bring you that game very shortly.
And just great patience coming out from Asurus. They're really not playing off of aggression. It was just off of trying to find the picks, trying to find the mistakes that were coming out from Team Cheez-It, and they capitalized every single time. Team Cheez-It seemed a little kind of caught off guard by how slow these games were going. But congratulations, Asurus will be moving on to the grand finals. Take on the winner of Team Pringles versus Team Intel in our grand finals. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of that last map.
They straight gassed him, Jamerson. Let's see what happened. Is Aj just sitting in the back? We know what happened is it's going to be the initial knock right there on a Nano, but Nano did a decent amount of damage as Vatro is going to answer things right back. Mozam to the wingman. Aj pushes up with the R9, has the Havoc in the back pocket if they need to go and use it as well. But look at the utilization of this drop. They understood the situation. That was their only line of cover. Once that bubble goes down, they have to move in. That zone is pushing over towards their back as well. That is a fight, in my opinion, that Team Cheez-It probably should have won. They had the advantage. They had everything in front of them. Even with the numbers, too, that they had, they should have been able to take that one. But Asurus is showing why they have now made what is that? 3 partnered teams total fall out of this bracket. I believe it started with Apple Jacks. They took down Team Splash as well, and then Team Cheez-It. They're looking for 4 in a row here in the finals.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a break. When we get back, it'll be our next best of 3 between Team Pringles and Team Intel right after this.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Welcome back, everybody. One of our 2 semifinals done here in this Series Z Arenas tournament, and one more to go. Pringles and Intel remain ahead of us in just a few moments, but let's look back and talk about Cheez-It versus Osharas. Osharas just burning a hole through this bracket, taking out multiple partnered squads. They knocked out Apple Jacks, they've knocked out Splash, now Cheez-It, their latest victim, and now they move on to the grand finals to see if they can make it 4. It will be either Intel or Pringles facing off against them in a best of 3 in grand finals, and it's been an impressive run from them so far today. This is definitely a squad where, as I've mentioned, a little different here with Arenas, but certainly one I'm going to be keeping an eye on if they make the return in our normal open nights when we're playing Battle Royale here as the season progresses. Osharas, keep that name in your head. I'm excited to see what they do in grand finals. I believe we have some stats here if we want to look back at the series that we just watched, and it was Vatro. That is not his picture, so ignore the picture there, but player of the series. There are 9 kills and 10 assists between those 2 maps, just below 3,000 damage. It was a very strong, dominant performance from Osharas in that series, and 9 kills and 10 assists. That's a really great scoreline there for Vatro there. Big part of why Osharas move on to the grand finals. Now, if we can take the look at the bracket here one more time as we get ready to semifinals, we'll just check how things stand. Pull it up here full screen for you, ladies and gentlemen, so you can see it real good. Team Pringles and Team Intel, again, waiting in that other semifinal. We just saw Cheez-It fall to Osharas in that series. It was a 2-0 best of 3. Cheez-It, meanwhile, came in with a strong win over Team Razor, looking really good, but Razor looking a little bit shaky today. We talked about the round 2 match that went to sudden death. They just barely won, had to make a comeback, and then they fall to Cheez-It. Cheez-It now falls in semifinals. A top 4 placing for them, definitely nothing to sneeze at. That is definitely a performance that Cheez-It can be proud of here at the start of the season. They'll need to build on it as things continue tomorrow. Just a reminder, I talked about it at the top of the show today. The plan as of right now is to go back to Battle Royale tomorrow with our Pro Night. So make sure to tune in here once again, twitch.tv/esportsarena at 4 p.m. Pacific time to see all of that action. But the great thing is, we're not done with the action tonight. We got Pringles, we got Intel, and we got Jamerson and T-Squared ready for that. But before we go there, we're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, our other semifinal matchup for our Arenas tournament.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Fruit flavored splash.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We have one more semifinal to get through before we get into the grand finals, where Team Asurus is waiting for the winner of Team Pringles versus Team Intel. It's going to be a best of three once again. It was great to see, actually, Thermal for the first time today, but it looks like we'll be starting off on Party Crasher in game number 1 between Team Pringles and Team Intel.
Looking forward to seeing this one. Excuse me. We've seen this map a handful of times. Honestly, I could see why Thermal wasn't picked that much. It was kind of boring. I mean, it's the same zone on top of that stupid bridge over and over again. It just gets like kind of repetitive. It's like, okay, you get donut. Okay, I get donut. Okay, you get donut. Okay, I get donut. Okay, we fight on bridge. It's like, I really don't. You might as well just say, okay, let's just make a bubble fight. Everyone drop inside of a bubble, fly out of a ship into a bubble, and just fight there and get it over with. Thermal needs a little bit more variety, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think because you have like the unplayable terrain, right, where you take damage from the lava, it makes a lot of it just not an option whatsoever. Where if you look at Party Crasher, there are angles where you can find a flank where you can really catch teams off guard. It's not quite the same there for Thermal. So why we haven't really seen it. It's been mostly Garden, mostly Party Crasher, and Phase Runner. Trying to get whatchamacallit, clarification about what our second map is going to be. But the third map, if it does go to a third one, it is going to be Thermal. So I don't know if you want this one to go to 3, Tom. All right, it looks like we are getting our next match set up. Team Pringles versus Team Intel. Pringles were able to knock out Pop-Tarts on the way here. Team Intel were able to knock out Rockstar on their way here as well. And all of these teams, I believe, did play with the bye, so they only played from round number 2, so we haven't been able to see as much out of them, but this is still going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a best of 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And in terms of the way that they approach this one, it's going to be based on what the compositions that we've seen and how they approach it. But I was kind of surprised to see a non-Gibraltar team win that previous Thermal Station Zone, because they are the ones that dictate when the fighting is going to happen. But we saw a little bit of uncoordination in terms of Finicky not being on the same page. And he's one of my boys, so it sucks to see and it sucks to call him out. But the grapple towards the bottom of the donut really just didn't work out. And they needed to kind of work together and throw that bubble a little bit more in unison, or have a little bit more cover fire and distraction in order to have that type of real estate. So an experience on that map definitely showing, and definitely a little bit of discombobulation how they wanted to go and approach this one. But we're getting right off to a quick fight as the smoke is going to be utilized on over towards the pill, and they're going to be able to get the utility on the opposite side for Team Pringles. But Intel and Team Pringles, 2 heavy hitters that we have here in Series E.
Yeah, they're going to regroup here inside the main courtyard now, but Verhulst has to be careful. Does do some decent damage on the other side there, but Skittles now getting caught out, brought down to about 20 HP. Verhulst still trying to climb up, make his way up the stairs, but he's at least putting a stop to them, but not until he backs away. Dupe was not there to cover him. And so Team Intel are down, left into a 2v3. Might be an opportunity here as they at least clutch up and get some additional credits, and you can see him climbing up. Oh my goodness, Dupe almost trades back, but it's not enough.
Wow.
It's going to be the other side, Team Pringles taking the first round.
Wow, that was impressive play from Team Pringles right from the get-go. In terms of Fury's smoke, getting control of the pill, it's actually took to the semifinals for the first time to see a useful Bangalore play, but that was definitely one of them right there, and Fury should be the one to go and do that one. But I love the early aggression that we're seeing from both teams. I mean, that was right from the rip, an aggressive fight, an aggressive round, and I want to continue to see these two teams kind of go at each other instead of the poking and prodding, waiting for the resources to go away and then you attack. They were just saying, screw it, let's just meet right in the middle and go head to head as we're going to be moving back on over towards the Mirage side.
Yeah, we got Fury picking up that tier 3 Mozambique. We'll have the Digi threat actually gets a connect on the smokes, doing 10 damage there. Is out of range for that DT to work, but they realize that, of course, one player was a bit isolated, and so if they want to try and make control for the roof, they can, forcing them down. Here comes the next smoke. He's got one more left in the back pocket. Has to wait out the CD for it, and we'll just go ahead and slow things down. Another off angle being taken by Fury here, but he's going to have difficulty playing at range with these bullets. And next smoke coming up, and maybe they make a push here, but we've come back to this neutral game where both sides just control half of the ship.
A little ring around the rosy here for Fury. He goes up onto the roof, peeks a couple times, drops back down to the right, comes right back around. Gonna be questionable on when he wants to use this smoke. He's trying to shoot through the little cracks of the boxes and being as annoying as possible, but I'm not sure if I agree with this Mozam P20 strategy, Jamerson. I know that it's very cheap. You can use a lot more gold and or credits, excuse me, going forward, but it's kind of hard to watch him use it as a long-range weapon.
I really think it needs to be on Depressley, right? He's the one that needs the Mozam, the one that can really apply pressure once the smoke goes down. But here's the pressure coming out from Team Pringles. Bubble out early on, but Depressley took a lot of damage here, and they've gotten a little bit lost in the 3v2. They will get the knock, but it's traded back by Verhulst. Down to a 2v2 now. It's Team Pringles looking to clutch this one up, does not connect, pulls out the P2020, almost gets the knock, and there we go. Phony helps him out with that last shot, but he will fall. It's Phony left in a 1v1, does get the bat off for himself, climbing up from the backside of the ship. Hits for 45, another 45 connect there, and Verhulst is down to one shot. As you can see, the EVA 8 getting pulled out by Phony, buying enough time. I think he might have with that Nog shield to get the battery off, and he goes for the re-challenge.
Wow.
But Phony will be able to clutch up, tying things up. Taking a 2-0 lead.
That was absolutely crazy. I thought for sure that was going to end in a different way once the battery healing went through, but what a job. I mean, Team Pringles not giving up on that type of situation. They had the early advantage. Once Fury went down, he was just so close to getting behind that wall, using the double time, trying to speed himself up, get inside to safety, gets dropped. You get a little bit worried for Team Pringles right there, but now Intel on the back foot. They're going to have to make a big play. It's going to be a bounce pad, no bounce pad. It's going to be a zip line, and a little bit different for Verhulst. He says, you know what, I'm just going to stem into the fight instead. Throw a couple grenades, and then I'll make my advancement. But right now, Pringles has been the aggressors onto Team Intel. Intel's going to have to realize that and create some sort of counterplay.
Yeah, it's just neutral. A lot of the utility has been thrown out for Team Intel. No more nades for Verhulst, and a few more did go out from the rest of Team Intel here, and it's just a matter of time. And some bombardment coming through now, and their aggression once again from Team Pringles, forcing them off the roof. Wow. Here comes the nade spam as well, as Verhulst has been cracked, slide into the bubbles, used from either side. Phony drops down, gets the knock, and now Fury gets one more. It's the 3v1, and Team Pringles will take an early lead now. Skittles has something to say about it, but still, it's the man advantage on the other side. Skittlecakes does answer back, but Team Pringles take a quick 3-0 here in map number 1.
Dominating performance coming in from Team Intel. They were toying, or Team Pringles, they were toying with Team Intel towards the tail end right there because they knew the 3-on-1. They were trying to throw fists and embarrass them and send them back to the lobby fairly quickly, but they got one more map and then they could be going up against Asuris. And I mean, the way that they handled Intel right there, I got to be honest, I don't know if Intel is ready for the aggression. They're going to have to come again, formulate a plan, get ready, and understand that these guys are coming out for blood. This isn't a slow pace type of play style. This is an all out bloodbath, just straight aggression.
Yeah, because ultimately there's no excuses, right? You can't talk about the third parties, all this other stuff. It's just a full 3v3. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of that quick 3-0 for Team Pringles.
And there's a lot to be said. I mean, I still don't know if the Mozambique has anything to do with the way that they won, but if it's working, why not, keep doing it, right? It's been great to see how they're utilizing this Bangalore. And then not only that, the way that they're working together. I mean, we're seeing great individual plays, Jamerson, but we're seeing great individual plays that result in great teamwork because all the individual plays are tied in to being good plays because of where everyone is positioned, not just the enemies, but where your teammates are as well. The bubble into another bubble right there is huge because then you can back off if you need to and you make sure no one's shooting you through the window from behind if someone's going to flank. But not just that, to get aggressive enough to not let them heal. They could have easily waited a second or two and then a battery would have been hit and then that would have changed the entire fight. But because no healing was allowed, that just changed things in their advantage so much.
And I love the utilization of that, the Gibraltar ultimate, the defensive bombardment. We didn't actually get to see it that often today. Maybe, I think that was like the fourth or maybe third time we've seen it used. It is a big investment, but when you have such a huge snowballed lead, taking the first 2 rounds like that, and you were talking about it, Tom, the economy of just running the Mozambique, it definitely affords you a lot more extra creds ultimately in the end there. Team Pringles, can they take the 2-0 and move on to face off against Asuris in the grand finals? Well, it seems like everything is just pointing to yes.
Really is. And I mean, the defensive bombardment was amazing, but also the defensive bombardment, what happened after that, I think was equally impressive because you could throw that and not capitalize on it. And we've seen teams do that a handful of times, but to throw it and then use your grenades inside to counter it with a smoke as well, to throw the bubble in, that was just an all-in moment based on the situation. And why not, right? If you have the 2-0 lead, you want to full send it, just go right for it. But it looks like we're going right back to the same map. So a little bit of deja vu here.
All right, you get a second chance now, Team Intel, to try and shore up what happened, but I don't know. The match happened so quickly. Did you get enough data to realize what went wrong there? Again, no one really trying to focus so far on the bin here on the outside as Team Pringles are taking a lot of damage this time around. Presley is forced to fall back. As you can see, the aggression this time coming out from Team Intel, taking advantage of the fact that they were a little bit split up, forcing out the bubble early on, and now Team Intel about to get the first round on the board, left with a 3v1.
That was really all Skittlecakes. I mean, just look at that Pathfinder movement right there, basically juking out every single player on Team Pringles. And, Intel, I don't know if they got any type of intel from the previous, round or the previous match, but Pringles seemed to be a little bit overconfident right there. They full sent it like they were still up 2-0, and this is a brand new reset. So let's see what Intel's going to be able to do. That's going to give them a little bit of confidence. That's their first round win of this semifinals. They got 3-0 in the previous one.
All right, those Intel taking the aggression to Team Pringles in that last round, but in the first first run through of Party Crasher, it was Team Pringles that were setting the pace, setting the aggression. So it looks like that is going to be the adjustment out for Team Intel once again, fighting over the ship now either side, but it looks like it is going to be Team Pringles trying to push up mid fairly quickly here, but we do have the split up coming out from Team Intel. One went all the way over towards basically I wanted to say veranda, but the courtyard there on the eastern side, pick up the extra utility there. Here comes some nades out from Verhulst. He does have 2 more frag grenades to work off of here, as Team Intel just maintaining control over the roof of Mirage Voyage.
Yeah, I mean, you have 3 grenades, but the thing you have to ask yourself is when you throw a grenade, if you throw the grenade, can you even capitalize on it? Otherwise, it's not worth it, because these later rounds, you're going to end up wishing that you had it. So something to keep in mind. I mean, it's the same thing as with the defensive bombardment, right? Why throw your defense? It's a little bit different because of how expensive it is. But if you're going to spend, 100 credits, you might as well end up using those. And if you're not using it to flush someone out towards you, if you're not going to actually advance, you're really just tossing it just to toss it. So ping's going down. Looks like zone is going to kind of pull over towards that courtyard area, which is why Team Intel has made that move. But the ship is still in, so going to be a little bit of a standoff. Our slowest paced game of our semifinals so far. And Mozam Eva 8, my anxiety is through the roof right now for Fury. I have no idea how he's going to approach this fight.
Yeah, they are playing at range, but we do have the ring favoring Team Pringles right now. It is pulling over towards the ship side, and a large majority of it is in the ring. And so now you can see Fury keeping an eye on the northern side of the map, making sure no one gets in for free, but it looks like they have been able to climb up. Early bubble out now, as Phony, even though he's been cracked, gonna act like he's not, forcing out the bubble from the other side, and do have a reversal of positions as the nades now coming out from Team Intel. Phony will throw out one of his own as they try to go for roof control. No, actually just go ahead and turtle up inside of the ship proper. So things slowing down once again, but Team Intel now, the ones that'll be able to play off the advantage. They'll be the ones that can really pick the angles they want to fight from, as Skittles did some damage but got traded back to Presley, dropped down to 1 HP as Fury tries to hold the line for his squad. Now he's dropped down low. No big heals for Team Pringles as they're slowly trying to heal the things back up. Team Intel even going for the spam shots as they check the corners here. Ring is going to start closing in, and Team Pringles still haven't healed up. That's going to allow Team Intel to have priority on this ring and just back away and allow the ring to do the pressuring for them.
See if they can get out of the situation. Pringle's in such a tough spot. Presley does have a Phoenix kit if he wants to go and use that, but no more grapple. There's the flank. Team Intel looking like a brand new team here. Up 2-0 after initially dropping this map 3-0.
If Team Intel take this round, we will be moving on to our third map, which will be Thermal Station. We get a 3-0 for a 3-0. That'll be quite surprising. We'll see. Maybe Team Pringles have some fight left in them, but it's been Team Intel that have been able to find the aggressive angles up against them. Team Pringles so far haven't had an answer this second go around here on Party Crasher. This ring will be pulling away towards the courtyard side this time around, so things should play out a little bit more differently. We'll see if there it is, the jump pad coming out. That's going to allow Dupe to try and hold priority angle over here, but it's a little bit slow to mid. But on the other side, they haven't, it doesn't seem like they really utilize anything to get here early on. But here comes Dupe with the flank angle on the left hand side. No connects quite yet. Does connect a little bit at the end there, but he gets tracked for his efforts, forcing out his only bat. Here comes a nade from Verhulst though, and that forces them onto the low ground at the very least, but Skittles by himself, he's got to be careful. He does grapple out, but Verhulst now by himself, taken down low to about 50 HP, but it looks like he will get out safely, and it's going to be a slowdown in the action here.
Defensive bombardment actually got used by the enemy team. That's going to connect onto Verhulst. Pringles somehow is able to reset. Do they have any batteries for Depressy? They do. It looks like they hit the bins on the way. Or just had a ton of loot, and now Fury's going to end up going balls to the wall here. He was saving up all this money by buying Mozam Eva 8, and now he's going to switch over to a fully stacked R9. So maybe they were just going and playing the long game throughout all of this. But Team Intel now in a 2-on-1 situation. Phony does get dropped on the Pringles side. It looks like actually a 1-on-1, excuse me. It's to Presley. He's fairly weak. He has to reload. He finishes it off. Are you kidding me?
Ooh, Team Pringles narrowly keeping this alive, but Team Intel are still on map points. One more round, and they go ahead and send us to map number 3. If Team Pringles get this next round, we're just going to have extra innings here on Party Crasher. Very even ring this time around, as it looks like the courtyard and the ship are in, but it's favoring ship's side, and you can see Verhulst is getting ready for it. Doesn't look like we have a jump pad for Verhulst. Skittles might buy the zip line for his squad and try and get early roof access.
Looks like they are going to say no go on the zipline play, but they are going to foot it over towards the roof. And while that happened, you could see a enemy zipline going on over towards the courtyard. So what does that mean? Go on over towards the pills, get this utility, maybe pick up some extra gold, some credits along the way.
Yeah, so things will be favoring Intel, it looks like, on this ring. It should continue to pull towards them. If not, they might just be even down there into the center side. You can see Skittles, Dupe, and Verhulst setting up angles left, right, and center, keeping them pinned down. Now, one thing to note, it does seem like Team Pringles will have priority on this drop. They want to take it, so there's an opportunity for that at the very least, but I like the way that Team Intel have set up for this crossfire.
Definitely, and I think that Skittles has been one of the MVPs for his team. The way that he's been playing this round specifically has been phenomenal. He's also going to be the frontliner right now because he has the opportunity to grapple back to his team if need be. Little 16 to the back right there, annoying if you need to pop a cell after that one, but there's an extra 22 as well. So that's going to be the Gibraltar player, and now that zone is going to pull again, like you were talking about, a little bit central here, kind of where that drop is going to be. Big round here for Team Intel. They cannot afford to lose this one. They need to win this one and send this to a map number 3 on the thermal station.
You can see the 3 positions that they're playing. It's all in the zone as well, and it does seem like Pringles on the other side are trying to match them in sort of that crossfire right now. But they might have all rejoined each other, and so that allows Skittles to try and push up by himself. Does have to be careful. All of them are actually underneath him right now as he's going for that flank angle. Does have it right here. They're stuck underneath. Here comes the nades, and he's getting some great damage off with that flatline. He needs the rest of his squad here, though. But this is what you're talking about. With that Pathfinder, he's able to just grapple out and stay safe. He did a lot of damage, and it's just up to Dupe and Verhulst now to finish things off as he does ultimately go down. But here we go. The trade's coming out. It's going to be the 2v1 for Team Intel to try and send this to a map number 3, doing 60 damage. And with the hip fire, he'll be able to finish him off. Team Intel are sending us to thermal station.
Bunch of red hot chili peppers under the bridge right there. I'm not quite sure what they were doing. Just sitting there having a little party in the water. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, in a situation like that, it's all about sticking together on the high ground, but they just got pushed. They got bullied. And then the amazing plays. I mean, Skittlecakes, again, on this Pathfinder has been doing a phenomenal job. You get a little bit worried once he gets knocked right there. You go, let's take a look at a Mobile One high performance moment. You go, oh, wow, what just happened? Are his teammates going to actually be able to come through and clean this up? Well, they fortunately did. The grenade, if that would have landed, would have been huge. But this is where things get interesting. The clamor up, the grenade into himself, the grapple, and then he gets away temporarily. Then the chase comes through, and you're like, okay, I'm a little bit worried right now. Where is the finish coming through? Dupe gets phony. Verhulst gets depressed, and you're like, phew, I can finally breathe. It's just going to be Fury in this 2-on-1. Fury continues to full send right there into Volhurst, and Intel takes the game. So amazing plays. Again, Skittlecakes did work that round.
Yeah, basically cracked everyone on the other side, making basically giving the HP advantage, even though it was a 3v2 over to his squad. Not enough time for them to try and heal up, but we do have a map number 3. This is why I love when we get deeper into the bracket, when we get into the best of 3s. Asura is just laying weight in the wings here to see who ends up on top. Team Pringles versus Team Intel. As we head over to thermal station, and this is going to be another one of the slow ones, like you said, Tom. With the ring really heavily favoring the last time we saw thermal station, the donut building, it can pull over towards that center tower and even go over towards the eastern side. But more often than not, from what I've seen, it does seem to heavily favor that circle building. And so we're going to see a lot of prioritization over that, I think.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Zip lines, bounce pads, etc., are going to be utilized. But You're going to really have to see who comes out swinging and wins the first round, because whoever's winning the first round has been doing phenomenal. Looks like I think we're getting word that we're setting up this server. I don't know if we're taking a quick break. I can't tell or not. Okay, yeah. So
we're gonna go ahead
server
and
actually went
break.
down.
Yeah, we're going to
sorry,
go ahead and
Jason,
take a short break because we do have some technical issues to deal with right now with the server. And when we get back, we'll have the conclusion of this semifinal match right after this. All right, welcome back, guys. It looks like we have map number 3 set up for our final semifinal. It's going to be Team Pringles versus Team Intel. It was a 3-0 in map number 1, and then it came down to a 3-1 for Team Intel to send us to a map number 3. So kind of snowballing in either side, so it's hard to tell and hard to predict who's going to walk away with this one. But it's been about who engages first, who's been more aggressive that ends up winning in this matchup so far, Tom.
It is, and it's just so refreshing not having Bloodhound scans just blowing up your spot every 5 seconds. So, again, big shout out for banning the Hound and also the L-Star. They kind of go hand in hand. Nothing like a Bloodhound with the L-Star with the 2X. Just so OP. But it's been fun to watch these two teams kind of duking it out. I mean, you would have thought that after the first game that we watched that it was going to be all Team Pringles. Then all of a sudden, game number 2 wasn't even close. Team Intel taking it to them. And basically 50-50 now as we move into game 3.
Yeah, and it's Team Assurus that is waiting, of course, for the winners of this matchup. And they've already secured themselves at least $150 to play for $350, essentially. And it looks like we are heading into Thermal Station here as no changes in setup so far for Team Intel. They've got Skittlecake still on that Pathfinder. Verhulst will be, of course, on that Octane, and Dupe is maintaining his position on that Gibraltar. But here it is. We have a different ring, Tom. It's pulling away from the circle building.
It's nice to see, and one of the things that doesn't change is Fury over here with his Mozambique and rocking that thing with the upgrades, which gives you the purple bolt, the digi threat, helps with the smokes. I still am on board with the fact that if anyone is going to use this, it should be Presley, because one of the things I'm noticing is Fury's popping down the smokes, but the way that the digi threat works, you can't just like see through the smoke. You can't just pop a smoke down and then automatically see through it onto the opposite side. You have to almost be in the smoke yourself before you can see through the smoke. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I think I've played Apex more than enough to know how the digi threat works, and I don't think that Fury is utilizing it the correct way.
Yeah, I don't know the exact range on it. I think you need to be within like 20 to 30 meters for it to start working. At this range, it does not. We saw multiple times there on Party Crasher, even just across, right, from one end to the other end of the ship, it was not within effective range for it. We do have Team Intel, though, setting up the crossfire right now. It's Dupe trying to challenge on the right-hand side. Of course, with that arm shield on the Gibraltar, with the flat line, you can dish out and trade for a lot of damage, but for the time being, it's just going to be a lot of neutral here as Intel are slowly trying to creep up the zone, continuing to pull away from them, heavily favoring Team Pringles. But here comes Dupe, starting to apply some pressure on the south, and Skittlecake swinging in. He's taking some damage there, got his armor cracked, but does have the help of Dupe. Here comes an aggressive bubble, though, as Dupe gets cracked from behind now, but he's going to push the bubble. 108 with the help of Verhulst, taking out Phony now. They've got the man advantage, but do they have enough HP to finish this one off? It looks like they do, with Fury going down last. Wow. Team Intel take this round.
That was some serious plays right there. I mean, I'm so impressed with Dupe and his movement on Gibraltar. It's kind of wild the way that he's able to counter bubble right there, and they have the presence of mind to send it onto the enemy Gibraltar while that's happening. They're going through the purchases, but what an impressive play. I mean, this is what happened. They get caught out. Skittles takes a handful of damage, and then they have to realize, okay, what's the situation here? Enemy bubble goes down. That means that you have to counter bubble. The counter bubble covered his back towards the enemy flanker. While that happened, he pushed into the enemy bubble, takes down the enemy Gibraltar, goes to the opposite end of the enemy bubble, and then all of the players are discombobulated because the rest of his teammates start to fly in. I mean, that was, in my opinion, all Dupe in the way that he was able to handle that. Yes, the rest of the teammates filled in, but just that great play on Gibraltar ended up winning that play, or winning that round, excuse me.
And before all that happened as well, he was the one that set up that position for them. Remember, the ring was not favoring them. It was pulling away. He was the one applying pressure on the south side and basically cleared it and forced them back and created that little pocket for them to play off of at the very least. So great job in that first round on Thermal Station from Dupe. And 2 more rounds like that, Team Intel will be moving on to our grand finals today. We do have an error with the spectator right now, and I don't know how exactly we're going to fix that. Like we said, with Arenas mode and especially Arenas customs being so new, there are a lot of issues to deal with right now. Our production team are doing their best and doing a damn good job of dealing with all the issues that new features kind of bring with it.
Yeah, not only do they have to work at a new studio and reset everything, they got to deal with the server issues that are happening inside the game too. So shout out to the production crew for getting everything going on. And I'm glad to see us kind of calling an audible in terms of, hey, if the BR servers aren't working, let's go and throw a little arena tournament. Obviously, the points for this don't go, towards our cumulative leaderboard that we have for Series E, but these players still get an opportunity to compete, be on stream themselves, and get some cash on the side.
Yeah. We will be returning to BR tomorrow, though, for our pro nights. And it seems really unfortunate that, like, right now we do have this pause. We just came back from a break. But, I mean, one of the things that does happen in the spectator in arenas is that if the spectator is, like, on the losing team's POV, you just end up with a black screen for the rest of the game, essentially. I think that's exactly how it works out. So that's what's happening right now. And so we're trying to fix that to the best of our ability right now. And so we'll hopefully be able to fix that in just a moment. But, again, shout outs to Esports Arena and all of our staff for being able to deal with all of this right now. This is just some things that happens, guys. And I hope you guys can be as understanding of the technical issues that we do have to deal with on our side.
Yeah, it's basically the spectator version of CodeNet. Okay, so we're trying to reconnect.
Okay, so we just got an update from production. Unfortunately, because of that spectator, and we don't want to, we don't have like a tournament doctor, right? It's hard to kind of recreate settings for us or like just restart a server with everyone having the proper amount of credits and all this other stuff. We don't have those tools. So we're just going to go ahead and play this out. We're going to go ahead and I think we're going to go ahead and take a break while the rest of this match gets played out. And then when we come back, we'll have our grand finals. So the winner of Team Intel versus Team Pringles will be taking on Asurus in our grand finals best of 3 match right after this.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Eat your cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's your snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
What's going on, folks? Welcome back to our Series E Arenas tournament here today. Yeso, your host, back. Do want to apologize, obviously, had some spectator issues. Big props to Tom and Jamerson there for filling as best they could as we tried to resolve some issues on this end. Obviously, we're just dealing with some spectator issues, but I can update you on the results of that series. Intel takes game number 3, 3-1. They take the series 2-1 overall, and so now we have them into grand finals to face off against Ashura. So an interesting grand final here. Team Pringles not able to go the distance. Our Season 2 champions out in the top 4, and the newly minted Team Intel roster getting into grands here. Should be a very fun matchup, so props to Intel there. Very well played game, obviously dropping the first map in a very convincing fashion there for Pringles. I believe it was a 3-0, and Intel just looked totally out of sorts in that first map, but they were thankfully able to collect themselves after that. 2 good performances in games 2 and 3, and then they move on now to go to Grand. So getting all of those issues resolved in the back end, now we are getting ready for this grand final. It's Intel versus Ashura's. If we have a moment here, pardon me, I would love to take a look at the bracket. I want to kind of go from top 16 through and kind of look at the paths that we have seen from both of our grand finalists, how they got this far in the tournament. So we will pull that up here for you momentarily, but it has been a fun run today. Arenas, certainly a different vibe here for us at Series E. We're used to World's Edge. We're used to Battle Royale day in and day out. It obviously has delivered tons of great action and moments for us here at Series E, but it's been really cool to see Arenas here on this platform and some of these caliber of players getting to compete in a bit of a different format, show some different skills. It's been fun to see the open teams come in here and compete against our partnered squad. So it's been a fun day overall. I know Jamerson and Tom have been enjoying the action as much as we have here on the Esports Arena production side, and just loving the show. So we're getting prepared for that grand final, and it's another best of 3. Ashura's coming in with a strong 2-0 performance against Team Cheez-It. Now have to face off against Team Intel, and you know, it's been kind of easy to doubt this open squad at every single turn, every time they come up against a partnered squad, but they have delivered against Applejacks, Splash, and Cheez-It. Now the question is, a team of the caliber of Intel, can they take them down, or is this maybe the final stop on the Ashura's train here in this tournament? Another reminder as well, tomorrow the plan is to go back to Battle Royale for our pro night. So we'll have our 9 partnered squads against 11 top pro teams from across North America, competing back on World's Edge just the way you folks like. And I know they're excited to get back and really kick off things. Obviously, we had the issues a week ago that delayed the start of Series E, but we will be getting back to normal here very soon. And word has it, the casters are ready to go, and we're ready to get into grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to hand it off to Jamerson and T-Squared.
All right, welcome back, guys. And once again, apologies for the technical difficulties that we have been having. This just kind of happens when we do have, of course, new modes out and we're testing things out in arena mode. There were some spectator glitches, but ultimately Team Intel did walk away with the win. So they'll be taking on Asurus in our next best of 3, our grand finals. So both squads have secured $150 at least, but it's about who's walking away with $350 instead. So the 3 maps that will be played tonight for our last best of 3, Tom, hey, it's similar to what happened in the last round. Party Crashers, Thermal, and then Party Crashers if we go to a map number 3, Tom.
And right now, who do you think has the momentum? I mean, we have Intel, who just came off their fresh win, but then we have obviously our dark horse team. We have Asurus, who's already beaten 3 partner teams. So Jamerson, what do you think? Would you rather be Team Intel or Team Asurus right now?
I think I'll give it to Team Intel here, right? Just because they're fresh. They just played 3 maps in a row. I don't know what Asurus are doing here during the downtime. They've just been waiting things out. But Team Intel, you know, these 3 matches, especially up against Team Pringles, allows them to warm up their aim and their communication and everything. So they should be firing on all cylinders and ready to go, especially with how that match worked out, right? They were a little bit slow on the first go around on Party Crasher, but then once we got back onto Party Crasher for a second time, they looked like a completely different team.
Definitely, and that's what's so scary about Team Intel is what the heck happened in that first round? I mean, and what happened after that first game? Did they make adjustments? Did they have a talk? What was said? Because they looked like just a completely different team. And it was really impressive to see them fix their mistakes. And then not only that, get aggressive and counter the mistakes that were happening too. So a wide variety of different skills. And one of the people that I had my eyes on was Dupe and Skittle Cakes as well. I mean, Verholst is playing great as that entry fragger. But for the most part, I've been so impressed with especially that Gibraltar play that we saw from Dupe previously.
We had a split coming out from Team Intel at the start of this round. One person was on Party Crasher. All 3 members of Asurus are here. The bubble has been thrown down, but the zip out as Vatro takes a lot of damage, and Nano himself has been cracked, and he might be out of meds for this. We have some slow meds here, small meds here. As you can see, they are eyeing those. The nades coming in as well. And so I thought I heard a nade coming in. I think Aj thought there was a nade in there as well. What the hell is going on? But now Asurus, they are all out of meds. The slow heals coming out from the passive as well as the smoke is going to be used to cover their retreat. Skittles just controlling the stairs for now. They do have one lurking underneath the stairs, and Skittles has to be careful as he gets cracked. Backs away, Verholst gets the first knock, but it's traded back as Dupe will fall himself, and now both teams just struggling. But Intel, we're the ones that were able to pick up the bin at the very least. You see the bat getting handed over towards Skittle Cake, left in this 2v2.
Yeah, that bin was huge. Where's the res, though, coming out? Nano's not able to get away. Skittle's been able to heal. Verholst is also hitting the passive heal as well he can. And there they are. They find the little rat hiding in the corner. That's going to be Fury getting dropped down. And I think one of the things, again, that worries me is Fury's his play of just saving for so long. You know, he goes with the Mozambique early. He's trying to save his economy. Then he spends it all on these R9s that are extremely expensive. But for me, I just wonder how you're going to ever win a 2 versus 1 or how you're going to even win a 1 versus 1 when you don't have superior weapons. So to me, that's really the only thing that I'm worried about on the other side. But actually, that's a different team, so I'm absolutely crazy.
It's okay. I mean, we get to talk about the Bangalore styles, right? Because these are the 2 teams that were running the Bangalore all along, and I'm going to use this to cover their early entry over towards the courtyard side. As that smoke ends, Nano spots out 1, and it looks like the bin was already taken for Team Intel.
Wow,
so they might have used the jump pad quite possibly, or a zip to get in here early on. But it's going to be Asurus controlling the top side of the courtyard for now, forcing them back. You can see again Team Intel doing that same split where they had sent one on over towards Mirage Voyage. Nano, oh my goodness, almost got taken out there, but he will be able to survive for the time being. But here comes Team Intel now, trying to find another opening. More nades coming out, allowing them to push up.
Imagine getting stuck with a thermite if that was possible, and then you just started burning as you were running. That would be absolutely ridiculous. As similar situation as before, as Intel takes over the high ground of the courtyard area, and now they're slowly but surely picking people apart. As soon as he gets that crack, Dupe is going to send it. Great job getting Vatro punished over towards the side. Now Dupe just playing with his food over here inside the bubble area. You can see strafing in and out. Not able to connect with all those shots, but the teammates should be in the vicinity, and that Octane should be fairly weak, and there it is. Deja vu from the previous round. I mean, just great execution, great bullying, I would call it, of the other team as Asurus falls down to the low ground and just gives up that high ground area.
And it's 2 rounds in a row where Vatro was the first frag. And so you're not getting that value that we've seen in the past out of the lifelines. You're not getting that free res, essentially, while you're able to still fight as well. And so missing out on that might be a point where maybe they think going into round number 2, or map number 2, excuse me, maybe we don't pick up the lifeline, or Vatro has to change how he's playing. But it's Team Intel that really have been setting the pace, and so there might not be much room for adjustment, as this time around the ring will be pulling up towards the ship, and you can see Team Intel are just going to hoof this one. They're not going to use any sort of mobility to get up here early on. It will be, it looks like a fight over the bins, as Verholst was able to get there first.
You can see the idea coming in for Aj. He's going to smoke out on top of the Mirage enemy roof. That's going to try to open up some things as grenades are going to come through, and they're going to try to make their way over towards the bin. Counter grenades coming in from Dupe. That's going to be his final one right there, as he's trying to figure out exactly where Vatro is. But I agree, Jamerson. I don't know if it's so much they need to change the lifeline as much as they need to change how they're playing, especially Vatro needs to sit in the back a little bit more, play a little bit more passive. But no matter what legend they were playing in the previous 2 rounds, nothing would have stopped them from the situation that they were in. As now Intel finds themselves in a little bit of a predicament. Verhol's going to have to pop that battery. Fortunately, has 4 of them in the back pocket. Could give him one to one of his buddies over here. Skittle needs one desperately.
Yeah, but that means he has to cross as well. But I'm just going to go ahead and heal this up. Finds a small angle through the cracks of these boxes in the wall. But no damage going across quite yet. Regain control over the roof for now. But Skittle Case getting aggressive here with the bubble and the help of his teammates. They don't get the knock quite yet as they back off. It's going to be the counter push out from Asura's side as they trade 1 for 1. But Skittles basically is a non-factor here. He's got 1 HP and there's a knock onto Skittles. Left this down to a 1v1, but Nano's got the HP advantage. Hitting for Flash, gets that headshot to finish it off. And Asurus will keep this map alive for the time being. But Intel are still sitting on map point.
And it's all about, again, playing patient here. Vatro and the rest of the teammates, they sat back. They didn't put themselves in a position where they're at a disadvantage, and they get rewarded big time. So obviously they work much better on the Mirage side than the Courtyard side. We'll see if they continue to utilize that, and we'll also find out where the zone pulls, because that's huge influence on where these players decide that they want to set up. But one thing's for sure, that if they are going to go Courtyard side, they need to mix up the strategy. Once they feel like they are getting forced down low, they need to fight back and go towards the top.
Jump pads out from either side to take mid control early on. It looks like it might have been Team Asurus that matched them, actually. Getting here basically at the same time. Dupe with an air nade to see if he actually gets a connect, and that's actually way too high. You need to kind of angle it a little bit more there, Tom. But now Verhol's finding the angle, actually gets a no reg on that. And Team Intel now give up the high ground, and they're stuck here on the low. Skittles might try to go for a play of his own on that Pathfinder, challenge them on the high ground here.
Keep eyes on Vatro here. I mean, everybody has to be sticking together. We know where Aj is. We know where Nano is. You can see now working together with Vatro on the other side as Aj is going to take this off angle. But it's all up to Vatro trying to stay alive. They have cells. They have batteries. I would love to see him hit a cell right here. I mean, there's plenty of time to go and do so. Yeah, you take that angle, but at the same point, you want to always be full shields. There's literally no reason for him and Aj not to be healing right now.
Things have slowed down as this ring finishes closing here. Decent chip damage, but here comes the push out from Team Intel, almost taking out Vatro first. He's down to 1 HP, will fall to Dupe's Mozambique, and now they take the numbers advantage. It's going to be a 3v1. Verhol's dropped low, and he will fall, but that's the only trade so far, and it's going to be Team Intel to take map number 1.
I mean, honestly, Jamerson, that 25 HP makes a huge difference in that instance.
Yeah.
Every second that you have to stay alive, especially when you're playing on Lifeline, if you can get out of there and you can get that, say you get that initial knock, right? You take a lot of damage, you get out, you can double back, throw a quick little res, run around every split, not just every second, every split second that you could stay alive and lay down that extra 20, 30, 40, 50 damage, maybe even a little more, get a res. It's so crucial for your team. Unfortunately, not able to take that round. We'll see if they're going to be able to take the next map as we move on to Thermal Station.
One thing to note there, right? We were talking about Avatro's positioning. I think he was positioned well for that one. He was playing kind of like the center of the formation as we head into the Mobile 1 high performance moment of map number 1. It was just, it seems like Team Intel kind of had a beat on him. It was like, oh, hey, we're going to find out Vatro and we're going to try and focus him down. This was just one of those first rounds where it didn't work out that way just because AJ was the one that was up close. But ultimately, I think they were really focusing down Vatro in a lot of these fights.
No doubt about it. And it's not because it's like, hey, let's focus Vatro. It's, hey, let's focus Lifeline, right? It's not because, oh, we feel like he's the strongest player. Oh, we feel he's the weakest player. It's, hey, let's take down Lifeline so she can't get the reses. It just makes sense. And also, you're looking for the characters without mobility, right? So it's just one of those instances where when you're playing at this high level, any type of advantage that you can see, you're going to go and push that one, right? Just like when they bubbled on the Bangalore in that Mobile 1 high performance moment. Yeah, it didn't work out, but they still felt like they had the advantage, and that's why they pushed it.
Yeah, Asurus, this should be their basically map pick going into Thermal. And we got to see they had a dominant performance up against Team Cheez-It when we went to Thermal Station. But again, it was a lot of the times the ring fighting over that circle building. But we got to see some of the different rings that can actually come out from Thermal Station a little bit earlier on. So I don't know if it'll repeat the same way. But right now, Team Intel, like I said, they're coming off fresh out of a best of 3 just minutes before this match started. Maybe Team Asurus just not quite yet warmed up. But as we head into map number 2, will they be able to send us to a map number 3 where if we do go to a map 3, we will be returning to Party Crashers?
And if that's the case, we know who has the advantage. But after watching the previous matches, you really don't know because Team Pringles versus Team Intel was so unpredictable. But right now, based on what I'm seeing, I think you're spot on with the idea of getting rid of that lifeline. And I think that Vatro has to go into this next map completely aware of that. And if he wasn't playing conservative after being caught out the first 2 rounds of match number 1, he has to be, twice as aware going into this Thermal Station one, because again, that is a very sound strategy. Getting rid of that lifeline, that pesky lifeline res, is so annoying when you're in the middle of these skirmishes. You almost lose track of who's alive and who's not alive, and it feels like they have like 4 or 5 players instead of 3.
Yeah, it can be absolutely confusing. I mean, we saw in one of the matches as well that even if the lifeline goes down, as long as she started that res, it will continue around, even if all the players are on the ground. But here we go, heading into Thermal Station now, as this time around, the ring will go ahead and pull away from the ring side and go over towards the Jungle Gym side. Dupe with a great off angle here, cracking and hitting for 14 flesh. And that's going to mean Verholst and them continue to push up. And once again, it's the focus fire onto Vatro. The first one down. It's going to be a 3v2 for Team Intel in the first round of map number 2.
Vatro again is in front of his teammates though. Look at the player outlines. Everybody on his team. Ooh, Nano's going to drop 2. It's so demoralizing for your team when you lose your support player. You feel like there's nothing that you can do. That's a great 1v1 win over towards the side, but it's just not going to be enough. And it really comes down to Vatro and the positioning right now for Asurus. And Intel is completely aware that, hey, this is an aggressive lifeline player. There's a lot of lifelines love to play aggressive, especially the top ones. I mean, going back to very early, Apex days of matching up against like Daltouche, matching up against Average Aiden. These were players that constantly, Germ. These were players that just had tons of experience on lifeline, and it was so annoying to play against an aggressive lifeline. But when you are being the focus fire, when you are the MVP of your team in terms of support, you are going to go down, and that's what Team Intel is doing such a good job of right now. I wouldn't even say Vatro is playing bad. I wouldn't say that he's doing anything major in terms of mistakes. He just needs to be aware of what the strategy is right now for Team Intel.
Oh, you saw Skittles. He was all the way on the flank by himself, and now he's getting chased down. 2 members pushing up. Just going to get the first knock onto him. The bubble res is a possibility. How close are they to try and punish this? He actually cancels it now and backs away. So Team Intel are going to be stuck in this 2v3. As he backs away, though, Duke does try and set up a nade. No connect on that one, and now he is all out of utility. Doesn't have a shield, doesn't have nades. Verholst gets cracked. This is the opportunity for them, but oh my goodness, Dupe with this lurk angle did crack them and put a little fear into Team Asurus right now, but they're going to go ahead and try and send it on to him, trying to find these isolated fights, but Intel are doing a good job of just poking and backing away with taking a little damage in the trade.
And also has a battery if he wants to go and use this one. Surprised that he didn't go and do that. That was his last sell. Now making his way on over towards the drop. Let's see if he gets rewarded with anything. Going to be a 30-30, which could prove pretty useful in these situations. However, here comes the push. He's going to have to connect with some big headshots over here, not just body shots. They need to be Domer Simpsons. And there's a nice little body for 57. Octane's going to run away temporarily. Verholst looks like he's running low on heals as well. And this is where things start to become a little complicated for Team Intel. They're running low on heals. They also don't have their bubble, so they're going to have to make some plays. But I do love that each one of them is baiting for one another. In order to cross, in order to get to either player on Intel, you're going to have to, until you drop down like that, Verholst.
Now it's all Dupe in a 1v3. Circle's gonna force him out of this position ultimately, and there we go. Asuras tie things up 1-1 here on Thermal Station. And, you know, good effort for Team Intel, especially for how things started off. I mean, things looked a little scary for Asuras there with how they were playing that out, setting up that crossfire and really supporting each other, even though they were nowhere near each other. But ultimately, Asuras, with the man advantage, were able to take that win, keeping this alive. It's 1-1 now. Remember, Team Intel already have a 1-0 lead, and this time around, it looks like Ring pulling over towards the donut building.
And it looks like they are going to go zip line for bounce pad here. I think Intel's prepping a zip. You can see the Pathfinder standing still, getting ready for this one. There it is. And then the bounce pad coming in from both sides. I love this picture-in-picture. This is about to be lit.
It looks like Intel might have missed the roof, or at least Verhulst did. So he's stuck on the low, throwing out some nades. No connects there for him. And as he pushes up, they are stuck inside the circle building right now. And Verhulst is creeping on up. Nade out. They're going to go ahead and push through the door as well at the same time. And here comes a coordinated effort out from Team Intel, but both teams deciding to back away after no damage really being traded there. But Team Intel now ready to make their next push, hitting 42, changes to the other side. Huge crack on to that Bangalore, and they get the knock on to Aj, and now they're going to push forward with the man advantage to try and finish things out. And as it looks like Aj is going to go ahead and get finished off very shortly here. No, he's just going to go ahead and block the door. No thirst onto him quite yet. Skittle Cakes will go ahead and finish him off. Not going to leave anything up to chance here as the 3v1 push comes out from Intel to try and send us to match point.
I'm not going to lie, I love when all the loot kind of just falls out, Fortnite style, as Nano actually gets a knock right there onto Dupe, and he's going to be popping a battery. Let's see if they go for the double door kick. Oh, he just gets the battery off, and turns his back. But there it is, the loot flying all onto the ground. I mean, how annoying is it when you get a kill inside of that door and there's 2 death boxes inside and you're trying to get inside of the donut building and you can't because you're trying to clamber over these stupid death boxes. So I like this little small change coming through in the arena mode.
Yeah, we all know that struggle. But here it is, Team Intel sitting on match point to walk away with $350 off of this 1-round win. Ring gonna favor the eastern side of the map, but there is a chance, of course, this one pull towards center now, but both sides really eyeing over towards that jungle gym area, towards the platform here. The jump pad being used. We even have the cheeky nade, but Team Intel, they'll take the platform, while Team Asuras will go ahead and take the bottom of that tower. Here comes a nade. Here comes Vatro, actually, once again, frontline medic here out, but the flank angle being set up as well. Duke might be caught out here. Luckily, somehow survives. The aim just not there for the other side, but he does get cracked.
He gets cracked, and I guarantee if any more shots would have flew in, he would have canceled his heal and bubbled immediately. But this is the strategy that Asuras didn't gain in the previous round that got them the win, and Verhulst is going to charge over and get some of these supplies, which is going to be crucial for them. But the big play right now is going to revolve around Vatro staying in the backhand side. I love this, that he's sticking with his boy Aj, and then Nano is the one taking the off angles. Nano is the one to create any type of opportunities here, and then he's also going to be the one that, if he needs to retreat, you know where to fall back to. So I do like this play. I do like this positioning from Asuras. I feel like they have what it takes to go pound for pound with Team Intel in terms of the team fighting. They just need to give themselves that opportunity first.
And Nano was also able to secure the bins, and so he needs to hand around those heals. He had 6 bats that could be tossed around a bit, but oh no, someone caught out. They almost got the knock. They do, actually. So it's the 3v2, and Team Intel smell blood in the water. They'll be able to finish off Nano, and here they go, going in with the nade spam, gets the connect on to him, and we'll go ahead and continue to push forward. Verhulst getting the knock, and Team Intel are our grand finalist winners here, walking away with $350 off that 2-0 win.
And that's so big, not just, for Team Intel in general, but for their confidence, for their team fighting going forward. This is obviously the start of Season 3. Last week, we didn't have the servers for Battle Royale mode. They're still struggling to get the servers up this week. Hopefully, we're back up tomorrow for our Pro Day, and I think we will be. But that's the first win that we have, technically, for Series E, and that's going to be Team Intel taking it. Let's take a look at the Mobile One High Performance mode a moment. But Jamerson, this is going to be great for them for not just Series E, but for everything. That's going to be great for their confidence, for the team fighting, for the skirmishing, and they're going to be feeling really good when they do switch on over to that BR mode, that they can go toe-to-toe with any of these teams here, especially with big plays like that. I mean, Skittlecakes was playing out of his mind today.
Yeah, I loved seeing, of course, all the Pathfinders being played today. I just love my boy Pathfinder. But from what Team Intel really displayed, right? Dupe being an extremely strong duelist and kind of anchor on that Gibraltar, and the way he creates space, the way he trades with his arm shield, it shows a really good grasp of the fundamentals of Apex Legends. But yeah, I think that's going to do it for us. Remember, we will be back tomorrow. It looks like with the Battle Royale servers having been stabilized, we should be able to have just the regular Battle Royale on World's Edge when we get into our Pro Night games tomorrow. That's going to do it for us. We're going to go ahead and send it back to the new studio there in Irvine, the Esports Arena HQ, for Yeso to close out the show. So take it away, Yeso.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Yeso, your Series E host here one final time today as we close out our Series E Arenas tournament. And Team Intel, my boys, they were my pick on draft day for this season. Obviously, today's tournament means nothing for those standings, but I'm feeling pretty good. The Intel boys come out on top, and they stop Asher's run through the bracket here, so we won't see an open team atop this tournament. So congratulations to Intel, Verhost, Skittlecakes, and Duplex. Looking strong on the day. Big win against Pringles. Finishing out grand final strong. A very fun day to watch. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. Honestly, obviously we're going back to Battle Royales tomorrow. We're excited to kick off our first official Pro Night of Season 3 and get to see all of our partnered squads facing up against the likes of the TSMs, CLGs, C9s, and more. But it was fun to get to see them playing in a different format here today. We got to see, we mentioned at the top of the show, those set matchups, right? No third parties, just Razer versus Cheez-It, just Pringles versus Intel. So that was super fun to watch today. And again, I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. And we're looking forward to seeing you guys again tomorrow. Again, right back here, we'll kick things off. The stream should be live at 3:30 p.m. Pacific, and games will kick off at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Again, twitch.tv/esports arena. You're not going to want to miss it out. Congratulations, Team Intel. You can see it on the brand new caster desk right in front of me. Congratulations to them. Don't miss the show tomorrow. And also, if you guys have been following us on social media, Talkin' Tunes returns this week. Thursday, again, right here, twitch.tv/esports arena. Our good friend Robert Paulson is going to be back with a very special guest, so you're not going to want to miss out on that. Super exciting week here and a fun day. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. That's going to be all from me, from myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow.